Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Before the betrayal, Izuku Yagi was a 16-year-old with the quirk known as 𝗵𝗃𝗁. He had a strong affinity for martial arts and enjoyed spending time with his friends, 𝗬𝗏 and Kota, as well as his family. He loved ice cream and was dedicated to his studies at Union Academy, where he was part of Class 1A. Izuku had a deep disdain for villains, bullies, and anyone who threatened his loved ones. After the betrayal, Izuku transformed into 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 Kurosaki, now 21 years old. He held titles such as Shadow Monarch, Soul King, and God of Death. His personality had shifted to become cold and ruthless, yet he remained kind and caring towards those he loved. He found solace in his new 𝗬𝗏 and shadow soldiers, dedicating himself to training and honing his skills. His likes included martial arts, hunting, and ice cream, while he harbored a strong hatred for Union Academy, his former family, and anyone who posed a threat to his loved ones. Izuku possessed immeasurable strength, speed, endurance, and durability. His abilities included manipulation of darkness, reality, fate, and time, as well as various forms of elemental and curse manipulation. He had mastery over shadow techniques, advanced dagger arts, and healing magic. His powers allowed him to adapt to any situation, making him a formidable force against those who would do harm. Divine Holy Creation Magic, Ultimate Magic, Death Aura Manipulation, Moon Eye, Emperor Eye, Domain Expansion, Haki in all forms, Reaper Command, and Reserved Eyes. Izuku had mastered all martial arts in the world, and his physical strength was at its peak. His strongest allies included Belian, Igris, Baru, Kamish, Tusk, Iron, Kaisel, Tank, Greed, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, Godzilla, Frost, Void, and Abyss. His weapons were the Shadow Kamish daggers, Snow Flower, Zangetsu, Chaos Reaper, Demon King daggers, Shadow Wrath daggers, and the Demon King longsword. Izuku had created a nationwide city where quirkless individuals and those without powers could live in peace. There was no discrimination, violence, or unfair treatment. Everyone in this city lived in harmony. This place was known as the City of Dreams, with Izuku's castle situated in the center. He had placed multiple shadow soldiers around the city to alert him of any danger or threats to the peace he had established. When attending meetings or making deals, Izuku wore a suit that concealed his face, adopting the code name Lord Shadow. His past relationships had been complicated, particularly with the girls from Class 1A and 1B, including Rias Gremory, Mionars, Stella Vermilion, Nijire Hado, Katsumi Bakugo, and Shoka Todoroki. His main love interest was Kana, the reincarnation of 𝗬𝗃𝗁. After regaining her memories and powers as the monarch of light and goddess of ice, her hair turned white and her eyes blue when she used her ice abilities. Other notable figures in his life included 𝗵𝗃𝗁, Tesha, Zani, Quaratia, Ria, Tia, Camellia, Arlecchino, Eyeball, 𝗵𝗃𝗁, and Ya. The narrator remarked on the situation, noting how Izuku had become incredibly powerful and was now surrounded by a formidable 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Izuku acknowledged his luck and the changes in his life, including the addition of his children, Shin and 𝗵𝗃𝗁 Kurosaki, with Lady Nagant. In this world, mysterious powers began to emerge, referred to as quirks, magic, visions, sacred gears, skills, talents, aura, and semblance. While 80% of the population possessed these powers, the remaining 20% were powerless and often faced discrimination. To support those with abilities, Union Academy was established as the premier school in Union City. Izuku's backstory revealed that he was born without powers, leading to neglect from his family and bullying from peers. Tired of the mistreatment, he left to grow stronger, mastering martial arts and becoming a formidable fighter. His past eventually caught up with him, and he decided to give his family a chance at redemption. He began dating the girls who had once crushed on him, and All Might bestowed upon him the one-for-all quirk, leading him to believe his life was finally perfect. However, this peace was about to be disrupted. After a rigorous workout, Izuku admired his physique and decided to buy gifts for his girlfriends in anticipation of their anniversary. He also wanted to get something for Eri and Kota. As he drove to the store, he felt a sense of unease. Meanwhile, at Union Academy, the headmasters discussed evidence suggesting Izuku had betrayed them, believing he had shared information with the League of Villains. They jumped to conclusions without proper investigation, leading to a consensus that Izuku was a traitor. They planned to inform the heroes and students, spreading harsh comments about him. As Izuku made his way back to the academy, he sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. His eyes glowed momentarily, hinting at the challenges that lay ahead. Blue Izuku had been experiencing dreams of his past life, though their meaning eluded him. He reminded himself not to let his guard down as he arrived at Union Academy, which felt unusually quiet. Something was off. The academy had never been this silent before. As he entered, carrying a bag of gifts, his danger sense activated, prompting him to dodge a poison bullet that came out of nowhere. All Might appeared suddenly, and before Izuku could greet him, All Might delivered a powerful punch with one for all at full strength. Izuku's danger sense alerted him just in time, and he managed to withstand the blow, sustaining only a scratch. He looked at his father, confused. Izuku had trained his body to its peak, capable of enduring All Might's full-powered punch without serious harm. He questioned his father about the attack, but All Might accused him of being a traitor. Izuku was taken aback, trying to understand the situation when Izuku appeared in front of him, throwing a punch charged with kinetic energy. Izuku caught his hand, still bewildered by the hostility directed at him. He asked why they were attacking him, but Izuku reiterated the accusation of treachery, claiming Izuku was working with the League of Villains. Katsuki then jumped from behind, unleashing a powerful explosion at point-blank range. As the smoke cleared, Izuku remained unharmed, though his shirt and jacket were burned. He demanded to know what was happening, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain as a sword pierced him from behind. As he fell to his knees, coughing, he struggled to comprehend what was happening. The other students emerged, and Issei approached, striking him with his gear, knocking Izuku out. They bound him to a chair with magic seals and quirk cuffs. Izuku protested, confused about why he was being called a traitor. Kendo silenced him, growing her fist and landing a punch that made him spit blood. The girls began hurling insults at him, breaking his heart. He looked toward Eri and Kota as they entered the room, hoping for their support, but their words shattered his spirit. Kota expressed disbelief that Izuku was his father, calling him a villain, while Eri echoed the sentiment, wishing he had never been her dad. Izuku's heart felt as if it had shattered into a million pieces. As they continued to torment him, he was forced to witness his former girlfriends with his classmates, further deepening his despair. When the police arrived to arrest him, Izuku's eyes were empty, devoid of hope. Nizu confronted him, but Izuku snapped, declaring that they would regret their actions. He promised that none of them would receive his forgiveness and that he would ensure they faced dire consequences. His words sent chills through everyone present, especially Eri and Kota, who flinched at his glare. He expressed disappointment in them, recalling all he had done for them, and turned his disdain toward his past girlfriends, declaring them dead to him. The Yagi family also felt the sting of his words, and Inko was left hurt and confused. As the police took him away, Izuku was transported to Union Hospital for healing, then sent to prison. 3 days later, he dragged a body through the prison, surrounded by others that lay unconscious. While Union celebrated capturing the traitor, they were unaware that they had inadvertently created a monster seeking revenge. Izuku, now known as Death, for his merciless fighting style, had been training relentlessly, growing stronger than ever. He experienced dreams of his past lives as Sung Jinwoo and Ichigo, his hair turning black and eyes red, leaving him puzzled about these changes. He remembered fragments of his dreams involving the Shadow Monarch and Soul King. His physical strength, speed, and intelligence had significantly increased as he regained powers from his past lives. While Union believed they had caught the traitor, they were blind to the truth. Izuku was not the villain they thought he was. In the prison bathroom, after finishing his bath, he admired his muscular physique and the changes to his hair and eyes, feeling a strange confidence in his new appearance. Meanwhile, shadows whispered about the return of their liege, hinting that the Shadow Monarch and Soul King would rise again. After donning his prison clothes, Izuku returned to his cell, where he received a call from the warden, who informed him that someone wanted to see him. Izuku stood in the midst of the bustling city, feeling the weight of his dreams and aspirations pressing down on him. He had always wanted to be a hero, to protect those who could not protect themselves. With each passing day, he trained harder, pushing his limits and striving to become stronger. His determination was unwavering, fueled by the memories of those he admired. He envisioned himself standing tall, a symbol of hope for others. As he navigated the challenges of his journey, he encountered friends and rivals alike, each shaping him in their own way. Every setback only strengthened his resolve. He faced obstacles that tested his abilities and his spirit, but he never wavered. Each battle was a lesson, teaching him the importance of perseverance and teamwork. He learned to rely on his friends, understanding that true strength came not just from individual power, but from the bonds he formed. With each victory, he grew closer to his goal, inching ever so closer to becoming the hero he had always dreamed of being. The road ahead was still fraught with challenges, but Izuku was ready to face whatever came his way, driven by the belief that he could make a difference in the world. Warden instructed Izuku to go to the meeting room, where he would discover who wanted to see him. Izuku nodded and made his way to the room, finding Inko and All Might waiting for him. All Might greeted him, inviting him to sit down, expressing a longing to talk. Izuku was surprised that All Might wanted to speak with him. Inko urged him to sit, explaining that they wanted him to return what he had received from them, referring to One for All. Izuku retorted that he was now considered a mistake in their eyes. All Might insisted that he should return One for All, claiming he was unworthy of such a quirk because he had become a villain. Izuku challenged this, questioning why he would simply hand over One for All, reminding them that he was the last user and that it couldn't be transferred. He also pointed out that they had disowned him, labeling him a mistake and unworthy of being part of their family. Inko remained silent, while All Might pressed him about the color of his eyes and hair. Izuku dismissed their concerns, asserting that they were no longer family. He then released his aura, which shocked both Inko and All Might, as it was dark and powerful. He declared that he no longer cared about them, stating that they were dead to him. The warden interrupted, announcing that Izuku's time was up and it was time for lunch. Izuku agreed to head to the cafeteria, smirking at Inko and All Might as he left. He expressed that they would never reclaim One for All and warned them that once he was proven innocent, he would seek revenge, promising that he would find them no matter where they tried to hide. As Izuku entered the cafeteria, he sat alone at a table, eating his meal and finding the prison food surprisingly good. Two individuals approached him, and one of them remarked on his presence in the prison. Stain, the infamous villain, acknowledged Izuku, referring to him as a true hero and questioning why he was behind bars. Izuku recalled their previous encounter, where he had defeated Stain in battle, earning his respect. Stain introduced his companion, 𝗂𝗂, who was known as Lady Nagant. Izuku asked for her real name, and she introduced herself as 𝗂𝗂, pleased to meet him. Izuku felt a strange connection to her, as if they had met before, and 𝗂𝗂 sensed a similar bond, feeling as though she had known him for a long time. Stain encouraged Izuku to share what had happened to him. Izuku recounted the betrayal he had faced, revealing how his girlfriends had been unfaithful with his classmates while he was forced to watch. He expressed his pain at not even being believed by his own daughter, Eri, or his son, Kota. 𝗂𝗂, moved by his story, hugged Izuku, surprising him. She promised that she and Stain would not betray him. Izuku was taken aback by her warmth and gratitude, feeling a sense of relief. He thanked 𝗂𝗂, appreciating her support. 𝗂𝗂 and Stain then shared their own pasts and how they ended up in the prison. Izuku, feeling a connection with 𝗂𝗂, hugged her back, both of them blushing. He declared that they were alike in their struggles and promised to have each other's backs from that day forward. Both 𝗂𝗂 and Stain nodded, smiling at Izuku. Izuku felt grateful to have found people who stood by his side. 2 months had passed since then, and Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had developed deep feelings for each other, though neither had confessed yet. He considered 𝗧𝗵𝗃 a family member and a father figure. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had also been experiencing dreams of her past life, and her hair began to turn blonde. She started to regain some of her powers, including increased physical strength and speed. As Izuku pondered how to confess his feelings to 𝗧𝗵𝗃, he thought about how she was the only one who could make him smile. He resolved to tell her the next day. Suddenly, gas began to seep from the vents, and Izuku inhaled it, losing consciousness. The Hero Commission entered and took him to a lab beneath Union Prison. The MDM president instructed her team to prepare everything needed to extract one for all from him, believing it should not fall into the hands of a villain but rather be given to All Might's daughter. As the scientists began their experiments on Izuku, he found himself in his mindscape, where 2 figures appeared before him, smiling. They urged him to take their hands and remember who he was, revealing that he was the Shadow Monarch, the Soul King, and that they were one. Izuku took their hands, merging with them. Outside his mindscape, the scientists noticed the tube containing Izuku glowing, and their eyes widened in shock as his appearance began to change. When Izuku opened his eyes, they glowed with newfound power, and the machines holding him began to break apart piece by piece. The glass shattered as Izuku emerged, surrounded by a red and purple aura. He glared at the scientists and the MDM president, who looked on in fear. Izuku had regained his memories and powers, remembering his past lives as Sung Jinwoo and Ichigo. He confronted the MDM president, expressing disbelief that they thought they could hold him. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stood before a door covered in a light aura, which was encased in ice. Curious, she opened the door and felt a cool breeze. Inside, she saw 𝗬𝗍𝗃 and 𝗬𝗃𝗃, both smiling at her. They invited her to take their hands and remember who she was, as they were one. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 accepted, merging with them and transforming into the Mona of light and goddess of ice. As her appearance changed, she smiled, finally remembering everything. She sensed Izuku's energy and felt joy, realizing he had regained his powers and memories as well. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 hurried to find him. Back with Izuku, he released his aura, his eyes glowing even brighter as he declared it was time to confront the MDM president. In a swift motion, he vanished, and the scientists were left in disarray. When he reappeared, he glared at the MDM president, who was terrified. Izuku confronted her, expressing his anger and frustration before overpowering her. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 arrived at the lab, witnessing the aftermath. She saw Izuku standing amidst the chaos and smiled warmly at him. Izuku acknowledged her presence, expressing happiness that she had regained her memories. He snapped his fingers, and clothes appeared on his body as he smiled at 𝗧𝗵𝗃. She ran to him, embracing him tightly. They shared a loving moment, and after a while, Izuku suggested they find 𝗧𝗃 and leave. 𝗧𝗃 noted how Izuku truly saw 𝗧𝗃 as a father figure, and Izuku reflected on how 𝗧𝗃 had been there for him, treating him like a son. He contemplated giving 𝗧𝗃 a power to help him protect himself. 𝗧𝗃 agreed it was a good idea, and they both smirked, ready to cause some chaos together. As they emerged from the underground tunnel leading to the lab, they were determined to find 𝗧𝗃. Upon reaching his cell, they were shocked to find him gravely injured, a sword embedded in his chest. Izuku rushed to 𝗧𝗃's side, supporting him as 𝗧𝗃 held his hand. Izuku urged 𝗧𝗃 to stay with him, refusing to accept that his time was up. 𝗧𝗃, with a weak smile, acknowledged their bond and asked Izuku to ensure that those who betrayed him would pay. He entrusted 𝗧𝗃 with the promise to take care of Izuku. With heavy hearts, they faced the reality of their situation, but the strength of their connections and the promise of vengeance fueled their resolve. Izuku stood over 𝗧𝗃's lifeless body, feeling a profound sense of loss. 𝗧𝗃 had always been there for him, a guiding figure in his life. As he touched 𝗧𝗃's hand, memories flooded his mind, revealing the circumstances of his death. The warden, under All Might's orders, had taken 𝗧𝗃's life, believing it necessary since 𝗧𝗃 was close to Izuku. With a heavy heart, Izuku rose, his aura darkening as he resolved to take action. He turned to 𝗧𝗃, expressing his intent to confront everyone in the prison, especially the warden. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 noticed the cold determination in his eyes and pulled him close, her warmth contrasting with his turmoil. She reassured him, acknowledging the pain of losing Stain, who had been like a father to him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 promised to stand by his side, no matter the challenges they faced. She gently touched his cheek and smiled, reminding him that she would always be there to support him. Izuku managed a small smile, grateful for her presence. He leaned in and kissed 𝗧𝗵𝗃, both finding solace in each other. After breaking the kiss, Izuku approached Stain's body and noticed the chain that had once adorned him. He took it and wore it proudly, whispering a farewell to Stain, whom he now considered a father figure. As he examined a letter left behind by Stain, he felt a wave of emotion. The letter expressed Stain's love and encouragement, urging Izuku to keep moving forward and to show the world his strength. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he read the heartfelt message. He then discovered a pure silver sword, which transformed into a shadowy aura upon his touch. With renewed determination, he vowed not to disappoint Stain. As Stain's body dissolved into golden particles, Izuku held the sword, his eyes glowing with purpose. He declared that they would take down every falsehood in the prison. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 nodded in agreement, and with a snap of his fingers, Izuku's attire shifted to a dark, powerful ensemble, complete with a hollow mask. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 transformed as well, her outfit becoming a striking combination of colors and styles. They charged into the prison, ready to confront the fakes. Izuku showed mercy to those who had been wrongfully accused, but his focus remained on the warden. Upon reaching the courtyard, he locked eyes with the warden, filled with rage. The warden, taken aback, demanded to know who they were and what they wanted. Izuku, with a fierce glare, posed a single question about Stain's death. The warden smugly revealed that All Might had ordered Stain's assassination, believing it necessary to eliminate anyone close to Izuku. He recounted how he had caught Stain off guard, laughing as he recounted the act. Izuku's bloodlust surged, silencing the laughter and instilling fear in the guards. He declared that they would all perish, their existence erased from memory. With 𝗧𝗵𝗃 by his side, they launched into action, swiftly taking down the guards. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, filled with righteous fury, unleashed a powerful attack, turning her enemies to dust. Izuku focused on the warden, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows, demanding that he fight back. With a surge of energy, Izuku punched through the warden, summoning his sword engulfed in dark flames. He struck decisively, reducing the warden to ashes. With vengeance in his heart, he vowed to confront All Might next, promising to dismantle everything he held dear. As 𝗧𝗵𝗃 approached him, she removed his mask and kissed him tenderly. Izuku's shadow extended, revealing his loyal soldiers, who greeted him with joy. 𝗬𝗏, one of his closest allies, expressed his excitement at their reunion, and Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie and purpose. He then approached 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 𝗧𝗪𝗧, who knelt before him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 expressed his pleasure at seeing Izuku, while 𝗧𝗪𝗧 conveyed their joy at his regained power. Izuku acknowledged their strength, noting their growth during his absence. He then turned to 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who was gently patting Baru on the head, and expressed his eagerness to see the size of their armies now. They traveled to the world of the rest, where Izuku observed that his army had indeed grown larger. All his shadow soldiers bowed before him, and he smiled at their loyalty. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remarked on the impressive growth of the Shadow Army during his time away. The Shadow Army greeted their liege respectfully, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 bowed alongside Baru and 𝗧𝗪𝗧. Izuku smiled at his army, expressing his happiness to have them back and assuring them he would call upon them when needed. He then informed 𝗧𝗵𝗃 that they would be returning, and she nodded in agreement as Izuku opened a portal back to the prison. He donned his mask again, sensing an approaching presence as the steel doors broke open. 𝗫𝗏𝗏 appeared, glaring at Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He commanded them to stop, declaring them villains. Izuku turned his attention to 𝗫𝗏𝗏, his eyes glowing behind the mask, and noted the arrival of the number 2 hero. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 questioned the purpose of 𝗫𝗏𝗏's visit, and he demanded their surrender, threatening to use force if necessary. Izuku released his aura, causing 𝗫𝗏𝗏 to falter and struggle to breathe. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 chuckled, challenging 𝗫𝗏𝗏's chances against them. Izuku remarked that they could finish him off in one attack, considering 𝗵𝗍𝗲's weakened state. 𝗵𝗍𝗲 ignited his flames, boosting himself as he charged at Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who sighed at his approach. Izuku asked 𝗧𝗃 if he should handle it, and she encouraged him to do so. Nodding, Izuku vanished, leaving 𝗵𝗍𝗲 in shock. He reappeared before 𝗵𝗍𝗲, holding Zangetsu, the short blade, and stated that he had no time for this, demanding 𝗵𝗍𝗲's defeat. With incredible speed, Izuku swung his sword, unleashing a powerful attack. He declared the name of his technique as he struck, and 𝗵𝗍𝗲 was swiftly defeated. Izuku reflected on the victory, pleased to have Zangetsu back in his possession. Both Yhwach and Zangetsu manifested in their spiritual forms, expressing their joy at seeing him again. Zangetsu acknowledged 𝗧𝗃, and Izuku introduced her, mentioning her future name. 𝗧𝗃 blushed slightly as Zangetsu expressed happiness for Izuku's newfound love, dismissing those who had wronged him. Izuku confirmed his intent to confront those who had betrayed him, particularly All Might, with a promise of vengeance. Zangetsu and Yhwach wished him luck, and Izuku turned his attention to 𝗵𝗍𝗲's body. He approached it, his eyes glowing as he commanded it to rise. The body was enveloped in shadows, transforming into a new form. A voice requested a name, and Izuku considered the changes before naming the newly risen soldier 𝗧𝗲𝗄, who vowed to carry his name with pride. Izuku instructed 𝗧𝗲𝗄 to return to his shadow, promising to call upon him when needed. Afterward, he summoned 𝗧𝗄, and they prepared to leave the prison. As Izuku charged an attack, he declared its name and unleashed it upon the prison, resulting in a massive explosion. He and 𝗧𝗃 flew away on 𝗧𝗄, and she inquired about their next steps. Izuku responded that they would continue moving forward until all their enemies were defeated. The scene shifted to Union Academy, where celebrations erupted as they believed they had captured the traitor, Izuku. Students mocked him, calling him weak and a villain. Nizu expressed satisfaction at the capture, while 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 noted his relief that his sister was no longer involved with Izuku. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 voiced his surprise at the revelation, while Ironwood suggested it was all an act to gain their trust. The students continued to disparage Izuku, with Uraraka expressing relief at his imprisonment, and Jairu and Mina echoing similar sentiments. Rias compared him unfavorably to Issei, while others joined in the ridicule, celebrating his downfall. Laughter filled the air as they reveled in their perceived victory, unaware of the true events unfolding in the prison. The scene opens with Shigaraki and the League of Villains, a smirk playing on his lips as they broadcast their message across all news channels. He addresses the heroes, taunting them about their current situation. The members of Union Academy stare at Shigaraki, confusion and concern etched on their faces. Aizawa, known as Eraserhead, demands to know Shigaraki's intentions. Shigaraki responds with a casual tone, expressing his longing to inform them of the mistake they have made. Bakugo, filled with energy, boasts about capturing the supposed traitor, while Shoto confirms that they have finally found him, insisting he was always meant to be there. All Might interjects, declaring that they will no longer provide any information to Shigaraki. With a mocking laugh, Shigaraki reveals a shocking truth: there was never a traitor among them. The heroes are taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Dabi adds to the revelation, explaining that they had framed Izuku to make it appear as if he was the traitor. The heroes are left in stunned silence as Shigaraki continues to unveil their deception. Nizu, the headmaster, struggles to comprehend the implications of this revelation, recalling the pictures and videos that had led them to believe in Izuku's betrayal. Shigaraki smugly reminds them that they have a member in the League capable of transforming into others. At that moment, Toga steps forward, drinking Izuku's BLD before transforming into him, causing shock to ripple through the crowd. Shigaraki mocks the headmasters for their lack of investigation, pointing out their failure to uncover the truth. Toga adds her own taunt, expressing disbelief that they would betray Izuku, who was every girl's dream. Shigaraki then poses a question about whether Izuku Yagi will still choose to be a hero after all that has happened to him. In a moment of despair, Inko collapses to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she reflects on her actions towards her son. The atmosphere grows heavy with regret as everyone begins to cry, realizing the weight of their decisions. Rias quietly acknowledges their betrayal, while 𝗵𝗲𝗧𝗧 mourns the loss of the man who had loved them all deeply. The girls were overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on their actions. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and Kota expressed their sorrow about hurting their father. As they cried, Aizawa comforted them, while some boys looked down in shame. They decided to go to the prison to free Izuku, unaware that he had already escaped. Meanwhile, Izuku sat atop a building, examining his new stats and abilities in his vigilante suit. He pondered how these newfound powers could be beneficial. Just then Kena arrived, bringing food for them to share. Izuku smiled at her, grateful for her presence. She informed him that Shigaraki had revealed his innocence, which made Izuku smirk, eager to see the guilt on their faces. Izuku proposed the idea of creating their own nation, a place for those who were powerful yet mistreated by society. Kena agreed, suggesting they could call it the City of Dreams. They planned to start in the morning, deciding to get some rest for the night. Izuku opened a portal, leading them to the realm of shadows. As shadow dragons soared above, his soldiers knelt in respect upon their arrival. Izuku headed to his castle, surprised by its transformation. 𝗬𝗏 greeted him, having remodeled the castle with the help of other soldiers. Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging them as more than just shadows but as family. Kena joined in, praising the soldiers for their hard work. They then entered the castle and made their way to the 𝗵𝘃𝗲 bedroom. Izuku gently placed Kena on the bed, and she blushed at his intentions. He expressed his longing to start a family with her, sharing how much she meant to him. Kena reciprocated his feelings, and they embraced, sharing a tender moment. Later, Izuku found himself in the mindscape of 𝗵𝗃, where he encountered the past users. They expressed concern about the darkness creeping into his power due to his path of anger and revenge. Izuku acknowledged their worries, believing his shadow energy was amplifying his abilities. The users cautioned him against seeking vengeance, reminding him of his role as a hero. Nana, his grandmother, urged him to give others a chance, despite the pain they had caused him. Izuku, however, felt a surge of bloodlust, dismissing their pleas. He was resolute in his longing for revenge, believing that those who had betrayed him deserved no mercy. Nana pressed him further, asking if he would harm 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Kota as well. In a moment of anger, Izuku used his power to grab her neck, warning her not to mention their names. The tension in the mindscape escalated as he struggled with the conflict between his longing for vengeance and the love he held for those he cared about. Izuku stood before his grandmother, expressing a profound change within himself. He had altered his DNA, severing ties with the Yagi and 𝗵𝗵𝗲 families. As he dropped her to the ground, small tears formed in her eyes. He continued, sharing his feelings about 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Kota, stating that he didn't hate them but felt disappointment. He reassured her that he would never harm them, emphasizing that he wasn't heartless enough to kill children. Nana, concerned, asked what he planned to do instead. Izuku looked down at her, his eyes glowing with determination, and cryptically replied that it was for her to discover. He then declared it was time to send them all to rest, using his monarch authority to hold them in place. He told them he would be sending them to heaven, wishing them peace as their bodies began to fade away. He asserted that they were no longer in control of 𝗵𝗃𝗏. He was. Nana pleaded with him to reconsider, reminding him that they were family. But Izuku remained resolute, stating he would not stop until all his enemies were defeated, vowing that nothing would deter him from his quest for revenge, even if it meant sacrificing everything. As the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 users vanished, their souls ascended. Izuku then faced Zangetsu and Yhwach, who questioned his decision. Izuku affirmed that they deserved rest after being trapped in the quirk for too long. Yhwach agreed, and Izuku expressed his determination to achieve revenge, no matter the cost. They nodded in understanding as Izuku trained with them, severing his connection to All Might and the quirk. He bid farewell to Zangetsu and Yhwach, who encouraged him to handle any threats that arose. With a smirk, Izuku assured them he would. Upon waking, he found himself resting on Kena's chest, her loving smile greeting him. He returned her affection, calling her his appealing ice goddess. As they shared a moment, Izuku suggested making breakfast before searching for a place to establish their nation. Kena agreed, revealing her belief that she was 𝗵𝗃, which filled Izuku with joy. They embraced, sharing laughter as he playfully tickled her. After showering together in the castle's bathroom, they dressed and enjoyed breakfast. Once finished, they set out to find suitable land for their nation. Upon arriving at an empty plot, Izuku smiled, declaring it perfect for their plans. Kana agreed, suggesting they also rescue quirkless individuals. Izuku summoned his shadows, providing them with instructions as they prepared to set off. He and Kana vanished, reappearing in the city, ready to begin their mission. Years passed, and Izuku's shadows completed the construction of the City of Dreams. He had rescued numerous quirkless individuals, who now regarded him as their protector. Kana had given 𝗵𝗃 to their children, Shin and 𝗵𝗃𝗁, who thrived under Izuku's guidance. As Izuku defended his city from threats, he also ventured into space to confront any outer gods attempting to invade Earth. He had grown stronger, mastering new abilities and training his son, Shin, who displayed prodigious talent. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 also learned from him, embracing her magical and combat training. Meanwhile, Union City was in turmoil. Many, including Eri and Kota, mourned the loss of Izuku, who had been eliminating false heroes and villains. The quirkless population had vanished without a trace, leaving the city in despair. At Union Academy, pro-heroes and headmasters convened to discuss the troubling disappearances. Nizu opened the meeting, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Ironwood echoed his concerns, noting that only those with quirks remained in the city. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 speculated that someone might be kidnapping the quirkless, while 𝗵𝗃𝗃 expressed her frustration over the unknown perpetrator. Aizawa mentioned that Endeavor was missing, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 pointed out the vigilante known as Shadow, who had been eliminating more heroes and villains. Ryuko suggested that Shadow could be involved in the kidnappings, prompting Hawks to recall their last encounter with him. As the scene shifted, Izuku was seen confronting the heroes after saving a quirkless person. He greeted them with a mix of sarcasm and confidence, unaware of the storm brewing around him. Izuku was quite famous, and Hawks approached him, urging him to come quietly or they would have to take him by force. Izuku responded with a mocking tone, suggesting that Hawks had grown bold and questioned whether he wanted to be reminded of his place. He challenged Hawks, implying that he could not accomplish what he claimed. The heroes felt a chill run down their spines as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 confronted Izuku, accusing him of killing innocent people and stating that they would take him down. Izuku laughed, questioning her definition of innocence and pointing out that the villains were not the only ones suffering. He argued that the heroes had failed to prevent chaos, insisting that he was doing what they could not. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Izuku's mother, expressed her disapproval of his actions, questioning whether he believed that killing was justified. Izuku affirmed his stance, dismissing her concerns and labeling all heroes as fake. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, one of the heroes, tried to defend their actions, claiming they ensured everyone's safety. Izuku laughed menacingly, challenging 𝗧𝗵𝗃 to reveal the whereabouts of Izuku Yagi, the pro-hero. The pro-heroes fell silent as Izuku accused them of imprisoning Yagi without proper investigation. He pressed them for answers, highlighting the suffering of quirkless individuals in society and condemning the heroes for their discrimination. Izuku declared that society was diseased and needed to be cleansed, vowing to burn it down and create a new, evolved society from the ashes. He warned that anyone who stood in his way would face dire consequences. Just then, All Might arrived, commanding Izuku to stay down, declaring that he was no match for them. Izuku retorted, claiming he could defeat All Might even with his hands tied. All Might insisted they would bring him to justice, but Izuku reminded him of the past, questioning how he knew about the order to eliminate the hero killer stain. Aizawa, another hero, asked All Might what Izuku was talking about, and Izuku feigned innocence, revealing that he knew much about All Might, including the fact that he had lost his quirk and was relying on a serum. All Might was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how Izuku had this information. As the tension escalated, Izuku unleashed his bloodlust, causing the heroes to tremble in fear. He challenged them to confront him, and before they could react, he appeared in front of All Might and 𝗵𝗃𝗃, knocking them both out with a powerful slam. He then turned his attention to All Might, vowing not to kill him just yet, but to make him suffer. Dodging a kick from 𝗵𝘃𝗀, Izuku appeared behind her, delivering a swift punch that sent her flying. He taunted her, questioning how far a bunny could fly. As 𝗵𝘃𝗀 soared through the air, he caught her and slammed her down, leaving her bloodied. Hawks attempted to attack with his feathers, but Izuku evaded them, effortlessly igniting his hands with dark flames. He burned Hawk's wings, causing him to scream in pain. Izuku smirked beneath his mask as Ryuko charged at him with her dragon claws. He dodged her attack with incredible speed and retaliated with a powerful kick, knocking her out of her dragon form. Izuku then faced Aizawa, who tried to attack him. Izuku caught Aizawa's leg and slammed him to the ground, mocking his abilities. Aizawa attempted to create distance, but Izuku was faster, taking a punch that barely affected him. He countered with a punch that knocked Aizawa out. With the remaining heroes watching in despair, Izuku declared them weaklings. His ally, emerged and asked why Izuku hadn't killed them. Izuku replied that he would take his time, intending to make them suffer slowly. Understood and returned to the shadows. Izuku warned the heroes to count their days, promising that he would come for them soon before disappearing into the shadows. As the flashback ended, the heroes recalled how badly they had been defeated and began discussing how to find the missing individuals. Meanwhile, in the City of Dreams, Izuku was in his forge, crafting a new weapon for himself. He reflected on the years since he created Union City, noting that things had been peaceful and that everyone was enjoying life. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 entered with their daughter, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. She greeted Izuku joyfully, and he embraced her, calling her his ball of sunshine. They shared a tender moment before 𝗧𝗵𝗃, their son, joined them. After a playful exchange, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked what Izuku was making. He explained that he was crafting weapons for the guards and teaching the people how to fight, helping them unlock their potential and use magic. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 expressed her pride in his work, and Izuku smiled, knowing that they were building a better future together. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was blushing, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Izuku. He affectionately called her princess and asked her to pass him the towel. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 happily obliged, handing the towel to him with a smile. Izuku ruffled her hair and wiped the sweat from his brow, taking a refreshing sip of soda. He remarked that nothing beat a cold drink after a long day of hard work. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 suggested they have a family day, and 𝗧𝗵 eagerly agreed, expressing that they could have a great time together. Izuku, feeling excited, said he would take a quick shower and change his clothes. After 30 minutes, he emerged, looking sharp and ready for their outing. As they stepped outside, people in the city greeted them warmly, praising Izuku for the positive changes he had brought to their lives. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 commented on how he had truly transformed everyone's lives, and Izuku responded with pride, saying he was glad they were happy and that he would do anything to protect them. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then excitedly asked for ice cream, and Izuku happily agreed. The family enjoyed their treat together before heading to the mall in Dream City, where they bought cute clothes for 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and shared a meal. They visited the carnival, where 𝗵𝗃𝗲 delighted in the rides, bringing joy to Izuku's heart. They played laser tag as a family, creating wonderful memories and capturing moments in pictures. Later, they found themselves in an appealing field, where they continued to have fun. Izuku asked 𝗵𝗃𝗲 if she was enjoying the day, and she enthusiastically declared it the best day of her life, her smile radiating happiness. Meanwhile, Kota and Eri felt a pang of sadness, wondering if they had been replaced in Izuku's heart. As 𝗵𝗃𝗲 enjoyed some cake, she made a delightful mess, causing Izuku and 𝗧𝗵 to chuckle. They both thought about how adorable she was and vowed to protect her innocence, ensuring she would always smile. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, noticing their exchange, giggled, suspecting they were discussing 𝗵𝗃𝗲's future. The day turned into night, and both 𝗧𝗵 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 fell asleep in Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗃's laps. They smiled down at their children, covering them with a blanket while gazing at the appealing night sky. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remarked on how lovely it was, and Izuku agreed, feeling grateful for the family he had always wanted. He promised to do whatever it took to keep them smiling, even if it meant facing great challenges. The scene shifted to Izuku's house the next morning, where he woke up to find 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sleeping peacefully on his chest. He smiled and kissed her forehead, causing her to wake up. She greeted him warmly, and he returned the affection. They discussed checking on their children, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 suggested they do so together. As they approached the kids' room, they encountered their butler, 𝗲𝗄, who greeted them and informed them that the children were brushing their teeth. Izuku asked 𝗲𝗄 to prepare breakfast while he and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 freshened up. In the kids' room, Shin was sitting on his bed, engrossed in a book about martial arts that Izuku had created. Izuku offered to train him later, reminiscing about a time when 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had caught them training too hard, which had resulted in a memorable punishment. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 returned with 𝗲𝗫𝗄, who brightened the room with her presence. She ran to Izuku, hugging him tightly, and he picked her up, showering her with kisses, which made her giggle. The cuteness of the moment was overwhelming for everyone present, including Izuku's soldiers, who were in awe of 𝗲𝗫𝗄's charm. As Izuku tried to maintain his composure, Shin noticed his father's struggle to keep from fainting at 𝗲𝗫𝗄's adorableness. Izuku instructed 𝗲𝗫𝗄 to go downstairs with her brother while he and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 got ready. 𝗲𝗫𝗄 cheerfully agreed, and the family continued their day, filled with love and laughter. Shin called out to 𝗲𝗫𝗄, suggesting they head downstairs and wait for their parents. 𝗲𝗫𝗄 agreed, taking her big brother's hand with a bright smile. They made their way downstairs, where Izuku and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 were finishing their workout at the gym. After completing their exercise, they took a shower and got ready, both looking sharp in their outfits. As they descended the stairs, they discovered breakfast was ready. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remarked on the delicious spread, and Izuku praised 𝗲𝗄 for the wonderful meal. 𝗲𝗄 expressed his happiness in serving them, and 𝗲𝗫𝗄 encouraged 𝗲𝗄 to join them for breakfast, considering him part of the family due to his long-standing role as Izuku's butler. The family enjoyed their meal, filled with laughter and joy. Once breakfast was over, the maids came to clean up. Izuku was about to head to his castle when he sensed something unusual. He looked in the direction of a nearby disturbance. It seemed a gate had opened, radiating a strong magical energy. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 confirmed she felt it too, suggesting it was likely an S-rank gate. Izuku decided to handle the situation, assuring 𝗧𝗵𝗃 he wouldn't be long. 𝗲𝗫𝗄 asked him to bring back ice cream, despite 𝗧𝗵𝗃 reminding her that she had just had some the day before. With her adorable puppy eyes, 𝗲𝗫𝗄 managed to sway 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who reluctantly agreed to let Izuku get the treat. Shin wanted to accompany his father, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 insisted it was too dangerous for him. Understanding, Shin accepted his mother's decision. Izuku shared affectionate goodbyes with his family before using a flash step to vanish, appearing atop a mountain to assess the gate. He noted its size, suspecting it was the work of the 𝗎𝗏𝗏, who were known for their ability to open such gates. Izuku realized the outer gods were still attempting to invade Earth, and he felt it was his duty to protect his home. Standing confidently, he noticed tanks from Union City and decided to use his Monarch authority to disable them. As he observed the scene, he saw some heroes present and opened a portal beneath them, causing them to fall inside. With a smirk, he prepared for the confrontation ahead. Meanwhile, at Union Academy, the loss of contact with their tanks and heroes raised alarms among the staff, who speculated about the mysterious force behind it. Back with Izuku, he summoned his daggers, surrounded by a dark aura, and called out to the emerging threats. The gate began to crack, revealing multiple titans with a menacing presence. The Titan commander acknowledged Izuku as the only human sent to stop them, to which Izuku confidently accepted the challenge. The commander boasted about his army, but Izuku remained unfazed, revealing that he was not alone. As shadows began to extend around him, Izuku summoned his soldiers, millions strong, ready for battle. He urged his army to make quick work of the Titans, and they charged forward. Izuku joined the fray, swiftly taking down Titans as if they were mere insects. He taunted them, relishing the thrill of the fight. When a Titan attacked him, he skillfully countered, using his daggers and authority to dispatch it effortlessly. With excitement, he unleashed shadow magic, summoning dark spears that struck down more Titans. As the battle intensified, Izuku wielded his scythe, executing rapid strikes against the Titans. He felt invigorated, enjoying the challenge. When the Titan commander launched an attack, Izuku leaped into the air, channeling his energy into a powerful strike that sent the commander flying. With a confident demeanor, he transformed his hand into a massive claw of shadow energy and slammed it down onto the commander, crashing him into the ground. As the dust settled, Izuku noticed a smaller titan emerging from the larger one, revealing the true mastermind behind the chaos. Before the smaller titan could react, Izuku swiftly dispatched it with a simple gesture, leaving the commander in shock. Izuku observed the titan commander, a smirk forming on his face as he prepared for battle. The commander unleashed a massive magical attack aimed at him, but Izuku was unfazed. He summoned both of his 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he recalled the last time he had used them. With a confident grin, he infused his weapons with energy and unleashed a powerful technique, sending a wave of energy that struck the Titan commander. The force of the attack obliterated the commander's form, resulting in a brilliant explosion of energy. As the dust settled, Izuku walked forward, his shadow bowing in respect. He expressed his satisfaction with his soldiers, acknowledging their efforts. Looking at the fallen titans, his eyes glowed with determination as he commanded them to rise. Dark shadows enveloped their bodies, transforming them into his loyal soldiers. The system confirmed his success, noting the increase in his elite forces. Izuku felt a surge of pride at the growth of his army. He then turned his attention to the Titan commander, who had been resurrected and stood before him. Izuku named him Titan, expressing his expectations for the newly formed soldier. Titan assured him of his loyalty, and Izuku allowed him to return to the shadows. With a smile, he continued on his path. Meanwhile, the headmasters of the Union sensed the immense energy from Izuku's attack, speculating about its origin. In the vastness of space, a god commanded his army to conquer Izuku's world, unaware of the formidable protector that awaited them. The commander of the god's army acknowledged the task, gathering troops to march toward Earth. As the army advanced, they were oblivious to the fact that Izuku had been defending his world from their forces for years. They believed it would be easy to conquer a planet without a protector, especially since they thought the Shadow Monarch was no longer alive. However, they were mistaken. Izuku sensed a portal opening and saw angelic beings emerging. With a heavy sigh, he prepared himself for the confrontation, expressing his longing to end this quickly. The outer gods, observing from afar, were taken aback by the aura radiating from him, realizing that he was indeed alive. He commanded the shadows to arise, enveloping the enemy army in a vast black domain. As the shadows began to devour the intruders, Izuku's weapons emerged from the darkness, striking down the forces of the god's army. The soldiers transformed into his loyal shadows, standing by his side as he faced the remaining foes. Izuku addressed the outer gods, declaring his intent to confront them. The scene shifted to outer space, where he battled the 𝗎𝗏𝗻 forces attempting to invade Earth. In his Soul King form, he radiated a dark aura, determined to protect his world. His shadows swiftly eliminated the enemies that dared to approach. As more angelic beings charged at him, Izuku summoned Zangetsu, enveloping it in spirit energy. He unleashed a devastating energy slash that decimated half of the approaching forces, leaving them in shock. In a dimensional rift, mysterious beings observed Izuku's display of power, noting his remarkable growth since their last encounter. They contemplated reaching out to him, aware that he had become significantly stronger. However, they hesitated, recalling their past as enemies and the need to approach him carefully. Back on the battlefield, Izuku commanded the fallen angelic beings to rise as his shadows, directing them to fight against the remaining forces. He stood confidently, fully in control of the shadows around him. The outer gods watched in disbelief, realizing that Izuku had surpassed their expectations. As the battle raged on, the mysterious figures in the rift acknowledged the unprecedented level of strength Izuku had achieved, recognizing that none of them could match his power. The situation was dire, and they could only hope to find a way to ally with the Shadow Monarch in the future. The chills were undeniable. Even in another dimension, they could still feel his aura. It was clear that he had transcended into something beyond death, surpassing the absolute being. The anticipation to meet the Shadow Monarch was palpable. Izuku stood resolutely, glaring at the 𝗎𝗏𝗻 forces before him. They had made a grave mistake by entering his world. This was not a realm for them to conquer. One of the commanders, 𝗬𝗲𝗄, noted with interest that the Shadow Monarch was even stronger than before, effortlessly dismantling their forces as if they were mere insects. Izuku demanded to know 𝗬𝗲𝗄's name, recognizing him as the commander of the 𝗎𝗲𝗄 forces. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 introduced himself as one of the apostles, ranked number 6 among them. He explained that his 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had sent him to conquer this world, not expecting Izuku to be alive, as he had perished in his previous existence. Izuku revealed that he was indeed present and offered 𝗬𝗲𝗄 a chance to live, instructing him to inform his gods and the rulers working with the outer gods. 𝗬𝗲𝗄's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't anticipated that Izuku would be aware of their collaboration. Izuku explained that as the Shadow Monarch, ruler of darkness and king of the dead, he had access to the memories of the outer gods he had defeated recently. He knew that some of their apostles were already on Earth. While they had conquered other planets in different dimensions, Izuku made it clear that they would not succeed here as long as he was around. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Izuku declared that he would eliminate any remaining threats and instructed 𝗬𝗲𝗄 to relay this message to his gods. He pointed his sword at 𝗬𝗲𝗄, enveloped in a deadly aura, signaling that it would be on sight. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 quickly teleported away to inform the outer gods of the looming threat. Izuku surveyed the area, noticing more 𝗎𝗲𝗄 forces approaching. With a heavy sigh, he acknowledged their persistence and resolved to turn this to his advantage, knowing that each encounter would only strengthen his army. He charged a powerful attack and unleashed it upon the advancing forces, obliterating them effortlessly. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗲𝗄 arrived at the location of his 𝗵𝘃𝗲𝗄 and the gods, reporting that the Shadow Monarch had grown too powerful and was aware of their presence on Earth, decimating their armies with ease. The response from the 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was calm yet troubling. They would still conquer the planet, claiming it as their own since it was now without 𝗵𝘃𝗲. A mysterious female figure spoke, instructing 𝗬𝗲𝗄 to join the other apostles as they prepared to head to Earth and gather more followers. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 complied, teleporting away as the figure smirked, her eyes glowing with golden power, confident that soon the world would be theirs, and the Shadow Monarch would not be able to stop them. Back in the aftermath of the battle, Izuku stood amidst the fallen 𝗎𝗲𝗄 forces, transforming them into his shadows. He decided it was time to return home, sensing that their attack had ceased for now. However, he knew they would return, driven by their obsession with conquest. He pondered the fate of the other monarchs, hoping they were alive and on his side. If not, he would have to send them to the afterlife once more. The scene shifted to Union Academy, where Izuku's former companions were engulfed in sorrow. They missed him deeply, reflecting on their past mistakes. They regretted not believing in his innocence and felt the weight of their actions. The question lingered, would Izuku ever forgive them? Everything they had done to him weighed heavily on their hearts. Rias expressed her concern about Eri and Kota, noting how they hadn't been the same since the incident, often crying themselves to sleep. Stella lamented that they had made the biggest mistake of their lives. The girls began to cry, wishing they had never hurt Izuku. Meanwhile, the narrator pointed out that their tears wouldn't change the fact that Izuku was intent on revenge. Inko was in her room, tears streaming down her face, while All Might comforted her. He reassured her that they would find Izuku and be a family again. Inko pleaded with him to bring her baby boy back. The narrator interjected, reminding everyone that they would never be a family again, as Izuku was out for BLD and wouldn't forgive them. Izuku arrived at his nation, noticing how long his hair had grown in his Soul King form. He transformed back to his normal appearance, snapping his fingers to change his clothes, admiring his new look. Ru emerged from Izuku's shadow, along with 𝗎𝗲𝗄 and 𝗵𝘃𝗄 in their smaller forms. Ru questioned the wisdom of letting an apostle go, suggesting they could have eliminated him. Izuku acknowledged the point but explained that he wanted the gods to know he was coming for them. 𝗎𝗲𝗄 asked about the other apostles who had made it to Earth. Izuku confirmed he would hunt them down, but they were currently in hiding, aware that he was onto them. He planned to wait for them to make a move, stating that they had chosen the wrong planet to try to conquer. Izuku flash-stepped home and entered to find 𝗲𝗲𝗄 and Shin watching TV, which made him smile. 𝗲𝗲𝗄 rushed to him with a bright smile, calling him Daddy, and giggling as he hugged her and kissed her cheeks. He then greeted Shin, ruffling his hair and asking if he was okay. Shin replied that he was fine and inquired if Izuku was done with his tasks. Izuku confirmed he was, and Shin mentioned that 𝗧𝗍 was busy talking to some people in the meeting room. Curious, Izuku headed to the meeting room, sensing strong energy signatures coming from there. Upon entering, he saw 𝗧𝗍 speaking with mysterious female figures radiating powerful auras. 𝗧𝗍 welcomed him back and introduced the girls, who were impressed by Izuku's aura. They introduced themselves: 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, the fox goddess; 𝗧𝗨𝗨𝗏, the goddess of lightning; 𝗵𝘃𝗲, the goddess of fire; 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, the goddess of creation and war; and 𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲, the goddess of chaos. Izuku was captivated by their beauty and introduced himself as the monarch of shadows, the god of darkness and death, and the ruler of Dream City. He sensed that the goddesses had not come without purpose, asking if there was anything he could assist them with. The scene shifted as Izuku expressed his curiosity about why such appealing goddesses would visit his city. The girls blushed at his compliment, and 𝗧𝗍 explained that they wanted to meet the ruler of the city, having heard that it was a place where everyone was treated equally with love and respect. Izuku confirmed that it was true, as he worked hard to maintain peace in Dream City. 𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲 found it interesting that he was the god of death, and 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗲 shared that they had traveled the world, witnessing the suffering of quirkless and powerless people, as they had once been human themselves. 𝗧𝗍 added that they had earned their titles through hardship and battles. Izuku realized they were interested in becoming citizens of Dream City, and after consulting with 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲, who believed they meant no harm, he welcomed them warmly, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks. Izuku welcomed the girls to Dream City, and they smiled warmly at him, feeling a sense of charm radiating from his presence. They expressed their gratitude for his hospitality. Izuku then asked them to share their abilities, promising to reveal his own afterward, as he felt a growing trust in them. 𝗧𝗍 eagerly agreed, and they began explaining their powers, leaving Izuku impressed. When it was his turn, he described his abilities and the significance of his titles, which left the girls astonished at his overwhelming strength. 𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲 remarked on how powerful he was, even stronger than them combined. 𝗧𝗍 asked 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲 about her abilities, and 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲 shared her impressive skills, which further impressed the group. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗲 suggested they should spar sometime, to which 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲 happily agreed. 𝗧𝗍 then mentioned a poster they had seen about someone named Izuku Yagi, showing his picture. Upon seeing it, Izuku's demeanor shifted, and a hint of his darker aura emerged, revealing his frustration with the mention of his past. The girls sensed the intensity of his feelings and wondered what he had endured to evoke such a response. 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲, concerned, urged Izuku to calm down and hugged him, helping to ease his tension. He then inquired about the poster's origin, and 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲 explained that they had seen it in Union City. 𝗧𝗍 asked why he was upset about it, and Izuku shared his troubled history with Union City, expressing his longing for revenge against those who had wronged him. The girls listened intently, their emotions shifting from shock to anger at the injustices he had faced. 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲 expressed her outrage, and 𝗧𝗍𝗃 offered to join him in seeking justice. 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗲 echoed her sentiment, wanting to ensure those responsible suffered for their actions. Izuku reassured them that he would make sure they faced consequences, his determination evident. He smiled at the girls, inviting them to meet his children and explore the appealing sights of the city together. 𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲 asked where they would stay, and Izuku offered his home, assuring them it would not be a burden. The girls agreed, grateful for his kindness and feeling a sense of trust in him. As they settled into Dream City, the girls found happiness in the peaceful environment. Izuku built a shrine for 𝗧𝗍𝗵𝗃𝗲 at her request, and they all grew fond of him, appreciating his kindness and dedication as a father. The girls became protective of his children, Evangel and Shin, while 𝗵𝘃𝗃𝗲 frequently sparred with 𝗧𝗍𝗃𝗲. Izuku trained them, sharing his abilities and techniques, helping them grow stronger. Months later, Izuku was engaged in his workout routine, pushing himself to the limit. As he completed his 1,000 push-ups, steam rose from his body. 𝗪𝗏𝗃𝗲, his companion, emerged from the shadows, questioning why he chose to exercise instead of using his spiritual manifestation abilities. Izuku explained that he preferred the traditional method, having achieved a strong physique through hard work, and he wanted to enhance his physical strength without relying on his powers. Meanwhile, The girls were caring for the sleeping children when 𝗧𝗵𝗃 brought up a topic that piqued their interest. She noted that they had all developed feelings for Izuku, causing them to blush. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 smirked at their reactions, teasing them about their affection. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 admitted their feelings, highlighting his kindness and gentle nature. 𝗧𝗪𝗏𝗄 acknowledged his occasional ruthlessness but emphasized his caring side as a father and leader. 𝗬𝗏 praised his fighting spirit and willingness to protect those he loved. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 was a kind-hearted person who cared deeply for others. 𝗬𝗏 thought he was incredibly handsome, the kind of guy every girl dreamed of. She couldn't understand why some girls would cheat on him. They must have been under some spell, because she would never betray someone as wonderful as Izuku. Even with his past, he still looked amazing. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 acknowledged that she didn't mind sharing him, but she was the alpha of the 𝗧𝗪𝗏. She believed that if Izuku accepted their feelings, he would love them all equally. The girls agreed, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 suggested they find him so they could express their feelings. As they tucked the kids into bed, the girls blushed but nodded, determined to seek out Izuku. They searched the entire house but couldn't find him. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 speculated that he might be in the gym training. Upon entering the gym, the girls were greeted by the sight of Izuku without a shirt, causing them to blush furiously. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remarked that she had seen his physique many times but could never get used to it. Izuku noticed them and asked what they needed. The girls took a deep breath and, in unison, declared their love for him. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. They expressed how amazing he was, how much he cared for others, and how they wanted to be with him. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 reassured him that they were not like his past, they would never betray his trust. As Izuku contemplated their words, he received encouragement from Zangetsu and Yawatch through telepathy. They urged him to give the girls a chance, assuring him that they truly loved him. Realizing the sincerity in their eyes, Izuku smiled warmly and accepted their confession. They all shared tender kisses, and he promised to ensure their happiness. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 and Shin arrived, greeting everyone. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 introduced the girls as their new mothers, and the children embraced them, filling the room with joy. Izuku watched the scene with a warm smile, vowing to protect his family and ensure they would never be sad again. The next day, Izuku strolled through the city, feeling a bit bored. He had completed all his paperwork and had nothing to do at home since the girls had taken the kids shopping. Suddenly, he spotted Shin, who had escaped from the girls while they were busy shopping for clothes. Shin suggested they have a father-son bonding day at the arcade, and Izuku agreed. However, both sensed a dark and ominous aura nearby. They quickly made their way to the source and discovered a red sky, indicating the presence of a gate. Shin pointed out the gate, and Izuku recognized it as belonging to 𝗵𝗃𝗄, the monarch of destruction. He recalled their past encounter, realizing that this could mean trouble. If 𝗵𝗃𝗄 was here, it was likely that other monarchs were as well. Izuku prepared for the worst, knowing he might have to confront them again. He summoned his shadow soldiers, ready to face whatever emerged from the gate. With determination, father and son stood side by side, ready to protect their family and confront the challenges ahead. Izuku gazed back at the gate, his eyes glowing purple as a dark aura surrounded him. He thought to himself that he was eager to see what lay beyond the gate and who would challenge him today. The scene picked up where it had left off, with Izuku and his army, along with his son, waiting for the figure inside the gate to emerge. Izuku pondered whether the monarchs would be on his side. Suddenly, the gate swung open, and his army readied themselves. Shin summoned the red daggers his father had given him, while Izuku called forth both his long and short blades. As the gate opened, appealing figures emerged, radiating a powerful and dangerous aura. They commented on the differences of Earth compared to their old world, noting the abundance of mana and understanding why the 𝗎𝗏𝗏 desired this realm. They spotted Izuku, who stood confused with his army and son, and one of them teased him about expecting someone else. Izuku was taken aback, realizing they knew his name but questioning their identities. The girls introduced themselves as the monarchs, which left Izuku in disbelief. He recalled their previous forms, now transformed into stunning beings that made him blush. Shin, observing the situation, sighed, realizing that these new monarchs might become his new mothers. 𝗵𝗃𝗄, one of the monarchs, noticed Shin and inquired about him. Izuku introduced his son, and the monarchs were surprised to learn he had a child. Izuku then questioned their intentions, wondering if they had come to wreak havoc on humanity once more. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 assured him they were not there to destroy but to ally with him against the 𝗎𝗪𝗻 and rulers. Izuku was curious about how they had returned after he had defeated them. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explained that, like him, they had reincarnated. Izuku contemplated whether he could trust them, and the girls felt a chill at his words. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 smirked, impressed by Izuku's newfound strength, while the others sensed the depth of his power. 𝗧𝗪𝗲 remarked on his transformation, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 reassured him that they had truly changed and wanted to help him. Izuku sensed sincerity in their words and decided to trust them. 𝗬𝗲 expressed gratitude, revealing they had observed his battles against the 𝗎𝗪𝗻. 𝗎𝗪𝗻 approached Izuku, questioning the wisdom of trusting the monarchs. Izuku reassured him that he sensed no deceit and reminded everyone that they shared a common goal. The girls felt a shiver at the mention of history repeating itself, and 𝗬𝗵𝗲 affirmed their commitment to their alliance. Izuku commanded his soldiers to return to the shadows and smiled at the girls, causing them to blush. He informed them they would be staying in Dream City with him and his other companions. 𝗬𝗲 was surprised to hear about his multiple wives and daughter, which intrigued the girls. As they prepared to leave, Shin reminded Izuku of the situation awaiting them at home. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging that they were in for a surprise. He then guided the girls to follow him and Shin as they flashed away, arriving outside Dream City. The girls were in awe of its beauty, and Izuku expressed his happiness that they liked it, revealing that he had created it. Izuku decided to take his son Shin home after helping those in need in the city. As they arrived, he hoped the girls would be in a good mood, as he didn't want to face their displeasure. Despite being one of the strongest beings in the world, dealing with upset wives was not something he enjoyed. Upon entering his house, they were greeted by the sight of Izuku's 𝗓𝗪𝗻 in the living room, surrounded by a dark aura. Nervously he greeted them, while Shin hid behind 𝗵𝗃𝗲, pleading for help. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 found the situation amusing, and the other monarchs shared in her laughter. 𝗬𝗓𝗐, one of the monarchs, asked Izuku to explain why he had taken Shin to the gate, while 𝗓𝗪𝗀𝗻 inquired about the girls accompanying him. Kana's eyes glowed as she turned her attention to Shin, demanding an explanation for his absence. Both Izuku and Shin were sweating under the pressure, knowing how intimidating Kana could be when she was angry. Izuku began to explain the events that had transpired, and after hearing his story, the girls decided to let them off the hook this time. Kana welcomed the new girls, hoping they would all get along, and 𝗬𝗲 expressed her gratitude for their hospitality. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, Izuku's beloved daughter, came downstairs with Wiz and immediately ran to hug her father, who returned the embrace warmly. She excitedly shared that her mother had brought her new clothes and toys. Izuku kissed her cheek, causing her to giggle, and everyone present felt their hearts melt at the sight of the sweet moment. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then noticed the new girls and asked who they were. Izuku introduced them, and the girls immediately embraced 𝗵𝗃𝗲, declaring that anyone who tried to hurt her would face dire consequences. Izuku chuckled, pleased to see how well the girls had warmed up to his daughter. 2 months passed, and the girls settled in, forming close bonds with both 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and Shin. They treated each other like family and even confessed their feelings for Izuku, joining his 𝗓𝗪𝗻. Izuku took on the responsibility of managing the gates that appeared near Dream City and occasionally accompanied 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and the other girls into space to handle the invading 𝗎𝗪𝗻 forces. To protect Earth, he decided to put up a barrier, making it more difficult for the apostles to travel there. In the realm of the rest, Izuku sat on his throne, crafted by his shadows. 𝗎𝗪𝗻 approached and bowed before him, sharing that some 𝗎𝗪𝗻 had settled in Union City. He also reported that the League of Apocalypse and their villains were planning to attack Union Academy with an army of powerful creatures. Izuku acknowledged the threat, realizing that the barrier had made it harder for their enemies to bring reinforcements to Earth, which likely frustrated the rulers 𝗵𝗲 and Void. 𝗵𝗲 and Void entered, bowing before Izuku and reporting that they had cleared all the gates near the city. Satisfied with their work, Izuku felt it was time to return to Earth for a heartfelt reunion. A dark aura surrounded him as his eyes glowed with power, and his soldiers sensed the intensity of his presence. Izuku stood up, snapping his fingers, and his appearance transformed as he smirked, ready for the confrontation ahead. Meanwhile, Union Academy lay in ruins after the League of Apocalypse's attack. The students were injured and struggling to fight back. Kirishima expressed his frustration at their overwhelming strength, while Issei refused to accept defeat. Shigaraki taunted the headmasters, who were desperately trying to protect the students. 𝗓𝗏 mocked All Might, who was in a weakened state, bleeding and battered. Toga giggled at the sight of Izuku's 𝗬𝗏, who were also injured and barely standing. Dabi and Spinner joined in the mockery, emphasizing how foolish the girls were for betraying Izuku. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 darkly chuckled, noting that they might have stood a chance against the villains if Izuku were present. The others echoed his sentiments, acknowledging Izuku's unmatched strength and skill. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 revealed a key that shocked 𝗧𝗪𝗍, indicating it could open the seal of the Imperial Beast, a creature of chaos. Ironwood protested, warning that no one could control such a power. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 assured his companions not to worry about the beast, but rather to focus on their own survival. He inserted the key, and suddenly, the entire world began to tremble, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. A sinister grin spread across 𝗬𝗂𝗏's face, mirrored by the other villains. A brilliant light enveloped the area as a formidable being emerged, radiating a menacing aura. The being turned its gaze toward 𝗬𝗂𝗏 and the rest of the villains, acknowledging them. It was then that 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 spoke, expressing gratitude for their actions in breaking his seal. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of power coursed through the villains, igniting their excitement. 𝗪𝗏𝗵𝗃𝗀 proclaimed that this would be the day the heroes would fall. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 then transformed into his beast form, unleashing a roar that shook the ground beneath them. The heroes felt a crushing weight of hopelessness as they realized their situation was dire. Union expressed sorrow for Izuku, while the girls conveyed their apologies, their love for him evident in their words. Eri and Kota also expressed their regret, hoping for a better outcome for their father. 𝗧𝗪𝗍𝗃 charged up an attack, ready to obliterate the heroes and the entire Union. Suddenly, a massive energy slash cut through the beast, leaving everyone in shock as the ground split beneath it. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 was left speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A dark, sinister aura enveloped the area, heavier and more oppressive than that of the Imperial Beast itself. As they looked up, they saw Izuku hovering above them, a menacing presence on 𝗳𝗏. Izuku declared that no one else could hunt his prey. He leaped down, and as 𝗳𝗏 faded back into the shadows, he landed on a post, exuding confidence while holding his 𝗵𝗃 shadow dagger. 𝗧𝗪𝗍 could only stare in disbelief, realizing that Izuku had just sliced the strongest beast in the supernatural realm in half. Ashbin questioned who this boy was, while 𝗬𝗂𝗏 pondered the identity of someone capable of defeating a creature that had troubled even God and the first Lucifer. 𝗓𝗏 recognized that the attack was extraordinary, and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 felt an unsettling familiarity in Izuku's aura. Inko gazed at Izuku, wondering who he had become. Izuku observed Eri and Kota, noting how much they had grown. Bakugo, still brimming with anger, demanded to know who Izuku was. Izuku sighed, reflecting on how little Bakugo had changed since their last encounter. As rain began to fall, the tension in the air thickened. 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 exchanged glances, recalling a time when they had felt a similar aura during the USJ attack, where Izuku had single-handedly defeated countless villains and creatures, earning the respect and fear of the League of Villains and the League of Apocalypse. In that moment, 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 began to laugh, realizing the truth. They acknowledged that the dark aura belonged to the same person who had once instilled fear in them. They recognized Izuku as the legendary figure, a one-man army, the pinnacle of this generation. The revelation shocked everyone present, and Izuku looked down at them, his eyes glowing with intensity. He was not surprised they had figured it out, as he had always been the one to instill fear in them the most. The girls began to tear up, calling out to him in disbelief. Izuku, however, harshly reprimanded them, warning them not to speak his name so lightly. He expressed surprise that 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 remembered him, and they confirmed that his aura was darker and stronger than before. Inko attempted to speak, but Izuku silenced her, asserting his 𝗵𝗏𝗄. Bakugo shouted in anger, demanding to know how Izuku had returned, while Izuku taunted him, calling him a mutt. As the atmosphere grew tense, Kendo and Yui urged Izuku to stop, questioning his behavior. Izuku dismissed their concerns, causing Jiraiya to cry out in hurt. He berated Mina, calling her a disgusting presence. The girls were left in shock, tears streaming down their faces as they processed his harsh words. Suddenly, Izuku's former friends rushed towards him, shouting accusations and insults. But as they approached, Izuku glared at them, and they fell to the ground under an overwhelming pressure. He declared that weaklings should not speak, asserting his power over them. As he approached Bakugo, he grinned, grabbing his hands and taunting him about the pain he had inflicted on others. With a swift motion, he incapacitated Bakugo, leaving everyone in shock at Izuku's ruthlessness. Izuku relished in the chaos, demanding to hear more screams from Bakugo, fully embracing the darkness that had enveloped him. Izuku walked over to Issei, asserting his dems with a confident smirk. He taunted Issei about his past actions, suggesting that he should be grateful for the lesson being imparted. With a menacing grin, Izuku made it clear that Issei's reckless behavior would not be passed on to the next generation. As he stepped forward, Issei's fear was palpable. In a swift motion, Izuku incapacitated Issei, leaving him in a state of despair. He then turned his attention to Izuku, demonstrating his ruthless nature by overpowering him as well. The atmosphere grew tense as Izuku's actions escalated, and he approached Shoto and Kirishima with the same intent. He declared his intentions to take Kirishima's eyes, relishing in the fear he instilled in his opponents. The scene was chaotic, with Izuku unleashing his dark flames upon Shoto, transforming his appearance dramatically. The onlookers were frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the brutality unfolding before them. Izuku paused, surveying the terrified faces around him, and proclaimed that this was merely a glimpse of what was to come. He directed his sinister grin towards those who had betrayed him, revealing his plans for revenge. Inko, filled with disbelief, confronted Izuku, pleading with him to reconsider his actions. However, Izuku's anger was palpable as he expressed his feelings of betrayal and disappointment. He emphasized that he would not rest until he had avenged himself against those who had wronged him. As he looked at Eri and Kota, he acknowledged their fear but reminded them of the distance that had grown between them. Despite his disappointment, he did not harbor hatred towards them. Aizawa attempted to intervene, defending Eri, but Izuku dismissed him with a warning. Izuku then turned his focus to the army before him, recognizing their strength and the effort they had put into preparing for his return. He acknowledged their growth and the formidable aura they exuded. As he prepared for the confrontation, he revealed that he was not alone, summoning his own army from the shadows. The sheer presence of his forces left everyone in awe, their shock evident as they faced the overwhelming power Izuku commanded. Something like a quirk can't be that powerful, Shigaraki thought, feeling as if he were staring into the abyss. The group at Union stood speechless, grappling with what they had just witnessed. Nizu pondered aloud, unsure of what they were facing. 𝗧𝗪𝗃 expressed his concern, noting the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the entities. Ashbin questioned what Izuku had done to become this formidable. Ironwood remarked on the darkness surrounding the situation, while Izumi observed the rage in Izuku's eyes, sensing his longing for their destruction. Ibra agreed, recognizing the hatred reflected in his gaze. The girls felt tears welling up, realizing the truth of Izuku's fury. Meanwhile, Izuku surveyed his army, awaiting his commands. Uru, Igris, and Belian looked to him for direction. Izuku ordered them to eliminate all the nomus, demons, fallen angels, and stray devils without hesitation. He emphasized the importance of their mission, urging them to carry out his orders. Belian rallied the troops, shouting for them to attack, while Baru and Igris echoed their king's call for merciless destruction. The Shadow Army roared in response, charging forward to clash with their enemies. Izuku summoned his Snowflower, a dark aura enveloping him as he prepared for battle. He declared it was time to hunt, disappearing into the fray. With incredible speed, he began to take down each foe that crossed his path, his bloodlust palpable. He sliced through hordes of monsters with ease, moving like a predator on the hunt. As he continued his relentless assault, he felt a surge of power, realizing he was growing stronger with each moment. The observers at Union reacted in shock. 𝗬𝗏 noted that this was no longer a fight but a bloodbath. Inko lamented the massacre unfolding before her eyes. All Might compared Izuku to a hunter, while Rias expressed disbelief at his cold demeanor. 𝗬𝗏 noted his ruthlessness, and Mio remarked that he was no longer the Izuku they once knew. Nijire reflected on how they had transformed him into a cold-blooded warrior, and Toru recognized his unyielding quest for revenge. The headmasters exchanged worried glances, realizing they had inadvertently created a monster driven by vengeance. The League watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the transformation they were witnessing. All for one acknowledged that Izuku had always been a monster, but now he had become something far worse. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 commented on the inadequacy of the term monster to describe him. 𝗬𝗏 recognized Izuku as an avenger, a man who would not rest until he had exacted his revenge. Kokabeel sensed the overwhelming aura surrounding Izuku, realizing he had become a force of death itself. As Izuku continued his onslaught, he noted that his opponents were stronger than the novice he had faced before, but he remained unfazed. Notifications of his growing strength filled his mind, and he saw this as an opportunity to become even more powerful. He vowed to avenge all that had been done to him, determined to reclaim everything in BLD. His speed intensified, and his bloodlust grew with each passing moment. He declared that none would survive, all would perish. More monsters approached, but Izuku swiftly dispatched them, suching to his daggers as he charged forward. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, demonstrating his prowess. The League watched in fear, all for one begrudgingly admitting that he hadn't expected Izuku to grow this strong. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 acknowledged the shock of Izuku's power but remained confident in their chances. Izuku taunted them, claiming he was merely holding back, and dismissed their army as weaklings. Shigaraki observed Izuku's shadows regenerating at an alarming rate, questioning how long it would last. Izuku confidently explained that as long as he had mana, his army would be immortal. Their shock deepened as Izuku's eyes glowed with power and depth. He proclaimed himself the god of death, the lord of shadows, and the soul king. With a commanding gesture, he summoned the fallen monsters to rise as his shadows, leaving the League in disbelief. Even the observers at Union were stunned, struggling to comprehend how Izuku had become this powerful. Izuku declared that the dead would serve him, and soon, the League would join them. The atmosphere thickened with tension as he prepared for the next phase of his vengeance. In his mindscape, Zangetsu and Yhwach acknowledged the impending chaos, knowing that nothing could stop Izuku when he was enraged. The League felt a chilling fear as Izuku's aura intensified, sensing that any misstep could lead to their demise. All for one and 𝗵𝘃𝗃 exchanged worried glances, recognizing the dire situation they found themselves in. Even though he enjoyed fighting, he didn't want to face that creature. It was a terrifying monster that needed to be controlled. Shigaraki scoffed at the idea, questioning whether anyone could truly tame such a beast. 𝗬𝗏 warned that it was out for BLD, and when it came to a man like that, he wouldn't stop until all his enemies were defeated. It was more than just a monster, it was a force of destruction. Kokabeel remained silent, contemplating the situation. It didn't matter how fierce the fight was, survival was the priority. One wrong move could spell disaster. Izuku glanced to the side, observing the forces rushing toward him. A smirk crept onto his face as he pointed his hand at them, feeling exhilarated. More experience was just waiting to be collected. He charged toward the horde, a dark and ominous aura enveloping him. Leaping into the air, he coated his sword in shadow and spiritual energy, preparing for his ultimate move. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating attack that obliterated the enemies around him, turning them to dust. As he surveyed the remnants of the fallen, his eyes glowed with a purple hue, and he commanded the defeated to rise as his soldiers. They obeyed, ready to assist him in eliminating the remaining foes. Izuku's gaze turned cold and menacing as he focused on the League, his longing for vengeance palpable. With a chilling tone, he declared that none would escape alive, and they would be forgotten. Kokabeel summoned a three-headed dog from the underworld, but Izuku scoffed at the display of weakness. He taunted the creature, provoking it further. The dog growled in response, angered by the insults. Izuku continued to mock it, challenging the beast to fight him directly. As Cerberus charged, Izuku deftly dodged its attack. He relished the challenge but knew there were others to defeat. In a flash, he appeared before Cerberus, wielding his sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed his ultimate technique, cleaving the creature in half and creating a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Izuku stood, his sword stained, while the League looked on in terror, feeling the weight of his gaze. With each step he took toward them, the ground trembled beneath him, and his aura darkened. He was ready for a fight, eager to engage without weapons. The League braced themselves, preparing for the battle ahead. Izuku's laughter echoed, filled with anticipation for the chaos to come. As he vanished from sight, the League scrambled to locate him. Suddenly he appeared before Shigaraki, delivering a powerful punch that left him gasping. The speed of Izuku's movements left them in shock, unable to react. All for one attempted to retaliate, but Izuku evaded his attack and countered with a kick that sent him flying. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃 unleashed a torrent of blue flames, but Izuku walked through them unscathed, dismissing 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃's power as inferior. He struck 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃 with a forceful blow, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Izuku remarked on 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃's weakness, feeling no remorse for his actions. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃 attempted to strike from behind with a light spear, but Izuku shattered it effortlessly. He insisted on a fair fight, free from weapons, and delivered a punishing blow to 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃. The pain was evident on 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃's face as Izuku continued his assault, dragging him along the wall before slamming him down. Izuku reveled in 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃's suffering, tearing off his wings and relishing the cries of pain. Just then he sensed a presence behind him. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 lunged with a sword, but Izuku effortlessly broke the weapon upon impact. He seized 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃, engulfing his hand in dark flames and burning his face. With a smirk, Izuku decided to turn 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃's own technique against him, using the strings to deliver a fatal blow. He then confronted 𝗵𝗃, landing a powerful punch that sent him reeling. As 𝗵𝗃 transformed into his final form, Izuku couldn't help but comment on his appearance, taunting him further. 𝗵𝗃, furious, attempted to strike back, but Izuku summoned his sword and charged at him with incredible speed. In an instant he unleashed another devastating attack, determined to claim victory in this chaotic battle. Izuku sent his opponent flying before he could recover. He appeared in front of him, wielding a sword enveloped in dark, crimson energy. With a determined expression, he unleashed an attack known as the Abyssal Blast, which struck 𝗵𝗃 and sent him hurtling away. Izuku then hovered above, a grin spreading across his face as he thought of his next words, sending a message to an enemy in the afterlife. He followed up with another powerful strike, the 𝗬𝗂𝗃 Tensho, causing 𝗵𝗃's form to disintegrate into dust. As Izuku surveyed the battlefield, he noticed the 𝗵𝗏s rushing toward him. He sighed, feeling exasperated by their persistence. He summoned his daggers, suching from his sword, and swiftly engaged the 𝗵𝗏s, cutting through them with ease as dark lightning crackled around him. A smirk crossed his face as he vanished, reappearing behind Shigaraki. With a confident grip, he seized Shigaraki, relishing the moment. Izuku reminded him that he was the mastermind behind their plan, implying that he deserved to face the consequences first. With a surge of strength, he tore Shigaraki apart, a shocking display that left everyone around him wide-eyed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Inko could only whisper in astonishment, struggling to process the reality of what she had just witnessed. Stella looked at Ikki, her expression filled with disbelief. Momo stood beside her, equally stunned by his ruthless demeanor. They observed Izuku, who wore a grin as he looked at Toga, who appeared terrified. He seemed to relish the fear he instilled. Toga attempted to flee, but Izuku leaped into the air, swiftly dispatching Spinner, Twice, and Toga with precise movements. He regarded them with disdain, calling them pathetic weaklings. All for one, breathing heavily, watched Izuku with a mix of fear and admiration, recognizing the power this young man wielded. Izuku then noticed 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗃 trying to escape through a portal, which ignited his anger. He used his monarch authority to immobilize 𝗂𝗵𝗄𝗃, pulling him closer as dark energy enveloped his arm. Izuku declared that he had changed his mind. Instead of making 𝗂𝗵𝗄𝗃 his shadow, he would consume him and his magic. As he activated his devour skill, 𝗂𝗵𝗄𝗃 was engulfed, and a system notification appeared before Izuku, informing him of the new skills he had gained. He smirked at the impressive abilities he had obtained, including divine elemental manipulation and holy dark light mana core. Izuku's eyes glinted with excitement as he considered the potential of devouring 𝗬𝗏 next. He felt a surge of power as he prepared to consume him, envisioning the skills he could acquire. The dark substance enveloped 𝗬𝗏, and more notifications flooded his vision, revealing the new skill he had gained. With a newfound strength, Izuku looked at 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁's lifeless body, contemplating the abilities he could gain from it. He activated his devour skill once more, and shadows consumed 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁's form. The notifications that followed indicated a plethora of new skills, further enhancing his power. As he walked, his shadows lined up, paying their respects. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 reported that all enemies had been eliminated, and 𝗵𝗃 confirmed that none had survived. 𝗧𝗪 expressed hope that this pleased Izuku. He smiled at his loyal shadows, acknowledging their hard work and allowing them to retreat into his shadow for now. Next, Izuku approached 𝗬𝗪𝗔's body, seeing potential in it. He commanded it to rise, and shadows enveloped the form, transforming it into a larger, more powerful entity. 𝗬𝗪𝗔 bowed before him, eager to serve. Izuku named him 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃, who vowed to honor his new name. Turning around, Izuku was greeted by Kena, who teased him about his enjoyment. He smiled back, acknowledging her presence. His children, 𝗵𝗄𝗄 and 𝗓𝗵, rushed to him, and he embraced them warmly. 𝗵𝗄𝗄 called out to him, and he responded affectionately, ruffling 𝗓𝗵's hair. The atmosphere shifted as Izuku's 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁 members processed the sight of his children. Katsumi questioned who they were and why they called him father. Izuku bluntly informed her that they were his kids, 𝗵𝗄𝗄 and 𝗓𝗵. The girls were taken aback, their hearts sinking as they realized the implications of his words. Eri and Kota were equally shocked, grappling with the reality that Izuku had moved on. Izuku was resolute in his feelings, declaring that he would not marry any of them. He was content with his girls and his new family. Inko, his mother, pleaded for them to be a family again, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 interjected, asserting that Izuku was out for revenge and they would help him achieve it. Inko flinched under 𝗵𝗃𝗲's intense gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine. Izumi shouted in frustration, demanding to know who 𝗵𝗃𝗲 thought she was, while Zani and Ei proclaimed themselves as Izuku's wives and new lovers. Izuku expressed his disdain for the others, insisting that he could never love them and that they belonged to the streets. The girls kissed him, their hearts breaking as they realized their chances with him were gone. Izuku smirked, telling the girls they could head home while he took care of some business. They requested he not take too long, eager to reward him upon his return. Izuku promised he would be back soon and that he would bring toys and chocolate for his daughter, 𝗵𝗄𝗄. He ruffled 𝗓𝗵's hair affectionately, reminding him to take care of his sister before they teleported home. Once alone, Izuku faced Union, unleashing a palpable aura of intensity that made it hard for them to breathe. The air thickened as his bloodlust grew, causing some to collapse under the pressure. He demanded to know what he should do with them, his tone dripping with menace. Union knelt before him, barely able to withstand the weight of his presence. Izuku's glare turned towards All Might, his expression sinister. He approached, chilling All Might to the core, and revealed that he had taken One for All and sent its previous users to the afterlife. All Might's eyes widened in disbelief, but Izuku was unfazed. He intended to make an example of All Might for the pain he had caused. As Izuku's cold gaze fell upon Izumi, she flinched, realizing the depth of his transformation. He dismissed her attempts to connect, warning her not to call him brother. The tension escalated as he grabbed All Might's hands, breaking them with a swift motion. All Might screamed in agony, but Izuku only smirked, relishing the moment. He continued to inflict pain, each action calculated to demonstrate his power and resolve. The others watched in horror, realizing that the Izuku they once knew was gone, replaced by a relentless force driven by vengeance. Izuku summoned 2 soldiers, instructing them to take Eri and Kota away to ensure they wouldn't witness the torment he was about to unleash. With a chilling smile, he prepared to continue his grim task, determined to make All Might regret everything he had done. Izuku let out a chilling laugh, reveling in the moment as he faced All Might. He was far from finished. This was just the beginning. With a swift motion he unleashed his power, causing All Might to cry out in agony. The sight of All Might's suffering brought Izuku a twisted sense of joy. He then focused on All Might's legs, using his authority to crush them, eliciting another scream of pain. The Union could only watch helplessly, pinned to the ground by Izuku's overwhelming aura and gravity manipulation. They were unable to rise, the pressure too intense. Izuku's laughter echoed through the air as he taunted All Might, questioning his status as the symbol of peace. He reminded All Might of his own words about smiling through adversity, a cruel smile spreading across his face. As he grabbed All Might by the chin, a dark aura enveloped his features, signaling that he was not playing around. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and everyone present felt a deep sense of dread. All Might attempted to crawl away, but Izuku's monarch authority pulled him back effortlessly. Izuku's taunts continued, insisting that the fun had only just begun. Inko, desperate and terrified, pleaded for her son's mercy, begging him to let his father go. Izuku's cold, glowing eyes turned toward her, sending chills down her spine. He dismissed her pleas harshly, and Izumi joined in, urging her brother to stop, fearing for their father's life. Katsumi echoed their concerns, but Izuku silenced them with a fierce glare, warning them that their time would come soon enough. With the distractions out of the way, Izuku turned his full attention back to All Might, smirking as he prepared to continue his torment. For the next 3 hours he relentlessly pursued his twisted game, pushing All Might to his limits. After that he subjected him to a final, intense treatment, breaking All Might's spirit completely. The once mighty hero was left devoid of life in his eyes, unable to endure any more pain. Izuku observed All Might's broken state with satisfaction, commenting on how good he looked in defeat. All Might, now silent and defeated, could only wish for an end to his suffering. Izuku felt a sense of boredom creeping in, and he decided that he would send All Might to the afterlife after 4 hours of torment. All Might's lifeless eyes widened in fear, realizing the gravity of his situation. Izuku smirked, observing the flicker of life returning to All Might's gaze, indicating that his spirit had not yet been broken. As rain began to fall, Izuku slicked his hair back, a dark aura enveloping him as he relished the moment. He spent the next 4 hours subjecting All Might to relentless torment, while the others could only watch in horror, unable to comprehend the transformation that had taken place in Izuku. They lamented their role in turning him into a monster. When the ordeal was finally over, Izuku stepped on All Might's head, declaring that he hoped the hero would never find peace in the afterlife. Gathering spirit energy, unleashed a powerful attack that obliterated All Might's body, resulting in a massive explosion that filled the air with smoke. As the smoke cleared, Izumi and Inko, along with the other girls, cried, regretting their choices. They were met with the sight of Izuku standing amidst the ashes of All Might. Izumi, in disbelief, questioned what had happened to her father. Izuku picked up the ashes and blew them away, taunting her about her father's fate. He expressed a dark hope that All Might's soul would never find peace, revealing his own twisted sense of justice. Izumi was left speechless, tears streaming down her face as Izuku continued to mock her. He dismissed her anguish, reveling in his newfound power. As he turned his attention to Bakugo, who was waking up, Izuku approached him with a sinister grin. Bakugo, unable to speak due to his injuries, was reminded of his past bullying and superiority complex. Izuku relished in breaking Bakugo's spirit, pointing out how he had always looked down on others. With a cruel smirk, Izuku noted how Bakugo was now at his mercy, lying on the ground in a pitiful state. He contemplated what to do next, considering torturing Bakugo in the same manner he had tortured All Might. The others watched in shock, realizing the depths of Izuku's ruthlessness. Katsumi begged him not to harm her brother, but Izuku was undeterred, his grin widening as he prepared to inflict more pain. As he began his torment, Bakugo's instincts screamed for him to escape, but he was unable to move. Izuku unleashed a series of brutal attacks, reminiscent of his previous actions, leaving Bakugo in a state of despair. He reveled in the similarities between Bakugo's expression and All Might's, noting that they were both broken in spirit. Izuku then sensed the presence of Kirishima, Shoto, and Izuka, who were waking up. Using his authority, he pulled them closer, dropping them near Bakugo. With a dark aura surrounding him, he announced that he would be torturing them all before sending them to the afterlife together. Their eyes widened in fear, realizing the fate that awaited them. For hours, Izuku continued his relentless torment, repeating the cycle of pain and healing, breaking their spirits one by one. Finally, he paused, observing the lifeless expressions on their faces. He taunted them about their broken egos and then offered them a chance to live, claiming he would spare them and help them achieve their desires. As Issei began to regain hope, Izuku's expression turned sinister, revealing that it was all a cruel joke. He seized Issei's head, preparing to take away his power. Dark energy enveloped Izuku's hand as he unleashed his Devour skill, merging with 𝗧𝗪𝗓𝗄's soul and transforming into a dragon. The system notified him of his new powers, and with a smirk, he prepared to evolve his skills further, confident in his newfound strength. Izuku looked at Issei with a smirk, expressing his gratitude for the gift that allowed him to harness Issei's abilities. As he spoke, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Izuku enveloped his hand in dark flames, declaring that he hoped Issei would never find peace in the afterlife. He unleashed his shadow magic, launching a dark flame burst that struck Issei, causing his form to disintegrate into dust. Turning his attention to Shoto and Kirishima, Izuku revealed that he had a different method to send them to the afterlife. He picked up Shoto's body, tearing it apart with a swift motion. Then he approached Kirishima, a smirk on his face as he proclaimed he had just the method to eliminate him. With a powerful grip, he lifted Kirishima and hurled him into the air, summoning his sword to slice him into countless pieces before incinerating the remains, turning them to dust. Izuku then crushed Izuka's head with his Monarch authority, reducing his body to the size of a tennis ball. Taking a deep breath, he looked skyward, reflecting on his father's revenge, hoping he would be proud. He addressed the remaining members of the Union, stating that they would live for now, but he would hunt them down one by one, warning them to be prepared for their inevitable fate. As he called back Void and Abyss, they dropped Eri and Kota, who gazed at Izuku with uncertainty. Eri hesitantly addressed him, while Kota stammered out a word. Izuku interrupted, insisting he was neither their father nor their papa. Both children's eyes widened in surprise as he continued, expressing the hurt he felt when they called him a villain, despite all he had done for them. He declared that this was goodbye, looking at the Union one last time before vanishing. In the distance, a figure observed the unfolding events, noting the ruthlessness of the Shadow Monarch and the potential problems his growing strength could cause. She decided to inform the other apostles and rulers. However, her surprise was palpable when Izuku appeared right before her, his hand charged with mana and shadow energy, ready to strike. He demanded to know where she thought she was going, and with a swift motion, he punched her, sending her flying. He then descended upon her, grabbing her face and slamming her into the ground with tremendous force, creating a crater beneath them. He lifted her by the neck, his cold glare sending chills down her spine. His eyes glowed with power, surrounded by an aura of death. She struggled to respond, but Izuku pressed her for answers, intensifying the pressure on her neck until she could barely breathe. He warned her that he was losing patience and demanded to know who she was. The figure, terrified, refused to divulge her identity. As Izuku's aura grew more intense, lightning struck around them, amplifying her fear. She realized she was staring into a darkness that seemed limitless in power. Finally, she relented, revealing herself as Sarah, one of the apostles of 𝗳𝗏𝗏. Izuku inquired about her rank, having heard about another apostle named Gabriel. Sarah reluctantly admitted she was ranked 5th among the apostles, known as one of the strongest. Izuku decided to ask her a few questions, promising to spare her life if she answered honestly. He warned her that lying would lead to her demise, his eyes glowing ominously as he emphasized his seriousness. 𝗧𝗵, feeling the weight of his threat, began to speak, revealing that they were planning to gain more followers and absorb the mana of this world. She explained that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had conquered multiple dimensions, with their gods even creating their own universes. Izuku listened intently, piecing together their intentions. He pressed her further, questioning why they had targeted this world, knowing it had the most mana of all. As 𝗧𝗵 revealed their plans, she felt the grip of fear tightening around her, aware that her survival depended on her honesty. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 acknowledged that after they discovered the absolute being was dead, they decided to conquer this world. Izuku questioned why they would target this world when the absolute being had only created one. 𝗧𝗵 explained that he had actually created multiple worlds, and this one was among them. The 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had conquered his other worlds, except for this one, as he was protecting it, making it difficult for their forces to invade Earth. Since his barrier was blocking them, they decided to take over Earth from within, alongside their forces already present. Izuku pondered this, expressing his hope that she wasn't hiding anything from him. He noticed her sweating profusely, and as he glared at her, it was clear she was still concealing information. He had one more question. Who was the leader of their group, and who were the gods she had mentioned? He had already defeated some of the outer gods but suspected they weren't the main ones. He demanded to know where the rulers were hiding, warning her that if she provided that information, he might spare her life. In a sudden move, 𝗧𝗵 summoned a light spear in her hand and attempted to stab him. Izuku anticipated her action, dodging and sliding back. He remarked that she had chosen her fate, promising to make it as painless as possible. With incredible speed, he rushed at her and struck her in the face, expressing frustration that this could have been avoided if she had simply answered his question. She crashed into multiple trees, and he appeared above her, slamming her into the ground, causing her to cough up golden BLD. He was taken aback, realizing her BLD was gold, a reminder that she was not human. As she quickly flew up with her wings, he was already behind her, surprising her with a kick to the face that sent her crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. She quickly stood and used her light magic to create another light spear, yelling at him to die. Just as she was about to throw it, he appeared in front of her, grabbing the spear and crushing it with his bare hands, leaving her in shock. He taunted her, questioning what she expected from that glowing weapon before slamming her back to the ground, causing her to cough up more BLD. She begged him to stay away, calling him a monster. As she attempted to flee, he caught her wings, smirking as he declared she wouldn't need them anymore. Her eyes widened in fear as she realized his intent. He ripped her wings off, and she screamed in pain. He coldly reminded her that this could have been avoided if she had just answered his question, stating that he would have let her live had she cooperated. He expressed his disdain for getting his hands dirty with people like her, but he found satisfaction in seeing fear in the eyes of his enemies. He relished their suffering, feeling joy in their pain. He grabbed her head, surrounded by a dark aura, and declared that since she refused to cooperate, he would uncover her secrets himself. He began to delve into her memories, entering her mindscape and observing her inner world, which he found plain. Suddenly, he sensed a dangerous presence as two golden eyes focused on him. A voice questioned his audacity to invade the memories of its apostle. Izuku realized this must be their leader and challenged it, taunting it to face him instead of hiding. The voice warned him that while he had defeated this apostle, there were stronger ones to come, and they would soon conquer this world. Izuku retorted that he would find them and the rulers, ensuring none would survive to tell the tale. The voice mocked him, questioning if he had the power to back up his threats. Izuku assured it that he did, vowing to hunt down its apostles one by one until none remained. He declared that once he finished with them, he would come for their leader next, counting down the days until their reckoning. A woman with a golden figure appeared before him, exuding authority and power, but he remained unfazed. She warned him of the impending battle between the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and himself, the Shadow Monarch. Izuku reiterated his intent to eliminate her apostles and then her, emphasizing that their days were numbered. Using his shadow magic, he forcefully accessed 𝗧𝗵's memories, discovering their heinous acts of kidnapping and experimenting on innocent people. Infuriated, he exited her inner world, realizing that she likely killed herself to prevent him from seeing everything. He activated his skill, bullied encounter, allowing him to steal the power of the deceased. He extracted her mana core, which glowed brightly, feeling its purity despite her evil heart. He contemplated creating a weapon from the core that would grant him authority over light, capable of absorbing light attacks and growing stronger with each use. As the light of the weapon intensified, Izuku contemplated its potential. He decided to save it for Kena, the Light Monarch, planning to forge a weapon for her using the core. He placed the core in his inventory and examined the skills he had acquired from using his devouring ability on 𝗬𝗓𝗄𝗧 body. He reflected on how he had gained powerful skills from defeating that beast with a single strike. Among the skills, one called Shadow Boost caught his attention. It combined his shadow powers with the abilities of the boost gear, which he recognized as highly beneficial. He thought about testing the other skills during his daily training to discover their full potential. Despite having maximized his physical stats, he felt a drive to grow even stronger. He also needed to enhance his Shadow Monarch and Soul King forms and investigate the experiments being conducted on others. Summoning a few shadow soldiers, he instructed them to seek out any leads on the 𝗳𝗪𝗻 and their apostles, emphasizing the importance of remaining unseen. The soldiers acknowledged their mission and vanished to carry it out. Next, he summoned Abyss and Void, who knelt before him. They asked if there was anything he needed them to do. Izuku directed them to observe Union Academy discreetly and report back on every movement, reminding them to keep Eri and Kota safe, as he did not want any harm to come to them, even if they were no longer his children. Both Abyss and Void agreed and disappeared to fulfill their tasks. Igris, Bellion, and Baru then emerged in their smaller forms. Igris noted that it was clear Izuku still cared for Eri and Kota despite their past actions. Baru added that Izuku did not want anything bad to happen to them, even after they had hurt him. Bellion inquired if Izuku would consider taking them back as his children. Izuku admitted he was uncertain, stating that only time would reveal his decision. Bellion reassured him that whatever choice he made, they would always stand by his side. Tusk joined the conversation, affirming their loyalty. Izuku smiled, grateful for the support of his shadows, whom he considered family. Baru, touched by Izuku's words, shed tears of joy, and Izuku comforted him with a gentle pat. Izuku expressed his gratitude, affirming that they were indeed family. Tusk mentioned that they should head home, as the girls and the kids would be waiting. Igris reminded Izuku of his promise to bring gifts for Evangel and Shin. Izuku thanked Igris for the reminder, realizing he had forgotten. He instructed his shadows to return to his side, promising to call upon them when needed. As they nodded and returned to his shadow, Izuku summoned 𝗬𝗄𝗄, who roared, breaking multiple sound barriers before bowing before him. 𝗬𝗄𝗄, now able to speak in this alternate universe, awaited Izuku's command. Izuku patted 𝗬𝗄𝗄's head, enjoying the moment as 𝗬𝗄𝗄 wagged his tail. He announced that they would be heading home and leaped onto 𝗬𝗄𝗄's back as it took to the skies, soaring toward Dream City at incredible speeds. Meanwhile, in a different dimension, the rulers convened to discuss Izuku's growing power. Michael expressed concern that the Shadow Monarch was becoming stronger than ever, threatening their plans. Another ruler acknowledged the potential problems, noting that with each battle, Izuku only grew more formidable. They agreed that a strategy was necessary to eliminate him, as he had already surpassed Ashbourne. Discussion turned to the 𝗳𝗪𝗻's response, revealing they claimed to have a plan to deal with Izuku. However, another ruler emphasized the need to assist them in gaining more followers for their experiments, which would benefit their own agenda. They also recognized the necessity of addressing the other monarchs who were aligned with the Shadow Monarch. Michael acknowledged the challenges posed by the other monarchs but remained confident that they would find a way to eliminate them. The rulers agreed on the importance of seeking new vessels to control, despite the difficulties posed by the Shadow Monarch's strength and his alliance with the Monarch of Destruction. They resolved to devise a plan to overcome these obstacles. The scene shifts to Izuku, who is in his office, deeply engrossed in paperwork. A full week has passed since he managed to rescue some individuals who were being experimented on by the 𝗳𝗪𝗻 and their apostles. He reflects on the situation, realizing that some of their bases remain hidden. He hopes they will be found soon, as he cannot allow them to grow stronger. They must be eliminated at all costs. He acknowledges that he has ignored them for too long and decides it is time to begin his hunt for their apostles, the pillars of their plans. Izuku's eyes glow purple as he gazes forward with determination. A dark, dangerous aura surrounds him, radiating power and 𝗵𝗃𝗲. He vows that all those apostles will face consequences, refusing to lose to the outer gods and the rulers who have allied with them. He recalls how they were once called hunters for a reason and believes it is time for the real hunt to begin. When he encounters them, it will be on sight. The narrative transitions to Union Academy, where the students are recovering from their last encounter with Izuku. The girls tend to their wounds, reflecting on the consequences of their actions that turned him into a cold and ruthless individual. They express their regret for not believing in him when he claimed his innocence, realizing that their betrayal has led to this situation. Jiraiya laments their faults, while Stella acknowledges that they transformed him into someone seeking revenge. Rias admits their mistakes, and Momo recalls how kind Izuku was, always willing to help those in need. Toru notes the stark difference in him now, and Ibra mentions the darkness she perceives in him. Yui adds that his strength has reached an entirely new level, having defeated the strongest beast known to the supernatural effortlessly. Kendo observes that he fought without appearing to take things seriously, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Uraraka remembers the coldness in his gaze, devoid of emotion, and realizes he has moved on, now having a daughter and son. The thought sends chills down her spine. Mio points out that he has even gotten married. The girls begin to cry, mourning the loss of the kind person Izuku once was. They tell themselves they will earn his forgiveness, despite knowing deep down that it may be impossible. Meanwhile, Eri and Kota are sleeping, exhausted. In the shadows, Abyss and Void discuss the girls' misguided hopes of earning their liege's forgiveness. Abyss remarks on their unrealistic dreams, while Void asserts that their days are numbered, as nothing will save them from their liege's wrath. The scene shifts to a meeting room where pro-heroes, teachers, and headmasters gather to discuss the recent events surrounding Izuku. Nizu expresses gratitude for everyone's presence, stating the purpose of the meeting. A heavy silence fills the room as they grapple with the shock of Izuku's transformation and the power he displayed. Lady urges them not to revisit that day, recalling the chills she felt. Mirko agrees, describing him as a complete monster who exhibited absolute 𝗵𝗃𝗲. VK adds that he was ruthless and showed no mercy. Nizu acknowledges that Izuku harbors hatred towards them and seeks revenge for their past actions. 𝗬𝗓𝗏 reflects on the overwhelming power Izuku displayed, likening it to an unfathomable darkness. 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗃 notes that he defeated the strongest beast in the supernatural with ease, while Ironwood emphasizes that Izuku's cold gaze sent chills through him. Inko, Izuku's mother, expresses her sorrow, recognizing that his gaze was devoid of emotion, filled only with hatred. She realizes they have turned him into a cold, ruthless individual who is now out for blood. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 concludes that reasoning with him is no longer an option. He has become a monster driven by vengeance. Hawks agrees, stating that Izuku is determined to make everyone at Union suffer. Inko's heart aches as she thinks of her son. It was all her fault. She broke down in tears as Emi and Midnight comforted her. Aizawa lamented his failure as a teacher, expressing regret for not being able to help the troubled student when he needed it the most. Nizu pointed out that it wasn't just Aizawa. They all had a part in turning him into an unstoppable force seeking revenge. Snipe raised a critical question about whether they could stop him. Nizu responded with doubt, recalling the powerful monsters he had summoned and how, in battle, the student seemed to hold back his true strength. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 agreed, stating that none of them stood a chance against Izuku, who had transcended mere strength. Ryukyu suggested creating an anti-barrier to restrict his powers, but Mirko reminded them of his incredible physical prowess, even without a quirk. Midnight cited the USJ incident, where he had defeated an army of Nomu, demons, stray devils, fallen angels, and villains using only his raw strength, martial arts, and techniques. KW noted that it had been a bloody massacre, something that seemed impossible for a human to achieve. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 acknowledged that Izuku had made it look easy. Midnight concluded that even if they managed to prevent him from using his powers, they would still be outmatched. He was simply too strong. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 emphasized the need to prepare, urging everyone to train the students to reach their full potential. They needed to be ready, as Izuku would not remain passive. He would come for them. Ironwood agreed, stating that despite Izuku's monstrous nature, they could not let him win. They also needed to find a way to bring back Bakugo, Izuku, Kirishima, and Shoto, their strongest students who had fallen. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 acknowledged the gravity of the situation and mentioned he would consult Michael about potentially reviving them, along with All Might. He also planned to ask Azazel if he could create a copy of the boosted gear for Issei, which had been taken from him. Inko listened intently as 𝗬𝗵𝗃 explained that they could use an ancient spell to bring them back to life. They would also reach out to other cities for assistance in taking down the threat. They all nodded in agreement, believing they could defeat Izuku. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Void and Abyss overheard their plans and chuckled darkly. Void remarked on their foolishness, believing they stood a chance against their 𝗵𝗃. Abyss found it amusing that they were attempting to revive the fallen students. Void noted that they were unaware they were the prey and would soon be hunted. Abyss suggested they inform their 𝗵𝗃 about the plan. The scene shifted to Izuku, who was training shirtless by a riverbank beneath a small waterfall. He meditated, focusing his mind and channeling his shadow and spiritual energy. As he did so, he felt his strength increasing, surrounded by a dark, sinister aura. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes to find himself in his inner world, where he saw Zangetsu and Yaoch, with 𝗧𝗪𝗃 chained up. Izuku acknowledged their busy work, and Yaoch explained that they had to restrain the dragon for refusing to cooperate. Zangetsu grinned, eager for battle. Izuku approached the chained dragon, noting its reluctance to assist him. 𝗧𝗪𝗃 expressed disdain, calling Izuku a monster and questioning why he would help someone seeking revenge, especially after being taken from Issei. Izuku countered, suggesting 𝗧𝗪𝗃 should be grateful for being freed from Issei, who had tarnished his name. He pointed out that others now viewed 𝗧𝗪𝗃 as a joke, losing respect among the heavenly dragons. Izuku promised to restore 𝗧𝗪𝗃's reputation, vowing to make him the most feared being in the supernatural world. He assured 𝗧𝗪𝗃 that together, they would be unstoppable and he would treat him better than Issei ever could. With Zangetsu and Yaoch supporting him, Izuku declared that their partnership would lead to victory. 𝗧𝗪𝗃, sensing Izuku's sincerity, agreed to join him. As the chains binding 𝗧𝗪𝗃 fell away, Izuku proclaimed that from that day forward, 𝗧𝗪𝗃 would be known as the Shadow Dragon of Domination. 𝗧𝗪𝗃's appearance transformed, radiating a powerful dark aura that resonated with other dragons. Izuku admired 𝗧𝗪𝗃's new look and explained that their abilities had merged, creating a new power called Shadow Boost. As he prepared to test their new balance breaker, a dark aura enveloped him, and he felt a surge of strength. Together, they would become a force to be reckoned with, ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. The color and design of Izuku's new form looked impressive, far better than he had anticipated. He felt a rush of excitement as he admired it. 𝗧𝗪𝗃 informed him that they had other forms available, but advised him to practice using them later. Izuku was eager to learn more about this new form, which 𝗧𝗪𝗃 called Judgment Drive, the final form of a dragon emperor. With two new forms in his arsenal, Izuku felt confident that they would be beneficial in future battles. As he grinned under the balance breaker, he expressed his anticipation for the upcoming fight, eager to test the capabilities of his new forms. The girls and children emerged, sensing the dark and powerful aura Izuku was radiating. When he noticed them, he greeted them warmly. 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed how amazing his new form looked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Izuku smiled and patted her head, enjoying the moment. 𝗵𝗃 speculated that this was his balance breaker, the one associated with the red dragon. Izuku confirmed that 𝗧𝗪𝗃 had fused with his shadow powers, transforming him into the Shadow Dragon of Domination. Kena encouraged him to test his strength in this form. They teleported away from the city to a safe distance, where Izuku decided to demonstrate his power. He began charging mana through his gauntlet, amplifying his strength significantly. With a focused attack, he unleashed a shadow blast towards the mountains, causing a massive explosion that left the girls in awe of his power. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗵𝗃 admired their father's strength, aspiring to be just as powerful when they grew up. Afterward, Izuku returned to his normal state, wearing only breathes. The girls blushed at his impressive physique. He remarked that his balance breaker was far more powerful than 𝗬𝗧𝗍's, eagerly anticipating the chance to test it against the 𝗎𝗪𝗻. Noticing the girls' reactions, he playfully lifted 𝗬𝗧's chin, teasing them about their admiration. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 mentioned that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 wanted to have a family day or picnic, and Izuku readily agreed, happy to spend time with them. 𝗵𝗃𝗲's excitement was palpable as Izuku confirmed their plans. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏 arrived, bowing respectfully before him. Izuku greeted them and inquired about their news regarding Union Academy. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 revealed that they had a plan, and Izuku listened intently, chuckling darkly at the thought of their attempts to revive those he had defeated. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗎𝗪𝗢𝗀 commented on the audacity of their enemies, noting that they had no chance against Izuku, who had yet to unleash his full power. Izuku laughed heartily, amused by their overconfidence. Kena covered 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗵𝗃's ears to shield them from his colorful language as he expressed his disbelief at their misguided ambitions. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 asked if they should intervene to prevent the revival of their foes, but Izuku dismissed the concern, confident that their return would only make things more entertaining for him. He grinned, envisioning the opportunity to confront them once more. Summoning energy cores containing the souls of his past adversaries, he explained to the girls that he had captured their souls before they could reach the afterlife. He revealed that he could obliterate them completely, starting with All Might, whom he deemed unworthy of existence. With a swift motion, he crushed All Might's core, erasing his soul entirely. The girls were taken aback by his actions, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 inquired about the others. Izuku explained that he had left Bakugo, Shoto, Izuku, 𝗬𝗧𝗍, and Kirishima's souls intact for future torment, eager to test new methods of punishment on them. After discussing his plans, he decided it was time to prepare for the picnic. The girls nodded in agreement, showering him with kisses before they left with the children. Izuku took a refreshing shower, feeling invigorated afterward. He dressed in an all-black outfit and joined his family downstairs, ready for their day out. As they set off for their picnic, they enjoyed each other's company, sharing laughter and delicious food, including ice cream. The day was filled with joy as they made cherished memories together. That night in Izuku's room, he entered with a playful smirk, tossing the girls onto the bed. He suggested that since the kids were asleep, they could have some fun. The girls responded with eager expressions, clearly excited by the idea. Izuku then used his magic to create soundproof barriers around the room, ensuring their privacy. With a confident grin, he revealed his impressive physique, declaring that he would enjoy the night and that the girls would be calling his name all night long. In a different dimension, mysterious figures were discussing their plans to eliminate Izuku once and for all. One figure expressed frustration that their attempts to defeat him had been futile, noting his rapid growth in strength. Another figure questioned how someone could be so powerful, revealing that Izuku's abilities surpassed even those of the absolute being who had been defeated by his own creations. They acknowledged that they had underestimated him, as he had single-handedly vanquished their forces and turned them into shadows under his command. The figures shared images of Izuku, showcasing his overwhelming power and the darkness that surrounded him. They recognized him as the Shadow Monarch and Protector of the universe, warning that he should not be taken lightly. One figure, intrigued by Izuku's strength, suggested they needed a plan to eliminate him. As they strategized, it became clear that they had other forces on Earth absorbing mana, which they hoped to use to their advantage. 𝗬𝗲𝗍, one of the main outer gods, confirmed that they had a plan in motion to confront Izuku. She recounted her encounter with him, noting that his aura was far more powerful than the previous Shadow Monarch. They acknowledged the challenges posed by Izuku's protective barrier around Earth, but remained determined to conquer the planet. As they plotted, they felt confident that with the right strategy, they could eliminate the Shadow Monarch and claim Earth for themselves. The figures shared a sense of urgency, knowing that time was of the essence in their quest for power. For a long time, 𝗬𝗲𝗍 smirked as her aura intensified. She declared that the Shadow Monarch would soon perish as they prepared to take over that world. With a sense of confidence, she proclaimed that they, the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, would reign supreme and no one could stand in their way. Both Bella and her companion shared an evil smirk as the scene shifted to a different dimension. There, a mysterious figure exuded a dangerous and deadly aura, absorbing the mana from the surroundings. The golden aura surrounding him grew even brighter, shaking the very fabric of the dimension. An ominous presence declared that it would be the one to end him personally, promising that he would meet his demise at its hands. As an outer god of the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, this being insisted that the Shadow Monarch would not hinder their pursuit of their goals and dreams. With a surge of energy, it flared its aura, causing the dimension to tremble. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the 𝗬𝗏𝗄 estate, where a young boy with red hair was in his room, engrossed in books about 𝗵𝘃𝗲 destructive powers. This boy was 𝗵𝘃𝗲 𝗬𝗏𝗄, the son of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗬𝗏𝗄 and 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏. It had been years since izuku had disappeared, and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 couldn't believe that Aunt Rias, along with everyone else, would betray him. Even 𝗵𝘃𝗲 could tell that the picture circulating was clearly fake, but since everyone was fooled, they believed it. He was surprised to hear Eri and Kota say those things about Izuku. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 had always looked up to Izuku, considering him a big brother and a role model. He had admired Izuku greatly, but when Izuku was betrayed, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 felt shocked and angry. He tried to defend Izuku, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had easily overpowered him, ignoring 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and 𝗬𝗏𝗄. No one believed him. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 felt neglected, as his father seemed to care only about work and the family name, leaving him and his mother without attention. With a sigh, he continued to read his book. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the gym, deep in thought during his workout session. He was still unable to find the whereabouts of the main gods of the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, realizing they were good at hiding. The apostles were also elusive, as he had already taken down one of their own, and the other bases he had found were empty. Only some followers remained, but they were skilled at remaining concealed. Izuku sensed they were planning something significant, and he needed to uncover their intentions. He also had to deal with the Union, who thought it was a good idea to bring back certain individuals. He found it amusing that they believed they could defeat him with mere training. He decided to let them think they stood a chance, as he intended to make them suffer for their actions. After 3 hours of intense training, Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling refreshed. He decided it was time for a shower. After 30 minutes, he emerged, ready to get dressed. Mikima walked in, and he greeted her with a smile. She approached him, and they shared a brief kiss before breaking apart. Izuku asked what she needed, and she explained that the other girls had sent her to call him for breakfast, as had prepared something delicious. He agreed to join them, and she kissed him on the cheek before leaving the room. Izuku got ready and headed downstairs, where he found everyone gathered for breakfast. He smiled at them, and they greeted him warmly. As he sat down, 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 climbed onto his lap, and he looked at her with love and affection, realizing she was quite the daddy's girl. They enjoyed breakfast together, sharing laughter and jokes as a family. After breakfast, Izuku made his way to his palace in Dream City, entering the throne room and taking his seat on the throne. He had a busy day ahead, needing to handle city matters and paperwork while addressing any issues his people faced. His assistant entered, placing a stack of papers in front of him. He glanced at the pile, realizing he had a lot to tackle. She informed him that many people needed assistance with various problems. Izuku acknowledged the workload and began to sift through the papers. He noted that a gate had appeared on the west side of the city. Calling upon his shadows, Belian and Igris, he instructed them to handle the S-rank gate. They bowed and assured him it would be taken care of. After sending his other shadows to assist with the people's issues, he organized the paperwork, closing his eyes for a moment to think. Suddenly, he found himself in his inner world, looking around for Zangetsu and Old Man Yaoch. Sensing something, he turned to see his past self, enduring abuse from the Yagi family and his friends before he had learned martial arts. Izuku addressed his past self, noting how he had grown but still appeared weak on the outside. He reflected on how this situation mirrored his previous experiences during his job change quest before becoming the Shadow Monarch. His past self seemed to be stuck in a sea of self-doubt, and Izuku's eyes glowed with power as he confronted him. He reminded his past self of the day when the truth was revealed and the abuse began, shattering the fairy tale he had been living. Izuku pointed out that while his past self had given up, he had chosen to live and grow stronger. He grabbed his past self by the neck, forcing him to look at him, and declared that he had witnessed death too many times. The training he endured to become strong was grueling, and he wished to erase the pathetic version of himself from his past. He concluded that a week later in his timeline, that boy would already be tougher than he had ever been. With that, he threw his past self aside, determined to move forward. Izuku stood over his past self, a fierce determination in his eyes. He thought about the betrayal he had endured, the pain that still lingered. He reflected on the moment he had given them a second chance, a decision he now regretted deeply. They had framed him, cast him aside like refuse, and even turned against him in the most hurtful way. His heart ached at the memories of those he once considered brothers, while Eri and Kota remained the only ones who believed in him. Despite the harsh words that had been thrown at him, Izuku found it difficult to hate them. He still cared, but he knew that some would face dire consequences. He felt a surge of anger as he vowed that those who had betrayed him would not escape punishment. He was no longer the boy he once was. He had changed. He grabbed his past self by the neck, locking eyes with him, and declared that they would never be on the same level again. With a swift motion, he threw his past self to the ground, a dark aura enveloping him as he vanished into purple fragments. A voice echoed in the air, one he hadn't heard in a long time. It was 𝗲𝗵𝗃, who expressed pride in Izuku's growth. Izuku smiled, feeling a sense of warmth at the reunion. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 noted that Izuku had matured since his reincarnation, and they shared a moment of camaraderie. Izuku explained his current situation, including the unexpected alliances he had formed. As they conversed, Izuku sought 𝗲𝗵𝗃's advice regarding Eri and Kota. He was torn between wanting to embrace them as his children and the pain of their past words. 𝗲𝗵𝗃 placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's head, encouraging him to follow his heart and make the decision that felt right. He expressed his pride in Izuku and offered his support, reminding him that the choice was ultimately his to make. With 𝗲𝗵𝗃's guidance, Izuku felt a renewed sense of purpose. As he left his inner world, a smile crossed his face, knowing he had clarity on what to do next. Meanwhile, at Union Academy, preparations were underway to revive those who had fallen. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and the other headmasters were readying a spell to bring back 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and the others, believing it might give them a fighting chance against Izuku, whom they now viewed as a formidable monster. In the shadows, Abyss and Void laughed at the headmaster's naivety, confident that the revival of their foes would not change the outcome. As the spell was cast, the scene shifted to the afterlife, where 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Shoto, Issei, Kirishima, and Izuku floated in an empty void, plotting their revenge against Izuku. Suddenly, Bella appeared before them, offering her assistance in exchange for their loyalty. She promised them power beyond their wildest dreams if they joined her cause. When they questioned her strength, she unleashed her bloodlust, instilling fear and respect in them. They realized the gravity of her power and agreed to her terms, signing a contract that bound them to her. With their fate intertwined with Bella's, they prepared to return to the world of the living, ready to face Izuku once more, unaware of the true nature of their new alliance. They signed the contract, feeling an unbelievable power coursing through their veins. Their quirks evolved to god-level abilities, and they gained some extra skills, accompanied by a smirk from Bella. She also provided them with Stardust, which boosted their power tenfold, and created a new sacred gear for Issei, similar to his boost gear but even stronger. Bella explained that All Might was gone for good. She couldn't bring him back because Izuku had destroyed his soul, wiping him from existence. Bella warned them not to disappoint her, then disappeared as Union successfully brought them back to life. They were surprised by the powerful and dangerous auras they were now releasing. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 questioned how they had gained such powerful auras. Katsuki replied that it was due to training and that they were going to get revenge against the useless Deku. Izumi then asked why they couldn't bring back their father, noting that the spell had worked for everyone else. Katsuki explained that All Might's soul had been destroyed by Izuku, so they couldn't bring him back. Union was shocked to hear this, and Izumi and Inko cried, saddened by the loss of their husband and father. Meanwhile, Izuku was with Ei in an open field, sitting next to a tree and enjoying their time together. Their moment was interrupted when they sensed the powerful auras emanating from Bakugo and his friends. Igris alerted Izuku to the presence of these auras, and Izuku acknowledged that it seemed they had been brought back. Ei expressed her concern about the strong aura coming from Union City. Izuku agreed and decided they should pay a visit to Union Academy. As they arrived at Union Academy, the staff questioned Bakugo and his gang about their newfound power. Issei explained that they received help from someone who granted them this power and created a sacred gear for him that was stronger than the boost gear. Nizu noted that they needed to train and prepare for Izuku's potential return. 𝗬𝗏𝗵 emphasized the importance of being ready for his arrival, while Shoto confidently stated that they were stronger than Deku and would put an end to him. Issei added that their quirks and magic were now godlike. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, teasingly questioning their strength. Everyone turned around to see Izuku sitting on a throne like a king, with Ei beside him on her own throne, both exuding an air of authority. Bakugo shouted Izuku's name in anger, and Ei remarked on Bakugo's return. Izuku acknowledged that they had come back to life and taunted Bakugo about his experience in the afterlife, suggesting he could send him back if he wanted. Izuku analyzed the situation, sensing that they had been given a boost by a god. He suspected it was the same god he encountered while trying to read the memories of the Apostle Sarah. Baru offered to eliminate them immediately, but Izuku instructed him to wait for the right moment. Ei mocked Izumi, who expressed her longing to end Izuku for killing their father. Izuku retorted that he and Izumi were not related and that he despised her and her friends. As tensions rose, Izuku stood up, and the thrones they occupied vanished. 𝗧𝗪𝗃 asked why Izuku was there, and Izuku replied that he came to see the ones they had brought back to life, hinting at their impending doom. He mentioned he had developed new methods of tormenting them, which made 𝗬𝗏 plead for a chance to start over. Izuku dismissed her, warning her not to say his name lightly, as it would have consequences. Shoto and Katsuki expressed their anger, with Katsuki vowing to defend his sister. Issei activated his new balance breaker, which resembled his old one but was gold. Bakugo and his squad prepared to use their quirks against Izuku. Izuku mocked them, calling them weaklings, and challenged them to prove him wrong. He taunted them further, asserting that they were merely wasting his time. The look Izuku gave them instilled fear in everyone, while Ei found his demeanor attractive. Katsuki charged at Izuku with incredible speed and punched him in the chest, sending him flying into a wall. Union was left in shock, realizing the intensity of the confrontation that was about to unfold. Ei observed the scene with a heavy sigh, realizing that the others genuinely believed they had a chance now that the creature had sent Zuzu crashing into the wall. She thought to herself that they were truly foolish. Zuzu had allowed the creature to strike him because he wasn't even taking the fight seriously. The anticipation of seeing their reactions when they realized Zuzu had been holding back was almost too much to bear. It would be priceless. Meanwhile, Katsuki unleashed a flurry of punches at Izuku, his hands enveloped in explosions and magic. Izuku absorbed the blows, seemingly unfazed, while the other students rallied behind him, cheering him on along with his squad. Issei shouted encouragement for Bakugo to dominate, while Shoto urged him to show Izuku his place, calling him a useless Deku. Izuku joined in, demanding that Katsuki prove who was in charge. He continued to punch Izuku, reminiscent of how Vegeta struck Goku Black during their first encounter in Super Saiyan Blue. Izuku absorbed the blows, thinking to himself that they weren't even causing any damage. Bakugo, caught up in his own confidence and the cheers of the crowd, failed to notice. Izuku mused internally about how weak the punches felt, comparing them to the gentle taps of a newborn baby. He reflected that even his son, Shin, hit harder than this, and he had expected more from those who had received powers from an outer god. Ei observed the fight and realized that Bakugo's punches were ineffective. She thought to herself that it was surprising how weak Bakugo was, even after gaining such powers. Izuku smirked at Bakugo, sending a chill down his spine. Bakugo instinctively jumped back to create some distance, bewildered by Izuku's confident demeanor. As Izuku emerged from the massive crater, dusting himself off, the crowd gasped in shock. He appeared completely unfazed by Bakugo's attacks, which left everyone, including Bakugo's friends, astonished. Asuka expressed disbelief, questioning how Izuku seemed entirely unharmed. Issei echoed the sentiment, struggling to comprehend that all those attacks had been ineffective. Izuku dismissed Bakugo's display of power as pathetic, admitting that his expectations had been too high. He taunted Bakugo, claiming that even with powers from an outer god, they were still weak. He decided to demonstrate what real power looked like. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, and the crowd felt a rush of wind as he reappeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Bakugo flying into the forest. Izuku quickly followed, landing in front of Bakugo and striking him down, causing him to cough. Bakugo retaliated with an explosion, attempting to shift his body and kick Izuku in the face. Izuku took the hit without flinching, commenting on the weakness of Bakugo's kicks. He then unleashed a rapid combo on Bakugo, sending him crashing into a wall, knocked out and injured. Sighing, Izuku remarked on Bakugo's pathetic state, even after receiving powers. Just then, Shoto approached with an ice katana, slashing at Izuku. The blade shattered upon contact with his neck, shocking everyone, especially Ei. Izuku complimented Shoto's effort, then grabbed his face and slammed him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Noticing Izuku and Issei rushing towards him, Izuku felt a familiar energy. 𝗧𝗪𝗏, his partner, sensed a sacred gear within Issei, similar to his own. As Union prepared to intervene, Ei used her telekinesis to pin them to the ground, asserting that they shouldn't interfere while Izuku was having fun. Izuku turned his attention to Issei, whose eyes glowed with excitement. He noted Issei's new sacred gear and teased him about its power. Issei claimed it was stronger than 𝗧𝗪𝗏, prompting Izuku to challenge him to say that to 𝗧𝗪𝗏's face. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, heavy with an aura that resonated throughout the world, felt by every heavenly dragon and their hosts. Albion and Valley sensed the aura, recognizing it as 𝗧𝗪𝗏's but questioning how he could have grown so strong with Issei as his host. They speculated that perhaps 𝗧𝗪𝗏 had outgrown his previous limitations. Meanwhile, Ophis and Great Red felt the aura from a dimensional crack, puzzled by 𝗧𝗪𝗏's newfound strength. Back with Izuku, 𝗧𝗪𝗏 appeared beside him in his spiritual form. Izuku smirked at Issei, who was left speechless by the dragon's presence. Izuku taunted Issei, suggesting he should now speak to 𝗧𝗪𝗏 directly. The Union looked on in shock, unable to believe that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 had emerged from his sacred gear. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 questioned how this was possible, while 𝗧𝗪𝗏 noted that all sacred gears had been sealed by God. Inside the sacred gears, Nizu pondered how things had come to this. Izuku, confident in his abilities, mentioned that he was the impossible, addressing Issei directly since he was now present. Issei felt a wave of fear wash over him as the aura 𝗧𝗪𝗏 emitted was overwhelming, making him feel as if he could perish at any moment. Ei noticed Issei's unease and teased him about his fear, while Izuku observed that Issei was visibly shaken. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 sensed something was different about 𝗧𝗪𝗏, and 𝗧𝗪𝗏 noted that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 felt much stronger than he had with Issei. Rias agreed, feeling that 𝗧𝗪𝗏's energy was more intense and dangerous than before. Issei, trembling, addressed 𝗧𝗪𝗏, who greeted him with a mocking tone. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 explained that he had found a new host and partner in Izuku, dismissing Issei's concerns. Issei questioned why 𝗧𝗪𝗏 would abandon him, recalling their partnership. Izuku chimed in, reminding Issei of the insults he had hurled at 𝗧𝗪𝗏 moments earlier. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 echoed Izuku's sentiment, expressing his frustration over being disrespected and ridiculed among the heavenly dragons. He lamented that his once feared name had become a joke, and he criticized Issei for his lack of training and focus. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 declared that since joining Izuku, he had regained his strength and respect, transforming from the Red Dragon of Domination to the Shadow Dragon of Domination. He vowed to fight alongside Izuku until the end, solidifying their partnership as the Shadow Dragon Emperor. Izuku, feeling empowered, prepared to move forward. As 𝗧𝗪𝗏 vanished into Izuku, he stood up, ready to confront Union. Izuku informed them that he was sparing them for now, wanting to face them when they were at their weakest. He warned them to heal and grow stronger, as he would not hold back in their eventual confrontation. A heavy pressure enveloped the group as Izuku's cold gaze made it clear that mercy was not on his agenda. The scene shifted to Izuku waking up, noticing that his girls were absent. He felt refreshed after a good night's sleep. His shadows manifested, greeting him warmly. After a brief exchange, Izuku sensed something delicious wafting from the kitchen, indicating that his girls were preparing breakfast. His son, Shin, entered, and they shared a light-hearted moment. Shin mentioned that his mothers were calling him for breakfast, and Izuku agreed to join them after a workout. They decided to train together, spending quality time in the home gym and gravity chamber, where Izuku taught Shin martial arts and helped him hone his abilities. After their training, both father and son took showers and got ready for the day. When Izuku descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of his girls setting the table. He smiled warmly at them, feeling grateful for their presence. 𝗵𝗃 rushed to him, and he embraced her, sharing a sweet moment that made her giggle. As they all sat down to enjoy breakfast together, they shared jokes and laughter, creating a joyful atmosphere. Izuku felt immense happiness watching his family thrive, knowing he would always protect them from harm. Izuku began to glow with determination as he spoke with conviction, vowing to ensure that his enemies would never see the light of day again. He was resolute that all those who opposed him would face his wrath, and none would escape it. After finishing breakfast, Izuku made his way to his castle. Standing on the balcony, he looked out at his people, who cheered for him. A smile spread across his face as he waved his hands in the air, his family by his side, sharing in the joy of the moment. The crowd erupted with shouts of his name, expressing their admiration. One person exclaimed how handsome he was, while another remarked that it should be illegal to be that attractive. They hailed him as Lord Shadow, proclaiming their loyalty and love. Izuku felt a surge of happiness as he observed the excitement of his people, realizing how much they appreciated him. 𝗬𝗧, standing nearby, reminded him that he had saved them from their previous suffering, giving them hope and a place to belong without asking for anything in return. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 added that he had ensured their happiness and safety, earning their loyalty. Izuku raised his hand, signaling for silence, and addressed his beloved people. He expressed his joy at seeing them well and shared his happiness about their peaceful lives, free from violence and discrimination. The crowd responded with cheers, grateful for the peace he had brought them. Izuku encouraged them to enjoy their day, reminding them that as their king, he would always protect them. The people cheered even louder, and he smiled, feeling fulfilled by their happiness. He noticed children holding posters with his name, which filled him with pride, knowing he could bring smiles to their faces. Meanwhile, in a building radiating a golden aura, a meeting was taking place among the apostles. A man with white hair, 𝗬𝗏, the strongest apostle, addressed his fellow members. He shared that they had received new orders from goddess Bella to train new pawns to help achieve their goals. The names of these new recruits were revealed: Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Izuku Yagi, Ejiro Kirishima, and Issei Hayu. 𝗬𝗏 noted that one of them had a rather questionable reputation but could still be a valuable ally due to his strength. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, another apostle, raised concerns about the Shadow Monarch, who had been eliminating their forces and making it difficult for them to operate. 𝗬𝗏 remained confident, outlining a simple plan to gather more followers and mana crystals for their gods while eliminating anyone who stood in their way, including hunters and heroes. He believed that the current fear among their potential followers could be turned into loyalty if they offered assistance during their time of need. Despite 𝗵𝗃𝗲's worries about the Shadow Monarch's strength, 𝗬𝗏 urged faith in their gods, asserting that they would ultimately triumph. As the meeting concluded, the scene shifted back to Izuku, who sat on his throne, deep in thought. He pondered the unusual quietness from the 𝗎𝗏 forces, suspecting they were plotting against him. He recalled the training of the Union and realized he preferred them to be strong for their inevitable confrontation. Izuku created a ball of pure racier in his hand, reflecting on the 𝗵𝗃𝗁, a race skilled in spiritual pressure that had once been defeated by the Soul Reapers. He remembered the challenges he faced in the past, particularly against 𝗬𝗏𝗧, who possessed the ability to see and alter the future. Izuku acknowledged that while he had mastered many of his powers, he had not fully explored his 𝗵𝗃𝗁 abilities in some time. He contemplated the potential evolution of those powers, preparing himself for the battles ahead. Izuku reflected on the challenges faced by the 13 court guard, recalling how 𝗬𝗧 had killed the Soul King and taken his power. He had fought 𝗬𝗧 in the war, and with Aizen's help, he had emerged victorious, taking the Soul King's place and becoming the new Soul King. 𝗬𝗲𝗄 and 𝗎𝗏 stood by his side, with 𝗬𝗲𝗄 inquiring about Izuku's thoughts. Izuku reassured him that it was nothing to worry about, but he was contemplating how to grow even stronger and evolve his Quincy powers. He felt a pressing need to break through his current limits. 𝗎𝗏, sensing Izuku's thoughts, mentioned the 𝗎𝗪𝗻, noting their unusual silence and lack of action, which concerned them all. 𝗬𝗏 joined the conversation, expressing his worries about the 𝗎𝗪𝗻's quietness and the possibility of a hidden plan against them. Izuku shared his suspicions that they must be plotting something significant. Suddenly, Izuku sensed a massive spiritual pressure that felt familiar, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He realized it belonged to a Quincy, which puzzled him since there shouldn't be any Quincies in this world. Rising to his feet, he was followed closely by 𝗬𝗲𝗄, 𝗎𝗏, and 𝗬𝗏, a dark aura enveloping him as he prepared to confront this unexpected presence. As he approached Dream City, he spotted a Quincy observing the area. The Quincy, feeling the intense spiritual pressure, wondered who could be strong enough to emit such power, sending chills down his spine. Instinctively, he felt a sense of danger, urging him to flee. Izuku appeared behind the Quincy, catching him off guard. The Quincy was paralyzed with fear, realizing he had not sensed Izuku's presence. Izuku wasted no time, demanding to know who the Quincy was and what he was doing in this world, warning him to speak quickly before facing dire consequences. The Quincy attempted to escape into the shadows, but Izuku swiftly covered his hands with 𝗎𝗪𝗀, pulling the Quincy back into the light. The air thickened with tension as Izuku glared at him, his aura radiating menace. The Quincy trembled uncontrollably, his instincts screaming for him to flee. Izuku reiterated his question, emphasizing the urgency for the Quincy to reveal his identity and purpose. He was determined to extract information, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. With a sudden decision, he used his Devour skill, consuming the Quincy and feeling his power surge. As he examined the shadows the Quincy had tried to use for escape, Izuku realized how Quincies traveled. He manipulated the shadows, sending a shadow soldier to inform his family that he would be busy for a few days. With a renewed sense of purpose, he prepared to confront 𝗬𝗧. Jumping into the shadows, Izuku enveloped himself in 𝗎𝗪𝗀 and sped toward the light ahead. He emerged in Hueco Mundo, witnessing the devastation around him, with blue flames consuming the landscape. The system confirmed that he was in his old world but in a different timeline. Izuku learned that in this timeline he had died in the final battle against Aizen, and Rukia had taken her own life due to her grief. Despite the tragic fate of his alternate self, Izuku vowed to protect those he loved in this world, promising to ensure their safety. As he gathered his thoughts, he noticed someone falling from the sky. Instinctively, he extended his arms and caught the figure, revealing it to be 𝗫𝗟𝗄. A smile crept onto his face as he greeted her, though she seemed confused and asked who he was. Izuku playfully expressed his hurt at being forgotten. 𝗫𝗟𝗄 paused, realizing that only one person called her 𝗫𝗟. As she sensed Izuku's spiritual energy, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, recognizing the familiar pressure. Tears began to form in her eyes. She exclaimed his name, feeling a rush of emotions. Izuku smiled warmly at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. He introduced himself, saying he went by Izuku now. Overcome with joy, 𝗫𝗟𝗄 hugged him tightly, and he returned the embrace with a smile, gently kissing her forehead. She blushed at his affection. Izuku thought to himself that it was clear she had strong feelings for the other version of him, given her happiness upon seeing him. 𝗫𝗟𝗄 expressed how much she missed Ichigo, and Izuku replied that he missed her too, but reminded her that he was not the Ichigo she knew. He explained that he came from a different timeline and world. Despite this revelation, 𝗫𝗟𝗄 was just happy to see him again, declaring that it didn't matter where he was from, she loved him regardless. She kissed him again, and he was momentarily taken aback. After breaking the kiss, she smiled at him with love and affection. Izuku felt reassured that he would take care of her other self, promising to protect her. He also mused that he might gain more companions in his life, as he suspected he wasn't the only one who had captured her heart. After sharing a tender moment, Izuku asked 𝗫𝗫𝗀 what was happening. She explained that they had been attacked by mysterious figures who captured some hollows. Izuku assured her he would save them and kissed her forehead again, writing a rune on her back to teleport her to his mansion. He instructed her to explain the situation to Rukia and his other companions when she arrived. With a nod, 𝗫𝗫𝗀 kissed him once more before he activated the teleportation spell, sending her to his home. Once she was gone, Izuku stood up and rushed toward the source of the overwhelming spiritual pressure he sensed nearby. The scene shifted to a location where hollows were chained, and 𝗵𝘃 foot soldiers were dragging them. A commanding voice announced a selection competition for hollows and 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Izuku sitting calmly in a chair, wearing his hollow mask. One of his companions, 𝗬𝗏, offered to handle the situation, but Izuku insisted he would take care of it himself. The figure demanded to know who Izuku was, but he simply replied that a soon-to-be-dead man did not need to know his identity. Quincy soldiers appeared, moving swiftly and aiming their bows at him. Izuku dismissed them as weak, and with a glare, he caused their heads to explode, leaving the remaining soldiers in shock. One of them introduced himself as 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏, a member of the 𝗎𝗪𝗏. Izuku recognized him as one of 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏's pawns and taunted him to make a move. As the confrontation escalated, 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 revealed he had received orders to eliminate Izuku. Izuku welcomed the challenge, releasing his 𝗬𝗪 and preparing for battle. 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 transformed, showcasing his Quincy final form, and Izuku was intrigued by the power he sensed. As 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 attacked with his 𝗬𝗪 sword, Izuku effortlessly blocked it with a stick, leaving 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 in disbelief. When 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 attempted to shoot arrows at him, they hit an invisible barrier, further shocking him. Izuku remarked that nothing was impossible for him and that 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 was merely an insect in comparison. As 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏's anger grew, Izuku's overwhelming bloodlust immobilized him in fear. Izuku pointed out the vast difference in their power, likening it to the gap between 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏. Sensing a shift in the battle, Izuku decided it was time to end it. He swiftly moved in front of 𝗲𝗏𝗄𝗏, grabbing him and crushing his head with brutal force, absorbing the 𝗬𝗪𝗏 to grow stronger. Izuku watched as the Quincy attempted to flee into the shadows, but he appeared before him, unleashing his 𝗬𝗪 arrows. The arrows struck his body, but to the Quincy's shock and disbelief, they left no mark. Izuku's presence loomed over him, filled with an intimidating energy. He declared that the Quincy had no permission to leave and questioned the weakness of his attack, suggesting that 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 should have taught him better. With a disdainful look, Izuku expressed his impatience, stating that he had no time for someone so pathetic and ordered him to perish. The other man, visibly frightened, stood frozen as Izuku unleashed his monarch authority, crushing the Quincy's body into a compact form. He then sent 𝗎𝗏𝗏 to rescue 𝗎𝗪, guiding him to 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏's hideout. After a brief moment, 𝗎𝗏𝗏 returned successfully. Izuku praised 𝗎𝗏𝗏 for his efforts, and 𝗎𝗏𝗏 expressed his gratitude for being able to serve him. Izuku instructed 𝗎𝗏𝗏 to return to his shadow, promising to call upon him when needed. Once alone with 𝗎𝗪, Izuku healed her and explained the situation. 𝗎𝗪 thanked him for saving her, and he assured her that he would teleport her to a safe place, just as he had done for Nell. She agreed, and in a moment of surprise, she kissed Izuku on the cheek, promising a reward upon his return. Izuku, taken aback yet pleased, smiled and returned the gesture with a kiss on her forehead, causing her to blush. He then teleported her to his mansion in his world. As he walked away from the scene, Izuku surveyed the lifeless bodies of the hollows and Quincies. He commanded the fallen to rise, and they transformed into his shadow soldiers. Summoning Zangetsu, he felt its aura and smiled, ready for the chaos to come. He declared that today would mark the beginning of his slaughter arc, determined to eradicate the Quincy race once and for all. Creating a portal similar to Virgil's, he stepped through and found himself in the sky, witnessing the Soul Society engulfed in flames. The sight of fallen soul reapers, including Kenpachi, Byakuya, and Toshiro, filled him with rage. The devastation wrought by the Quincy's was evident, and sensing that Yamamoto's spiritual pressure had vanished, he felt a surge of anger. Releasing his spiritual pressure and bloodlust, the atmosphere thickened with an aura of death, instilling fear in everyone present. He communicated telepathically, introducing himself as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 also known as 𝗧𝗵𝗃. He warned that in exactly 1 minute, every Quincy would meet a gruesome end, fueled by his deep rage and dark wrath. As he landed, he performed a hand sign, his eyes glowing with power as the aura around him intensified. The Soul Society was enveloped in a black void, immobilizing everyone except for Izuku. He realized that most Soul Reapers were too weak to survive in this abyss for long and knew he had to act quickly. With a fierce determination, he began to move, utilizing his skills to swiftly eliminate multiple Quincy's. He was relentless, driven by the instinct to fulfill his goal. As the countdown approached its end, he pushed himself to move faster, determined to make a statement. When the minute was up, the void dissipated, revealing the aftermath of his fury. The Quincy's lay defeated, some without heads, their expressions frozen in shock at the sheer scale of his power. The strongest monarch, the Shadow Monarch, had proven once again why he was to be feared, standing above all as the king of the dead and god of darkness. Breathing heavily, Izuku felt the cold air around him, a testament to the battle he had just waged. To be continued. Hope you enjoyed this part. See you in the next one. The scene picks up where it left off, with Izuku holding the heads of 2 defeated Quincy's. He glances toward 𝗬𝗧𝗏, feeling a mix of anger and frustration at the destruction caused in the Soul Society. Izuku thinks to himself that 𝗬𝗧𝗏 should leave while he still has the chance, addressing him as the Quincy King and the son of the Soul King. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, visibly irritated, wonders how Ichigo Kurosaki is alive, believing it should be impossible. He resolves that even if Ichigo has grown stronger, he will kill him again to ensure his plans are not disrupted. Just as 𝗬𝗏𝗏 prepares to charge at Izuku, shadows begin to seep from his clothing and the other Quincy's. Realizing something has changed, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 suspects that someone has interfered and questions 𝗬𝗏𝗏 about it. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 responds that it would have been futile to try to stop 𝗬𝗏𝗏. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 decides it doesn't matter and prepares to leave, casting one last look at Izuku before stepping into a portal. Izuku remains steadfast, his glare unwavering. He reflects on the confrontation, vowing that when they meet again, it will be a fight to the end. He promises to make 𝗬𝗏𝗏 pay for the suffering he has caused, declaring that soon 𝗬𝗏𝗏 will understand true fear. The scene shifts to an underground prison where someone is sealed away. Izuku enters, curious about what has transpired. He notices that the figure before him has longer hair and feminine features, leading him to realize that in this timeline, she is a girl. As he stands before her, even with her eyes covered, she seems to sense his presence. She comments on the spiritual energy she feels, recognizing it as Ichigo Kurosaki's but stronger. Izuku introduces himself as 𝗧𝗵𝗃, explaining that he is from a different timeline. The girl, introducing herself as Ariel Sosuke, playfully remarks on his concern for her well-being. Izuku, taken aback by her charm, tries to maintain his composure but quickly shifts to a serious demeanor. He inquires about the fear she instills in others, to which Ariel explains that her power is so great that even a mere glare can cause devastation. As they converse, Izuku learns that she has encountered 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and finds him interesting. He smirks, noting that the strong recognize each other. Ariel expresses her longing for validation regarding her own strength, and Izuku reflects on the differences between her and the Aizen he knew, who was egotistical and power-hungry. Izuku contemplates their past, realizing that Ariel is the opposite of her counterpart. He senses that she did not kill him in this timeline, despite what others may say. He asks her directly if she was the one who killed him, and Ariel assures him that she did not. Izuku, sensing her honesty, decides to trust her and asks her to explain what really happened. Ariel begins to recount the events involving 𝗬𝗏𝗏, hinting at a deeper story yet to unfold. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as he looked at Ariel, trying to comprehend the situation. He wondered how someone could kill Ichigo when he wasn't supposed to awaken at that time. Ariel explained that Ichigo had awakened earlier than expected because he died protecting her. This revelation surprised her. Despite everything she had done, Ichigo was willing to give her a second chance. Izuku processed this information, realizing the weight of her guilt. He thought about how much Ichigo had sacrificed for her, feeling a mix of anger and sympathy. Ariel continued, detailing how after their battle, she was too weak to fight when 𝗬𝗧 attacked. He had stabbed Ichigo through the chest with his sword, absorbing his remaining Quincy abilities. In a final act of strength, Ichigo unleashed a powerful attack to protect her, knowing that 𝗬𝗧 viewed him as the biggest obstacle in his plans. Ariel shared that Ichigo's last wish was for her to protect the Soul Society and his loved ones. When 𝗬𝗧 approached her, asking her to join him, she refused. Even while sealed, she managed to use her Zanpakuto to buy time and ensure that 𝗬𝗧's plans would fail. Izuku then inquired about Rukia in this universe. Ariel revealed that she had been the only one unaffected by 𝗬𝗧's power. When she learned of Ichigo's death, she was overwhelmed by grief and chose to take her own life to be with him. Ariel had tried to reason with her, but Rukia was resolute. Feeling a surge of determination, Izuku infused shadow energy with his rapier and broke the seal binding Ariel. She looked at him in surprise, questioning his decision. Izuku reassured her that she had done nothing wrong and deserved to be free. He smiled warmly at her, causing her to blush. Despite the accusations against her, he believed in her strength and vowed to explain the truth to everyone. As he hugged her, Ariel felt a mix of emotions, warmth spreading through her as she realized how close they were. Izuku promised to protect her with his life, and she accepted his offer, smiling back at him. They then disappeared together using shadow exchange. The scene shifted to the captains, who were gathered in a meeting to discuss the recent devastation in the Soul Society. The atmosphere was heavy with sadness as they reflected on the destruction. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 lamented the loss, while Restu noted that many Reapers had been brutally killed. 𝗬𝗪 mentioned the death of head captain 𝗫𝗫𝗫 Shigekuni Yamamoto, and Shunsui spoke of the enemy leader's overwhelming strength. Restu redirected the conversation to the man who had driven the enemy leader away, revealing that he claimed to be Ichigo Kurosaki, now known as Izuku-san Kurosaki. Toshiro emphasized that he had defeated half of the Quincy forces in under a minute, a feat that left everyone astonished. Suddenly, the door opened and Izuku entered, holding Ariel's hand. The captains gasped in disbelief at her presence. Toshiro questioned how she had escaped the seal, while 𝗳𝗵𝗃 demanded to know the meaning of this. Shunsui expressed confusion over how the seal had been broken, as only Central 46 possessed the keys. Izuku calmly addressed the captains, assuring them that Ariel was not a threat. He introduced himself as Izuku-san Kurosaki, also known as Ichigo Kurosaki. The captains were taken aback, but they remained on guard, ready to react. Izuku released his spiritual pressure, filling the air with a dense aura that forced the captains to their knees, struggling to breathe. Ariel stood unaffected beside him, shielded by his presence. Izuku's voice cut through the tension as he warned the captains to stand down, making it clear that he would not repeat himself. The atmosphere was thick with danger, and the captains felt the weight of his power, realizing they were facing someone far beyond their expectations. No one was supposed to possess such dense spiritual pressure and bloodlust. Ariel could barely stand, feeling the overwhelming presence that was not directed at her. She thought to herself that Izuku truly was a monster in human flesh. She hoped 𝗬𝗧 had a plan to entertain this monster because when they fought, Izuku would show him what true death felt like. Izuku asked if they were ready to listen, and they nodded as he ceased releasing his spiritual pressure and bloodlust, watching them rise to their feet. He began to explain everything, including how he was from a different timeline and how 𝗬𝗧 had altered it. They were surprised and shocked by his revelations. He emphasized that no one should attempt to harm Ariel, making his intentions clear. 𝗬𝗪 expressed their agreement but warned that Central 46 and the higher-ups would likely try to execute her. Shunsui questioned what Izuku would do about them. Izuku's response was straightforward. He would eliminate each of them until nothing remained. The shock and disbelief in their eyes were evident, and the girls present felt a thrill at Izuku's display of confidence. A messenger arrived, announcing that the royal palace was approaching. Izuku felt a surge of irritation, recalling how they had done nothing to assist the Soul Society in its time of need. He remarked on the uselessness of the king, and Ariel noted that only he had the guts to say such things, considering he was also a Soul King. Izuku speculated that the king wouldn't come himself due to his pride and decided it was time to meet them. The scene shifted outside, where everyone awaited Squad 0. Izuku looked up, wondering if he could defeat 5 opponents. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 reminded him that he would surely win, but Izuku cautioned against underestimating them, noting that this was a different timeline and they might have new tricks. As a massive pillar landed, he questioned whether he would truly win. When the doors of the pillar opened, Squad 0 emerged, joking and goofing around. Izuku observed them with a blank expression, having expected them to be different in this timeline. In his shadow realm, his shadows shared his sentiments, expressing disbelief that they were considered the strongest squad. Izuku thought to himself that nothing had changed, they were just as foolish as he remembered. He sighed as Squad 0 greeted everyone. Tanjiro announced their arrival, asking if they had been eating and sleeping well. Shinji commented on how different they were from what he had envisioned. Kiryu noted the absence of Hiyori, and Shinji was surprised by Kiryu's transformation, having not recognized her. Kiryu playfully reminded him of her identity, and Shinji marveled at her appearance, noting that she looked like a different person. It had been a while since they last met. Unohana asked if Tanjiro was putting the healing techniques he had taught her to good use, to which she replied that she was doing quite well. As Tanjiro moved closer to Ariel, releasing a hint of his spiritual pressure, Ariel thought to herself about his confidence. Just then, Tanjiro was interrupted as he barely dodged a punch thrown at incredible speed by Izuku, who warned him to back off. The members of Squad 0 watched in awe, barely able to see Izuku's movements. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted how fast Izuku was, while Shunsui remarked on how everyone seemed unchanged. Izuku then released his spiritual pressure and bloodlust, demanding to know why 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 and his squad were there. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained that they had been sent to rebuild the 13th Court Guard squads at the behest of the Soul King and intended to take Izuku to the royal palace. Izuku, however, smiled and firmly stated that he would not be going with them, knowing it would be impossible for them to force him. Soifon, frustrated, expressed her disbelief that Squad 0 would come after Izuku when they had been absent during the destruction of the 𝗬𝗧𝗍𝗍. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 chose to ignore her and insisted they finish their business first. As tensions rose, Tanjiro attempted to grab Soifon's hand, but Izuku intervened, surprising her with his speed. Izuku jokingly warned Tanjiro not to touch his future partner, causing Soifon to blush while the other girls pouted. Tanjiro, frustrated, punched Izuku, who stood unfazed, showcasing his resilience. Izuku then demonstrated his strength by using his authority to bring Tanjiro to the ground, sending him crashing into multiple walls. The onlookers were astonished, especially Ariel, who had anticipated such a display of power. Toshiro and Shinji exchanged remarks about Izuku's overwhelming strength, while 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 reflected on the Soul King's faith in Izuku. As they prepared to continue their mission, Senjumaru arrived carrying Rinji and Byakuya in capsules. Izuku glared at her, ready to protect his friends, while Senjumaru reassured him that she meant no harm. Izuku, aware of the potential danger, remained vigilant, ready to defend his allies at any cost. Izuku contemplated the situation, recognizing that he had the ability to heal others completely. He acknowledged Baru's suggestion but believed it was best for Squad 0 to handle the healing, as they could make the injured stronger. He was wary of altering the timeline further, especially after the significant changes brought about by Yhwach's presence. Izuku decided it was best to let them go to the royal palace to grow stronger on their own, as he had other matters to attend to. Baru understood his decision. As Izuku turned to Squad 0, 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached him once more, asking if he was certain he didn't want to visit the royal palace. Izuku replied that he had pressing matters to deal with at the moment. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded in understanding, and Izuku smirked at Senjumaru and Kiryu, who were blushing at his presence. They were captivated by him, each thinking he was just their type. As they departed, Izuku smiled at the girls nearby, Soifon, Retsu, Ariel, and Ranjaku, who were joined by 𝗎𝗪𝗀𝗃. He greeted them warmly, causing their hearts to flutter. He suggested they spend time together and get to know each other better, which made the girls blush in surprise. They eagerly took hold of him, excited to spend the day together. Months passed, and during that time, Izuku spent quality moments with the girls, who confessed their love for him. He accepted them all, and they began dating. With the help of his shadows, Izuku trained the Soul Reapers, assisting them in unlocking their full potential. He shared stories about his world and his life, including his other relationships, and the girls were supportive as long as they could be part of his life. One day, Izuku headed to Retsu's office, wondering how much stronger the others had become since their trip to the royal palace. He knocked on the door, and upon entering, he found her engrossed in a book. He greeted her affectionately, and she looked up with a smile, asking what brought him there. Izuku admired her beauty and mentioned that he had come to check on her. Retsu explained she was reading and asked about his experiences in the 𝗬𝗪𝗖𝗍, noting the advancements in their technology compared to his world. Izuku then revealed he needed her help with Kenpachi, who was holding back in battle. Retsu was surprised by his request, reminding him of the risks involved. Izuku reassured her, suggesting that if she became one of his wives, her name would change, and she would leave Zaraki as the only Kenpachi. Overwhelmed by the idea, Retsu fainted, and Izuku caught her, chuckling at how cute she looked while sleeping. The next day, Izuku stood before his girls, dressed for business. He reassured them of his strength, insisting they need not worry about him facing any danger. 𝗎𝗪𝗀𝗃 expressed concern about him entering enemy territory, but Izuku remained confident. After kissing the girls goodbye, he opened a portal with his sword and stepped through, finding himself outside the 𝗵𝗃 base. He concealed his spiritual pressure and aura, moving stealthily inside. There, he observed the 𝗵𝗃s gathered, with 𝗬𝗪𝗃 addressing them from a platform alongside Yuryu and 𝗬𝗪𝗃. 𝗬𝗪𝗃 spoke of their past struggles and the upcoming battle against the Soul Society, declaring Yuryu as his successor. Izuku noted the tension among the Sternritters, watching as 𝗲𝗲 attempted to challenge 𝗬𝗪𝗃, who remained fiercely loyal to 𝗬𝗪𝗃. Izuku recognized that such loyalty was rare and decided that 𝗬𝗪𝗃 would need to be dealt with before he became a problem in the final battle. As he absorbed the memories from his shadow, he realized the implications of 𝗬𝗪𝗃's powers and wondered if he could replicate what had been done with Yuryu. Izuku felt a presence pass by him, prompting him to consider his next steps. He decided to conduct experiments to enhance his abilities. After a week of rigorous training within a barrier, he felt ready for his final test. He contemplated the need to head to the royal palace soon, as his newfound speed and strength were still difficult to control. He granted himself a script with the letter E for elements and was thrilled to discover that he could manipulate them effectively. With a grin, he realized he had finally mastered his 𝗵𝗃 powers. Returning to the 𝗵𝗃s, he activated stealth and quietly entered their meeting, intrigued by their discussions. He hoped their plans would be worth his time, otherwise, he might consider drastic measures. As the meeting began, 𝗬𝗪𝗃 addressed the group, and questions arose about their strategy. One 𝗵𝗃 questioned the necessity of eliminating the captains, while another wondered if their foot soldiers were sufficient to handle the powerless Soul Reapers. 𝗬𝗪𝗃 explained that defeating the captains would extinguish their hope, striking down their Zanpakuto and leaving them in despair. Izuku, feeling a surge of anger, instinctively released his bloodlust, causing shock among the 𝗵𝗃s. 𝗬𝗪𝗃 sensed Izuku's presence and communicated telepathically with his followers, instructing them to restrain him. As arrows were fired at Izuku, they bounced harmlessly off him, leaving the 𝗵𝗃s in disbelief. 𝗬𝗪𝗃 charged at Izuku, swinging his sword, but Izuku activated his 𝗵𝗃 powers, surrounding himself with a protective blue rapier that deflected the attack. Seemingly unfazed, Izuku taunted 𝗬𝗪𝗃, ready to make his move. 𝗬𝗪𝗃 warned Izuku that he wouldn't leave alive, to which Izuku responded with playful defiance. He summoned his shadows, commanding them to eliminate the 𝗵𝗃s present, sparing only the Sternritters and 𝗬𝗪𝗃, as he had plans for their Bankai. His shadows obeyed, rushing toward the foot soldiers while Izuku prepared for his confrontation with 𝗬𝗪𝗃 and the Sternritters. He took a stance, his hands glowing with mana and rapier, eager to engage in battle. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 ordered 𝗬𝗏 to retreat with the other Quincies while he faced Izuku alone. In a flash, Izuku charged at 𝗬𝗧𝗏, slamming him to the ground before delivering a powerful kick to 𝗬𝗏, sending him flying. As the remaining Quincies shot arrows at him, Izuku conjured a shield of blue 𝗬𝗧𝗏, surprising 𝗬𝗧𝗏 with its strength. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 attempted to attack, but Izuku countered with speed and skill, demonstrating his superiority. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving 𝗵𝗃𝗃 unable to keep up. With a surge of shadow energy, Izuku punched through his opponent, igniting flames that engulfed 𝗵𝗃𝗃's body. As the dust settled, Izuku noticed 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and the Stern Ritters had vanished. Summoning his shadows back, he turned his attention to the surviving Quincies. He leaped into the air, amplifying his voice with 𝗬𝗧𝗏 so all could hear him. He declared that the title of king was rightfully his, and he had merely allowed them to borrow it. Coding Zangetsu with energy, he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. The energy coalesced into the form of 2 dragons, and as he launched them at the remaining Quincies, they realized the power of a true king. The attack created a massive explosion, leaving a crater in its wake as Izuku landed, enveloped in shadow energy. He resolved that his next destination would be the royal palace. To be continued. The scene picks up where it left off, with Izuku standing in the vast crater he had created after defeating the Quincies. He noticed their 𝗬𝗧𝗏 drifting away and declared it his. He activated his shadow magic, devouring the remaining Quincies and feeling his 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and spiritual energy double. As he surveyed the last of them, he used shadow extraction to transform them into his shadows, drawing them into his own. In his mind, 𝗧𝗏 spoke to him, acknowledging Izuku's busy schedule. Izuku responded, noting that he would soon head to the Soul Society. He opened a portal with his Zangetsu and stepped through. Noticing his torn and burnt clothes, he snapped his fingers, causing them to change into a new outfit that fit him perfectly. He admired his reflection, pleased with how he looked. As he made his way toward the Soul Society, he unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar faces, Chad and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. 𝗬𝗏𝗏, surprised, asked how he knew their names. Izuku explained that he was Ichigo from another timeline, though he now went by Izuku. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 rushed to hug him, tears in her eyes, expressing how much she had missed him. Izuku returned the embrace, reminding her to call him by his new name. Chad greeted him with a friendly dap and a bro hug, commenting on Izuku's handsome appearance. Izuku chuckled, thinking about how many girls he had charmed. He shared with them that he had come from a different timeline where Ichigo had fallen to 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Suddenly, Soifan and the other girls tackled him to the ground, and he smiled warmly at them. He affectionately referred to them as his queens, asking them to get off so he could stand. They complied, and he kissed each of them, enjoying their presence. Sensing a powerful presence approaching, Izuku smirked, knowing who it was. He asked the girls to step back to avoid being caught in the ensuing confrontation. A voice called out his name, and Izuku responded enthusiastically. The ground shook as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 𝗧𝗏𝗏 landed, creating a crater. Izuku greeted him, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏, intrigued by Izuku's strength, proposed a sparring match. Izuku agreed, reminding him to call him by his new name. They distanced themselves, and the atmosphere grew tense as everyone watched in anticipation. Both warriors released their spiritual energy, creating a palpable pressure that surprised the onlookers. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 laughed, eager for the challenge, while Izuku echoed his excitement. They summoned their swords, ready for battle. With a fierce declaration, they engaged in combat, their blades clashing at incredible speeds. The spectators could barely keep up with the intensity of the fight. Izuku reveled in the thrill, urging 𝗧𝗏𝗏 to show him more. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, equally enthusiastic, matched his energy, and their battle escalated, leaving trails of black, red, and yellow energy in their wake. Ariel observed the fight, noting how much stronger 𝗧𝗏𝗏 had become, while Resta smiled, proud of her partner's growth. The other captains arrived, drawn by the overwhelming spiritual pressure, curious about the commotion. Ariel explained that Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 were sparring, her focus unwavering as she watched the exhilarating clash unfold. They looked in the direction of the battle, their eyes widening in surprise and shock at the damage Izuku and Kenpachi had caused. Some were speechless at how strong the two had become. Izuku and Kenpachi clashed fiercely, swinging their swords at each other. Izuku felt exhilarated, reveling in the intensity of the fight. Kenpachi found an opening and struck Izuku's arm, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Izuku was momentarily taken aback. Kenpachi then swung his sword toward Izuku's neck, but Izuku caught it with his mouth, astonishing everyone, including Kenpachi. With a swift motion he countered, sending Kenpachi flying back. Izuku smirked, using his whole arm to regenerate at an astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers amazed. He taunted Kenpachi, suggesting he would need more than that to defeat him. Kenpachi declared his name with pride, asserting that there was nothing he couldn't cut. Izuku challenged him to bring it on, and with that, he summoned Zangetsu, rushing at Kenpachi as they began to clash again. Izuku felt this was the best fight he had ever experienced. As they battled, Izuku gripped his sword tightly and unleashed one of his techniques. He executed a series of slashes from multiple angles at incredible speed. When he looked back, he saw Kenpachi still standing, smirking. Izuku realized Kenpachi was the first person to withstand his attack, aside from the girls who were also powerful. He pondered the nature of the monsters this world had created, recognizing that he was not so different himself. He urged Kenpachi to come at him, confident in his abilities. Kenpachi smirked and charged at Izuku, continuing their clash. He noted that Izuku's speed seemed uncontrollable, indicating he had grown stronger. Kenpachi understood that Izuku was holding back, just as he had once done. He decided to help Izuku, recognizing their shared struggles. Izuku was bewildered by Kenpachi's thoughts but focused on the fight as Kenpachi attacked from all angles, pushing him to adapt and grow stronger. As they moved around the Soul Society at incredible speeds, Izuku suggested they end the battle. Kenpachi agreed, expressing his enjoyment of the fight and acknowledging Izuku's strength. They both released their spirit energy, and a skull formed behind Kenpachi while Izuku's hollow mask appeared. They charged at each other with tremendous speed, preparing for their final attack. Kenpachi acknowledged Izuku's worthiness of the title of king, and Izuku unleashed his ultimate technique. Their attacks collided, creating a massive explosion that engulfed the area. As the smoke cleared, Izuku emerged from the wreckage, a deep cut on his chest, but his arm regenerated instantly. Kenpachi, battered but smiling, acknowledged the next round. Izuku smirked in response, ready for more. Ariel approached with the others, urging them to stop fighting and take note of the damage they had caused. Both fighters expressed their disappointment at having to pause. The onlookers were shocked to learn that Izuku and Kenpachi had been holding back during the fight. Izuku explained that Kenpachi hadn't even used his Shurikai, and he himself had saved his Bankai and Soul King forms for 𝗬𝗎, along with new combos for the Quincies. He reminded them of the million shadow soldiers he had at his disposal. Soy Fawn, momentarily forgetting about them, felt embarrassed. Izuku chuckled at her reaction and summoned 𝗬𝗎 to heal Kenpachi back to full health. Restu expressed her admiration for 𝗬𝗎's healing abilities, and 𝗬𝗎 assured her he would teach her his techniques. Kenpachi noted Izuku's newfound strength and speed, which seemed to be beyond his control. Izuku acknowledged that he needed more battles to regain his footing. Kenpachi suggested heading to the royal palace for assistance. Izuku agreed, planning to see everyone later and instructing 𝗬𝗎 to help the others grow stronger. As they prepared to leave, Shinji offered to ask Kasuke for help, but Izuku declined, confident in his own methods. He took a deep breath and blasted off toward the royal palace at incredible speed, leaving everyone in awe. Kenpachi remarked on Izuku's ability to break through barriers, recognizing the sheer power he possessed. Izuku coated his sword in spirit energy and launched an attack at the barriers surrounding the royal palace, determined to break through. He summoned his 𝗬𝗎, mixing his arrows with energy from his techniques and shadow energy, shooting them to break more barriers. He summoned his shadow daggers, enhancing them with his energy, and activated his boost gear to maximize his power. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a rapid assault on the barriers, aiming to reach the royal palace as quickly as possible. A monster loomed before them. Kiryu remarked that calling him a monster was an understatement given how dangerous he was. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 noted that it was no surprise the Soul King was invested in him. Everyone looked up to see the Soul King gazing in Izuku's direction. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 commented that it had been a while since the Soul King had woken up and been this active. Rinji and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 landed nearby, observing Squad 0. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 asked what was happening, while Rinji noted that someone was forcefully breaking through the layers and barriers leading to the royal palace. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 clarified that the individual was not merely trying, he was succeeding. They all turned their attention to Izuku as he broke through the last layer and barrier. He exclaimed his arrival with enthusiasm, feeling the gaze of the Soul King upon him from the top of the royal palace. Izuku acknowledged the Soul King, explaining that he hadn't come sooner because he had been busy speaking with 𝗬𝗧𝗏, the Soul King's son. The Soul King blinked, understanding Izuku's words, and smirked. Izuku continued, stating that he would be taking care of some business there if it was all right. With that, Izuku landed on the platform, smiling slightly, causing both Senjimaru and Kiryu to blush. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 approached him, acknowledging Izuku as Ichigo from a different timeline. Izuku confirmed his identity and anticipated 𝗵𝗃𝗲's question. He promised to take 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to meet Rukia from his timeline once the war was over, adding that he now had 2 children. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 smiled, eager to meet his niece and nephew, and asked if they were twins. Izuku explained that he had one daughter, Shin, who was the firstborn, and a son, 𝗵𝗃𝗀, who was the second. He showed them pictures, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was thrilled to have a nephew and a niece, nearly overwhelmed by 𝗵𝗃𝗀's cuteness. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 welcomed Izuku to the royal palace, and Izuku expressed his gladness to be there. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inquired about Izuku's business at the palace. Izuku explained that he had come to train, as his speed and strength had become uncontrollable, and he wanted to regain his focus. He also mentioned wanting to create a new sword, needing Otsu's assistance as he was the best at crafting Zanpakuto. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 agreed but informed Izuku that he would first need to complete their trials. Izuku readily accepted, eager to accomplish his goals. The scene shifted to where Izuku had just arrived at the royal palace, observing its familiar appearance. He wondered where he should start. Tanjiro approached him, stating that he would be the one to guide Izuku. Izuku, confident in his abilities, decided to use his own method to reach Tanjiro's section without needing to be launched. Tanjiro agreed, and Izuku utilized his God Step technique to appear at Tanjiro's area. Upon arrival, Izuku noticed a pool of water tinged with bullied. He questioned Tanjiro about it, wondering if he was imagining things. Tanjiro confirmed that it was indeed bullied. Izuku jokingly suggested that it might be Tanjiro's peculiar preference. Tanjiro, frustrated, insisted that it was not his FTSH. He explained that the pool drew out damaged Reisher and Ryatsu along with the bullied from the White Bone Hell, and he replenished the bullied in the pond to heal people. Izuku expressed his admiration for Tanjiro's method, though he couldn't help but comment on the unusual name. Tanjiro defended his choice, insisting it was a cool name. Izuku teased him, suggesting that his children could come up with a better name. Meanwhile, Izuku reflected on his past experiences, recalling how difficult it had been to name his shadows when he was Jinwoo. He felt he had improved since then. In a brief moment, his shadow army shared their thoughts, acknowledging that their names carried a different kind of aura. Tusk expressed satisfaction with his name, and the others nodded in agreement. Izuku chuckled at the thought of his children laughing at the name of Tanjiro's pool. Tanjiro noticed Izuku's smile and inquired about it. Izuku playfully dismissed the question, prompting Tanjiro to remind him that he was not that old. Izuku pointed out Tanjiro's age, and after a moment of reflection, Tanjiro conceded, agreeing to clean the bullied from the pond so Izuku could enter. As Izuku removed his shirt, Tanjiro was taken aback by Izuku's impressive physique. He thought to himself about the kind of training that could produce such a body, wondering if anyone in the Soul Society could match it. Tanjiro was astonished, realizing that this kid was truly exceptional. Izuku noticed Tanjiro's gaze and questioned why he was staring. He jokingly mentioned that he wasn't interested in men, emphasizing his preference for women. He wished Tanjiro would find someone special for himself. Tanjiro quickly clarified that he also liked women, but he was simply surprised by how well-trained Izuku was, noting that most Soul Reapers didn't focus on physical training. Izuku appreciated the compliment, explaining that he had worked hard to achieve his physique. He believed it was foolish not to train the body, as one couldn't always rely solely on their Zanpakuto and power. He had left his shadows in the Soul Society to train, emphasizing the importance of physical strength. He mentioned that Kenpachi Zaraki was one of the few who could match his fitness level, expressing respect for him as a worthy opponent. Despite being weaker, Kenpachi had provided him with enjoyable fights and had even managed to wound him. Izuku hoped that Yhwach would be a similarly challenging opponent, as he desired to face him at his best. He recalled a saying that a fight should always be enjoyed. Afterward, he entered the pool, feeling relaxed as his body felt lighter. To his surprise, all his scars had healed, making him feel as if he had never been injured. Tanjiro remarked that the scars were likely old, but the 𝗵𝗃𝗿𝗺 had the power to heal even the most ancient injuries. Izuku acknowledged this, noting that while he was fine with his scars disappearing, he would always remember the one Kenpachi had given him, as he was the best opponent he had ever faced. He mused that although he had liked his scars, it was whatever since they were gone now. He was confident that Kenpachi was enjoying himself fighting his shadows. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, Kenpachi was engaged in an exhilarating battle with 𝗵𝗃𝗄, relishing the challenge. Kenpachi laughed heartily, enjoying the fight. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 smirked, understanding why his liege found joy in battling Kenpachi. He was determined to demonstrate why he held the title of the strongest in the Shadow Army. With incredible speed, 𝗵𝗃𝗄 charged at Kenpachi, and they began to clash. On another front, Toshiro kicked Igris in the face, but Igris remained unfazed, still airborne. He acknowledged Toshiro's strength but warned him that he needed to do better, as the Quincy's would show no mercy in their next encounter. Igris unleashed a combination attack that sent Toshiro flying into multiple buildings in the Soul Society. Meanwhile, Izuku's allies, including Soi Fon, Yoruichi, and Ranjaku, rushed to join him along with other captains. Izuku summoned his sword with ruler's authority, ready for action. In a different scene, 𝗏𝗏 was training 𝗏𝗏 in healing techniques, expressing pride in her progress. 𝗏𝗏 thanked 𝗏𝗏, who affectionately referred to her as my queen. At Union Academy, everyone was training to master their quirks and magic in preparation for Izuku's anticipated attack. Katsuki, filled with anger, vowed revenge for the humiliation Izuku had caused him, his body enveloped in an explosive aura. Izumi was also determined, promising herself that she would confront Izuku. Shoto was focused on enhancing his firepower, creating new moves with the magic he had learned from 𝗵𝗃𝗄, one of the main gods of the 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗄. Meanwhile, Katsumi and her friends were plotting to win back Izuku's favor, insisting they would save him from himself. The main gods of the 𝗧𝗏𝗏𝗄 were also scheming, confident that they would soon defeat Izuku, unaware of the true extent of his power. As Izuku emerged from the pool, he stretched, feeling refreshed and stronger. He wrapped a towel around his waist and took a can of soda from his inventory, enjoying the refreshing drink. He reflected on how Union Academy likely believed they stood a chance against him, despite their training. He chuckled at the thought of those who still hoped to win him over, thinking they were foolish. After stretching for a few more minutes, Izuku felt all the damage from his previous battles had healed. He decided to spend more time in the pool to further relax and strengthen himself. Just as he was about to adjust his towel, he sensed two familiar presences. Turning his attention, he saw Kiryu and Senjimar looking at him, both blushing intensely. It was the last time they saw a man built like that. Izuku decided to use one of his skills to read their minds, smirking as he did so. He noticed their reactions and they blushed, quickly looking away. As he prepared to remove his towel, he glanced at them and playfully asked if they could grant him some privacy or if they wanted to join him. The girls turned an even deeper shade of red and quickly flash-stepped away, causing Izuku to chuckle as he entered the BLD pond, feeling relaxed. He found amusement in how cute they looked when they blushed and decided to enjoy the peace for a while longer. After a few hours, he exited the BLD pond, grabbing a towel to dry his hair. Tanjiro appeared, noticing Izuku's relaxed demeanor. He commented on how it seemed like Izuku had enjoyed himself in the pool. Izuku agreed, mentioning how light and strong he felt. Tanjiro confirmed that Izuku had completed his trial, and Izuku inquired about what was next, feeling quite hungry. Tanjiro informed him that his next trial would be with 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 and pointed him in the right direction. Izuku nodded, finishing up and snapping his fingers to change his clothes, smirking at his reflection. Tanjiro admired Izuku's style, thinking about how impressive it was that he had managed to charm even the cold-hearted Kiryu. He recalled how, in the past, no man dared to approach her due to her fierce reputation. It was a feat no one had accomplished before, and Tanjiro speculated that Senjumaru and Kiryu would likely be the next to join Izuku's growing circle of admirers. Feeling confident, Izuku made his way to Kiryu's class, smirking as he entered. He found her preparing food, and upon seeing him, she blushed intensely. He sensed a change in the atmosphere and wondered about the food's contents. Kiryu smiled, revealing that this was part of his trial, encouraging him to eat up. As he enjoyed the meal, he noticed Kiryu watching him closely, hoping he liked it. He complimented her cooking, saying that the man who would marry her would be very lucky, and in his mind, he thought that man would be him. As he continued eating, he sensed something new within himself, realizing there was more to the food than he initially thought. Kiryu was impressed by his sharpness and found herself captivated by his charm and strength. She thought to herself that he seemed like the perfect man. After finishing his meal, Izuku suggested they get to know each other better, asking Kiryu to share more about herself. Kiryu felt overwhelmed by his presence, thinking about how he was torturing her with his looks and charm. Unable to resist any longer, she boldly sat on his lap, admitting her frustration with his allure. Izuku chuckled, teasing her about what she would do next. She pulled him close and kissed him, and he reciprocated passionately. Just then, Senjumaru walked in and caught them in the act. They paused, looking at her, and Izuku playfully suggested that she seemed to want a kiss too. Senjumaru nodded, blushing, and joined them, sharing a kiss with Izuku that left her breathless. She complimented him on being an amazing kisser, and Izuku responded with a chuckle, acknowledging the compliment. Kiryu laid her head on Izuku's shoulder while Senjumaru rested her head on his chest. They expressed their love for him, and he smiled warmly, kissing both of their foreheads. He reassured them that he loved them too and mentioned that they would be sharing him. They accepted this, stating they didn't mind as long as they could be with him. Weeks passed, and Izuku spent more time with the girls, getting to know them better. They shared many magical moments together, and he proved himself to be just as DMNT in their relationship as he was in battle. The scene shifted to Izuku, Kiryu, and Senjumaru, who were relaxing together, and Izuku brought up the topic of their BLD oath. The eyes of Izuku's companions widened when he spoke. Kiryu expressed that there was nothing they could do about it, while Senjumaru noted that it was the only way to unleash their full power. Izuku then inquired about 𝗳𝗵𝗲, wondering if he was also bound by this oath. Both Kiryu and Senjumaru fell silent. Izuku, however, had a solution. He used his magic and his Soul King authority to alter the BLD oath. Suddenly they felt a surge of power. Izuku reassured them that he had changed the BLD oath so they would no longer need to sacrifice themselves. Instead, they would only need to sever their arms to activate their full power. With a smile, he watched as the girls teared up and hugged him tightly. He gently reminded them not to cry, as he wanted them to keep their appealing faces. They smiled warmly and thanked him. Standing up, Izuku announced that he was heading to the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 section to request something. Senjumaru guessed he wanted a new sword, but Izuku dismissed the idea, stating he already had enough impressive swords and that Zangetsu was sufficient. Instead, he desired a new scythe and summoned his Reaper scythe, expressing his wish for a death scythe, knowing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was the best person to help him create it. Kiryu asked if he had the materials for the death scythe, to which Izuku confirmed he did. He bid farewell to the girls, who kissed him for a good 5 minutes before he broke away and used God's step to appear in the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 section. Upon arrival, he noticed multiple spotlights on him and saw girls dancing around, with speakers playing music. He sighed, placing his hands in his pockets, and his eyes glowed slightly as he surveyed the scene. With a frustrated exclamation, the speakers and lights exploded, causing the dancing girls to transform back into 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and flee. Izuku called out for 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, who emerged with a sigh, commenting on Izuku's lack of fun. Izuku insisted he just needed 𝗧𝗪 to make his death scythe, acknowledging that while he could have done it himself, he trusted 𝗧𝗪's skills and tools. He would provide the rune stones necessary for the creation. 𝗧𝗪 noted Izuku's trust in him, and Izuku challenged him to prove why he deserved the title of 𝗵𝗃𝗲 creator. The scene shifted to Union Academy, where they had summoned a fortune teller to glimpse into the future and assess their chances against Izuku. The headmaster welcomed the fortune teller, who was willing to assist. When asked why they didn't consult Sir Night-Eye, Nizu explained that Night-Eye had only seen darkness and a pair of eyes filled with intent to kill. Abyss and Void listened from the shadows, finding amusement in the Academy's futile attempts to stop their liege. The fortune teller agreed to help and was instructed to look into the future of Union and the battle with Izuku. As she began to use her magic, she found herself in a pitch-black void, filled with dread. Suddenly, two purple glowing eyes appeared, and she felt a chill of fear. The void revealed a grim image of Union City, devastated and littered with bodies. Izuku stood atop a mountain of the fallen, clad in his Shadow Monarch armor, flanked by Belian, Igris, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who reported their completion of the tasks he had assigned. Belian announced that everyone in the city was dead, while 𝗵𝗃𝗲 confirmed they had fulfilled his orders. Igris remarked that Izuku had finally achieved his revenge. Izuku acknowledged their success, ready to proceed with his next plans. Izuku stood with both of his 𝗵𝗃𝗲 in hand, ready for whatever lay ahead. The fortune teller, her gaze distant, explored various possible futures, each one revealing a grim outcome for Union. Pushing her abilities to their limits, she suddenly gasped, her vision snapping back to reality. Trembling uncontrollably, she felt a chill run through her as she turned to face the headmasters, fear evident in her eyes. Nizu, concerned, inquired about her vision. The fortune teller hesitated before revealing the truth. She spoke of gazing into the abyss, a darkness that seemed to stare back at her. The images she saw were haunting. Union lay in ruins, with devastation all around. Not a single soul remained alive. The headmasters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from disbelief to shock as they processed the weight of her words. The fortune teller warned them that there was no limit to the power of the darkness they faced. The atmosphere was thick with tension as darkness enveloped the scene. A figure stood atop a hill, clad in pitch-black armor that seemed to absorb the light around it. This was a being of unfathomable depth, embodying fear and despair in many forms. The darkness within him was palpable, a force that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to confront it. As he pushed his abilities to their limits, visions of countless futures flashed before him, each one ending in the same grim fate for his opponents: defeat, suffering, and despair. The headmasters, watching in silence, felt the weight of their impending doom. Their fates were sealed. There was no victory against such a formidable entity. He was a king without limits, a man who had become the very essence of darkness and death. One of the figures among them stood, gathering her belongings, and addressed the headmasters with a grave warning. She advised them to hide and pray that he would not find them, for that was their only chance of survival. The darkness was relentless, and it was coming for them all. As she departed, the headmasters remained frozen in place, grappling with the realization that they might have underestimated their adversary. Nizu, one of the headmasters, reflected on their grave mistake, a sense of dread settling over him. Suddenly, a divine aura filled the room as a man with white hair entered. The headmasters instinctively went on guard, unsure of the newcomer's intentions. Nizu questioned the stranger, demanding to know who he was. The man, exuding an air of calm, reassured them that he meant no harm and was there to assist with their predicament. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃, another headmaster, prepared to unleash his magic, bewildered by how this individual had entered undetected. The tension in the air thickened as they awaited his explanation. A mysterious figure approached, claiming to have the means to strengthen the students at Union Academy. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock as the figure's golden eyes glowed brightly. Nizu questioned how they could trust someone they didn't know. The figure assured them that he was responsible for the increased strength of Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, and their friends, and he could do the same for the other students. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 inquired about how the figure planned to assist them. With a smirk, the figure revealed an unknown substance, causing the headmasters to exchange confused glances. He explained that this was stardust powder, which could enhance their power tenfold. The headmasters were astonished, realizing this was the source of their students' revival and newfound strength, granted by his god. After a brief discussion, the headmasters decided to accept the figure's offer. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 asked for his name, and the figure introduced himself as Park Dojin, the strongest of the apostles of 𝗳𝗏𝗻, ranked number 1. Meanwhile, Izuku was meditating, his eyes closed as 𝗬𝗪 crafted a death scythe. 𝗬𝗪 noted the darkening aura surrounding Izuku and contemplated the materials he had provided, which were ideal for shaping the weapon. He wondered what drove Izuku and how he had gained such strength, intrigued by the boy's backstory. Izuku reflected on the 𝗳𝗏𝗻 beings, who had created multiple dimensions and thrived on the chaos of their creations, fighting each other. He recalled how one of their own had been killed by his creations, prompting them to send their army of gods to conquer the world. The thought of such beings angered him, and he found their inaction suspicious. He sensed that some of their divine energy was present in the individuals he had encountered, indicating that Union Academy would soon receive assistance. Abyss and Void informed Izuku about the situation at Union Academy, revealing that the headmasters had met one of the apostles and were using stardust to grow stronger. Izuku inquired about the figure's appearance, and Abyss described him as having white hair and golden eyes, identifying him as Park Dojin. Izuku recognized the name and resolved to deal with Union Academy after confronting 𝗬𝗏𝗃 and his followers. He instructed Abyss and Void to keep him updated with any further information. 𝗬𝗪 called out to Izuku, announcing that his weapon was complete. Izuku approached the fire, exhaling cold air as he reached into the flames, which turned purple, surprising 𝗬𝗪. As he pulled out the weapon, the pressure evaporated the surrounding water, creating a steamy atmosphere. 𝗬𝗪 and his guards felt an overwhelming menace emanating from the death scythe. 𝗬𝗪's guards expressed their fear, sensing the deadly aura surrounding Izuku. 𝗬𝗪 himself felt a heightened sense of danger, realizing that Izuku had become an even greater threat with this weapon. He cautiously asked if Izuku would be able to control it. Izuku smiled, placing the scythe on his back as the dark aura intensified around him. He felt a connection to death itself, embodying its essence. He decided to test the weapon's strength, coating it with energy and shadow mana. With a single swing, he cleaved a mountain in half, reducing it to dust. 𝗬𝗪 and his guards were left in shock, realizing the true extent of Izuku's power. As Izuku reveled in his newfound strength, he anticipated using the death scythe against the Quincy's. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗏𝗃 was training his Sternritters harshly, preparing them for an imminent attack on the Soul Society. He recognized Izuku as his greatest obstacle and resolved to eliminate him to achieve his goals. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 summoned his royal guards, instructing them to prepare for the attack. He dismissed the other Sternritters, keeping Yuryu and 𝗬𝗏𝗃 behind for an important discussion. Yuryu expressed that his only goal was to assist 𝗬𝗏𝗃 in achieving his ambitions, stating that the lives of others meant nothing to him. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 acknowledged Yuryu's commitment, indicating that he and 𝗬𝗏𝗃 would play crucial roles in eliminating Izuku's son Kurosaki. He revealed plans to attack the Soul Society soon, smirking as his eyes briefly transformed, hinting at his overwhelming power. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 declared that Izuku would soon face his demise, relishing the thought of causing him true despair by destroying everything he held dear. He proclaimed himself the one above all and the new ruler of the world. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Izuku approached Byakuya and Rinji, who were engaged in training. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 greeted Izuku, curious about his visit. Izuku complimented their training, noting the intensity he could feel from a distance. Rinji, feeling challenged, questioned if Izuku was implying they were weak. Izuku playfully retorted, teasing Rinji about his confidence and appearance, suggesting that he lacked charm. Rinji insisted that he attracted attention from girls, but Byakuya doubted his claims, leading to Izuku's further mockery. Izuku suggested that Rinji was envious of his own timeline, where he had more admirers. He proposed a sparring match to demonstrate Rinji's weaknesses, asserting that he would show him where he stood. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 intervened, setting the terms that Izuku would not use his 𝗵𝗃𝗃 or weapons, believing it would be an unfair advantage. Izuku acknowledged the challenge, humorously noting that even bare-handed he might overpower Rinji. Rinji, determined to prove himself, vowed to make Izuku regret his words. They moved to an open area in the palace, where spectators gathered, already anticipating the outcome. Izuku declared the match open, referring to Rinji as his personal punching bag. Rinji summoned his 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and activated his 𝗎𝗪𝗁, but before he could launch an attack, Izuku appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Rinji soaring into the air. As Rinji struggled to regain his footing, he coughed, feeling the weight of Izuku's blows. Despite his efforts to create distance and utilize his 𝗵𝗃𝗃, Izuku relentlessly pursued him, demonstrating overwhelming speed and strength. Rinji realized he was being outmatched, his confidence waning as he endured a barrage of attacks. Izuku, unimpressed by Rinji's attempts to fight back, continued to dominate the match. He executed a series of swift and powerful strikes, leaving Rinji gasping for breath and barely able to stand. Rinji finally found an opening and swung his 𝗵𝗃𝗃, but Izuku dodged effortlessly, countering with a charged attack that sent Rinji crashing into a wall. As Rinji lay defeated, Izuku approached him, looking down with an air of authority. He made it clear that Rinji was weak and had not harnessed the full potential of his 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Izuku emphasized that he would always view Rinji as a weakling, shattering his pride and ego. The atmosphere was heavy with Izuku's 𝗵𝗃𝗃, leaving Rinji to confront the reality of his limitations. The scene concluded with Izuku asserting his superiority, leaving Rinji to reflect on the lesson learned. The story would continue, promising more developments in the future. The story had garnered a lot of love and support, which was deeply appreciated. The effort put into crafting this tale was evident, drawing inspiration from various manhwas and anime to create a captivating narrative. The hope was that the audience would continue to show their support, motivating the creation of more exciting chapters. There were many story ideas waiting to be explored, with plans already in place for the next adventure after concluding Neglected Monarch of Destruction Deku. As the chapter began, Izuku was taking a walk towards Senjumaru and Kiryu when his senses heightened, alerting him to an early attack from the Soul Society. He realized that the 1,000-year BLD war had officially begun. Meanwhile, in Monarch, Yawach stood with Yuryu and Hashwolf, announcing that the invasion was complete. He inquired if Yuryu was familiar with the Kaiser Gsang, revealing that the confined Quincy King was regaining his strength after centuries. Yawach smirked, contemplating the ongoing battle between the Soul Reapers and Quincy's, declaring that nothing would stop him in the days to come. Izuku, sensing the impending conflict, felt a surge of darkness and determination. He acknowledged that there was more to the song Yawach had mentioned, but for now, he was eager to see what the Quincy King had to offer. He was ready for the challenge that lay ahead. As Izuku approached 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he was guided to a section of the royal palace. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned Izuku's motivations for undertaking their task, to which Izuku responded that it was to break the limits of his Soul Reaper powers. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 confirmed that while Izuku had mastered many abilities, there were still limits to his Soul King powers. He suggested that Izuku experiment with combining his forms to unlock new abilities. Izuku considered this idea, realizing that there were still powers he had yet to discover. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 warned him that while he could defeat Yawach, the Quincy King possessed abilities that could pose a challenge. Izuku, confident in his strength, assured 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that he would prevail. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 attempted to use wind pressure to flick Izuku's shirt off, but miscalculated, causing all of Izuku's clothes to fly away. Senjumaru walked in at that moment, surprised by the sight before her. She blushed, taken aback by Izuku's unexpected state, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nervously chuckled, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. The scene shifted back to Monarch, where the Quincy's and Soul Reapers clashed in the 1,000-year BLD war. The Soul Reapers began to regain their strength, turning the tide of battle. However, Yuryu observed that the Soul Reapers had regained their Bankai, prompting 𝗬𝗧𝗃 to smirk, sensing the shift in momentum. Pillars of light erupted across the battlefield as the Quincies activated their 𝗵𝘃 𝗵𝘃, leading to a fierce confrontation where the Soul Reapers fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. With shadows left behind in the Soul Society and the support of his allies, Izuku and the Soul Reapers prepared to face the challenges ahead, determined to reduce the Quincy forces and reclaim their strength in this epic struggle. The Quincies were reduced by 50%, and then two bright lights fell from the sky, revealing 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and 𝗵𝘃𝗃. The tides of battle shifted dramatically as their arrival helped diminish the Quincy forces to 80%. Igris, Bellion, and Baru wasted no time, swiftly taking down multiple Quincies, turning the battlefield into a scene of chaos for their enemies. Igris noted that the Quincies were weak and urged his companions to finish their side of the fight and assist the others who seemed to be struggling. Bellion agreed, expressing a longing not to waste any more time on such feeble opponents. Baru mentioned that their liege would soon arrive on the battlefield, prompting them to prepare for his arrival. Igris reassured Baru that when their leader arrived he would bring an end to the 1,000-year BLD war once and for all. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 stood facing 𝗳𝗵𝗃, the stern ritter who had been given the letter F for fear by Yosh. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 greeted 𝗵𝘃𝗃 with a sinister tone. He taunted him about a previous encounter, suggesting that 𝗵𝘃𝗃 looked well despite his past injuries. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 remained silent, and 𝗳𝗵𝗃 began to use his fear-based ability, summoning floating eyes that he launched at 𝗵𝘃𝗃. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 declared that it was too late to avoid the attack. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 calmly responded, questioning who was truly too late. In an instant, 𝗳𝗵𝗃's attack was destroyed, revealing pink petals surrounding the area. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 realized that 𝗵𝘃𝗃 had already surrounded them with his bankai. He expressed disappointment at not being able to keep it. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 clarified that what he was using was not his bankai but rather his shurikai, a normal senbonzakura. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 was taken aback by this revelation. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 declared that he would not repeat himself and would end 𝗳𝗵𝗃's life with his next attack. Frustrated, 𝗳𝗵𝗃 shouted his determination to kill 𝗵𝘃𝗃 𝗂𝗃𝗃. He rushed toward 𝗵𝘃𝗃, exhaling a breath of cold air as he took his stance and partially unsheathed his sword. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 charged at him. Filled with rage, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 swiftly executed his first technique, the cutting blossom sword barrage. In an instant, he appeared behind 𝗳𝗵𝗃, delivering slashes from all angles. 𝗳𝗵𝗃's body disintegrated into dust. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 sheathed his sword. A soft light shone beside him, and he smiled slightly, sensing Izuku's presence. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 felt a shift in the atmosphere as 𝗵𝘃𝗃 finally joined the fray, a smirk forming on his face. He noted that the formidable warrior was heading toward another strong opponent. Confident that 𝗵𝘃𝗃 could handle himself, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 resolved to focus on defeating the other Quincies. The battle's tides were turning in favor of the Soul Reapers, bolstered by the arrival of 𝗵𝘃𝗃, 𝗵𝘃𝗃, and 𝗵𝘃𝗃. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Squad Zero, except for Senjumaru and Kiryu, awaited Izuku's arrival. 𝗳𝗏 wondered where Izuku was, while Otsu remarked on his tardiness. Tanjiro speculated that Izuku might be enjoying some last-minute fun with Senjumaru and Kiryu. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming spiritual pressure and heard footsteps approaching. They turned to see Izuku walking toward them, exuding an intense aura, with Senjumaru and Kiryu following closely behind. Otsu thought to himself about Izuku's focused demeanor, while Tanjiro noted that the Quincies were in serious trouble. 𝗳𝗏 felt chills from the pressure Izuku was radiating, and Kiryu admired how striking he looked when serious. Izuku remained locked in his focus, seemingly oblivious to their thoughts. Tanjiro then asked Izuku why he was dressed in a certain way, noting that Senjumaru had made him clothes. Izuku explained that he needed to look formal for the occasion, as they were in the midst of a battle. He glanced down at the chaos unfolding around them, where his shadows were assisting others. A chill ran down everyone's spine as they noticed two large, glowing purple eyes glaring at them. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 looked up toward the royal palace, acknowledging Izuku's presence. Izuku amplified his voice with mana and erasure, ensuring everyone could hear him. He declared that he was coming down to join the fight, encouraging the Soul Reapers to prepare for the next 1,000 years. He warned the Quincy's that they would lose this battle and that 𝗬𝗧 would ultimately lose the war. Izuku anticipated 𝗬𝗧's thoughts, suggesting that he was considering a strategy involving the royal palace. He pointed toward the Soul Society, charging up an attack. With a powerful declaration, he unleashed a devastating 𝗬𝗪𝗎, obliterating the barrier and creating a massive explosion that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 noted Izuku's transformation into an even stronger warrior, while 𝗵𝘃𝗃 expressed excitement for their next sparring match. As Izuku looked in 𝗬𝗧's direction, he taunted him, suggesting that his father was calling him to join the fight. He backflipped into the air, free-falling as he called out to Kiryu and Senjumaru, promising to return after they did something reckless. Izuku reminded himself not to underestimate 𝗬𝗧 and his plans, knowing that he needed to break the Quincy's ranks. He had left his allies in the shadows to inform him of any developments. As he contemplated his strategy, he considered which of the Sternritters held value. He mused about the Quincy girls, chuckling at the thought of their potential involvement in his plans. Meanwhile, down in Wandenreich, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and 𝗳𝗵𝗃 engaged in battle, with 𝗳𝗵𝗃 attempting to eliminate everyone around him. Unbeknownst to him, he was facing not mere men, but formidable monsters, including the greatest threat of all, Izuku. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 Zaraki looked up to see a meteor heading towards Wandenreich. 𝗳𝗵𝗃, with a smirk, declared that it was a present before the end, emphasizing that it wasn't personal, even if 𝗵𝘃𝗃 had tried to kill him. He boasted that the meteor would destroy everything, leaving him as the sole survivor. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, unfazed, expressed his excitement at the prospect of cutting a meteor for the first time, brandishing his sword, 𝗧𝗪𝗓𝗍. The Soul Reapers around him felt a wave of despair, fearing their doom. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 continued to taunt 𝗵𝘃𝗃, claiming he had already lost. 𝗵𝘃𝗃, however, challenged 𝗳𝗵𝗃's imagination, rushing towards the meteor at incredible speed, his sword glowing with energy. He shouted with enthusiasm as he prepared to strike. Meanwhile, Izuku was using his metavision to monitor the situation in Wandenreich. He was thrilled to see 𝗵𝘃𝗃 charging towards the meteor. As 𝗵𝘃𝗃 swung his sword, he cut the meteor in half, shocking 𝗳𝗵𝗃 and the other Soul Reapers. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 celebrated his feat, while the onlookers marveled at his strength, questioning what kind of monster he truly was. As 𝗵𝘃𝗃 landed, he rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, entering a state of aura farming. He hoped Izuku was watching. Izuku, now racing towards Wandenreich, felt exhilarated, realizing 𝗵𝘃𝗃 had activated his Shurikai and was aura farming. He was eager to witness the battle firsthand. Back with 𝗵𝘃𝗃 and 𝗳𝗵𝗃, the latter seethed with anger, calling 𝗵𝘃𝗃 a monster. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 calmly stated that there was nothing his sword couldn't cut. 𝗳𝗵𝗃, undeterred, created clones to surround 𝗵𝘃𝗃, but 𝗵𝘃𝗃 remained confident, declaring that multiplying himself wouldn't change the outcome. 𝗳𝗵𝗃 then threatened 𝗵𝘃𝗃 with a slow, painful death in the vacuum of space, opening a portal that 𝗬𝗃 𝗵𝘃𝗃 in. Suddenly, 𝗵𝘃𝗃 emerged from the portal with a grin, taunting 𝗳𝗵𝗃 for not hardening his body. A dark and sinister aura filled the air, causing everyone to shudder. 𝗵𝘃𝗃 looked skyward, excitedly anticipating Izuku's arrival. Izuku, now ready for battle, unleashed his first technique, coating his sword with energy. A dragon made of pure energy formed, stunning everyone present. He commanded the dragon to unleash its wrath, and as the attack hit, a massive explosion ensued. When the smoke cleared, only a fraction of the Quincy forces remained, and Izuku celebrated his arrival. He landed with confidence, creating a crater beneath him, and challenged anyone to face him. His attention turned to 𝗬𝗧, who continued to glare at him. Izuku remarked on 𝗬𝗧's intense gaze, but 𝗬𝗧 remained unfazed, surrounded by his Sternritters. Izuku noted their presence, recognizing they were preparing to ambush him. Candace declared that it was time for a showdown, but Izuku warned them not to take his name lightly, as it would have consequences. He then turned his focus back to 𝗬𝗧, his eyes glowing with power, surrounded by an aura of darkness. He ominously stated that he would see 𝗬𝗧 later, leaving the Quincy king to ponder his words. As the tension built, Izuku noted that the confined Quincy king had regained his strength after centuries. He proclaimed that actions would speak louder than words, and when they met again, it would be a decisive confrontation. The two sides prepared for battle, creating a powerful wind as they launched themselves towards the royal palace. Izuku, unaffected by the pressure, surveyed the area and confirmed that the Soul Reapers protected by his shadows were still alive. He smirked, ready to face the 𝗪𝗏𝗏 once more. Summoning his dagger, he stood confidently, challenging them to show him what they could do. To be continued. As the group gathered, Robert suggested a drastic plan to eliminate their target and share the glory. Izuku remained silent, contemplating the idea. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 chimed in, agreeing that it seemed like a perfect plan. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃 was about to rally the group when they were interrupted by a sudden noise. They turned to see 𝗵𝗃𝗏 sprinting away, clearly in distress, as she was pursued by Captain 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏 of Squad. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 was in a panic, realizing that her pursuer was gaining on her. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏 shouted for her to stop, his determination unwavering. In that moment, Izuku reached out with his telepathy, communicating directly with Captain 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏. He urged the captain to let him handle the situation, sensing that time was running out for him. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏 acknowledged Izuku's offer, expressing his trust in him. Izuku reminded 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏 of his healing abilities, suggesting he could restore the captain's heart. However, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏 declined, having made his choice and finding peace in knowing he had helped the Soul Society. He asked Izuku to protect their home and avenge those who had fallen to the Quincy's, believing in Izuku's strength. As 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗏's spiritual pressure began to fade, Izuku stood in silence, feeling the weight of the moment. 𝗬𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗏, noticing Izuku's distraction, questioned what he was staring at, unaware of the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Something felt off to Candace, and Giselle surprisingly agreed with her. Lidato suggested they wait and observe. The 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏s readied their weapons, noticing that Izuku had not moved from his spot. The Soul Reapers exchanged glances, sensing the tension in the air. Restu remarked on Izuku's seriousness, while Ranjaku expressed concern for their friend. Igris, Baru, and Belian arrived, eyeing the Soul Reapers with caution. Belian warned them that their presence would only hinder their leech. Ariel asked Izuku if he needed assistance with the opponents. Izuku declined, moving past the 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏s. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming sensation, as if their heads were being severed from their bodies, causing their eyes to widen in shock. They jumped back, creating distance from Izuku, who remained unfazed. Despite touching their necks and finding themselves unharmed, an instinctual fear gripped them, urging them to flee. Izuku declared that the opponents were his to handle. He summoned his 𝗧𝗵𝗏𝗃𝗏 dagger and began to crack his knuckles, warming up as if preparing for a serious match. He stated that it was time to back up his words and that there would be no more talking. Izuku challenged them to fight, making it clear that he would decide their fates. The atmosphere around him shifted, dark and foreboding, sending chills down everyone's spine. His gaze was icy, capable of cutting through steel, signaling that he was ready to take the battle seriously. He aimed to demonstrate to Yhwach that he would lose this war and instill fear in him. His aura was even stronger than that of His Majesty. It felt as if they were facing death itself. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 questioned whether they still had a chance to win, while Giselle expressed her doubts about their ability to pull through, her instincts urging her to flee to avoid certain doom. Candace pondered silently if they had made a grave mistake by confronting such a formidable opponent. In Zaraki, the Soul Reapers observed the unfolding situation with concern. Restu noted that Aizu was taking things seriously, and it seemed unlikely that any of their foes would survive. Ariel settled into her chair, popcorn appearing in her hand as she prepared to watch the battle unfold. Soifan was baffled by the sudden appearance of the popcorn, and Ariel merely smirked, keeping her secret to herself. Even in the royal palace, everyone felt the overwhelming aura, causing them to fall to their knees. Senjimaro realized that Aizu was beginning to take matters seriously, while Yhwach contemplated his next move, knowing he needed to absorb the Soul King quickly before it was too late. Ichibe sensed the aura of death emanating from Aizu, questioning what kind of monster he truly was. Back in Wandenrake, tension was palpable as Aizu regarded the 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏s with a cold, heavy gaze. Mayuri suggested that Izu leave some of them alive for experimentation, but Izu sighed, agreeing only reluctantly, unsure if they would survive his onslaught. He challenged the 𝗪𝗏𝗏 to make the first move, but when they hesitated, he declared he would take the initiative. In a flash, Izu disappeared, reappearing before 𝗬𝗲𝗍, who was taken aback. Izu expressed his irritation at 𝗬𝗲𝗍's presence, grabbing him and slamming him to the ground. As arrows rained down on him, Izu brushed them off effortlessly, dismissing their weak attacks. He then vanished again, appearing in front of 𝗓𝗓𝗓, swiftly overpowering him. With a display of power, Izu dealt a decisive blow, leaving 𝗓𝗓𝗓 defeated. He turned his attention to the remaining 𝗪𝗏𝗏s, his eyes glowing with intensity as he challenged them to show their strength. Candace shouted in frustration, but Izu dismissed her, feeling they were unworthy of his attention. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 attempted to attack from behind, launching fireballs at Izu, who effortlessly blocked them. Izu taunted 𝗬𝗲𝗍, indicating that he would need much more than that to pose a threat. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 then unleashed a barrage of explosions, but Izu dodged them with remarkable speed, reiterating that they would need to try harder. The girls activated their 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Volume 50 𝗪𝗏𝗍𝗃 and charged at Izu, engaging him in combat. Meninas grew increasingly frustrated as she struggled to land a hit. Izu playfully encouraged her not to get angry, teasing her about potentially catching her off guard. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 launched her massive jaws at Izu, but he evaded, causing them to strike Giselle instead. Izu noticed Candace preparing an attack and encouraged her to show him something impressive. When she unleashed her lightning attack, Izu caught it effortlessly, transforming it into a powerful lightning dragon. He launched it back at them, creating a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Izu observed that the 𝗵𝗃𝗃s had survived his attack, expressing his surprise at their durability. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 begrudgingly acknowledged Izu's strength, while 𝗧𝗏𝗏 remarked on the rarity of 𝗬𝗲𝗍 making a sensible comment. The group decided to combine all their attacks and unleash everything they had. Giselle was eager to join in, and Robert urged everyone to give it their all. Giselle utilized her abilities, drawing on the remnants of fallen Soul Reapers and 𝗵𝗃𝗃s to heal her allies. As they launched their combined assault at Izuku, he stood unfazed, contemplating whether to use one of his forms or simply rely on Zangetsu. He ultimately decided to show them that they never stood a chance from the beginning. Izuku reached into his inventory and withdrew Zangetsu, calling upon its power. The attack struck him, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. BG9 and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 wondered if they had finally defeated him, while Candace expressed disbelief that anyone could survive such an onslaught. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 felt an instinctive urge to flee, sensing an overwhelming presence of danger in the air. As the smoke cleared, the 𝗵𝗃𝗃s, Soul Reapers, and Izuku's companions gazed in shock at Izuku, who had transformed into his Soul King holification form, his eyes glowing ominously behind his mask. The pressure radiating from him forced many to their knees, overwhelming those weaker than captain level. Izuku unleashed his bloodlust and activated his skill, Monarch Fury, sending a chilling roar through the air that struck fear into the hearts of all present. In the royal palace, Yhwach and his royal guards felt the weight of Izuku's aura, causing them to collapse under its intensity. 𝗧𝗵𝗏 recognized the boy's true power, while Yhwach realized that Izuku had been holding back. Senjomaru and Kiryu exchanged worried glances, contemplating the extent of Izuku's experiences that had led to such a formidable presence. Back in Wandenreich, the 𝗪𝗏𝗏s were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure and bloodlust emanating from Izuku. He taunted them, promising a brutal end and asserting that no one would remember them after their demise. As he looked at them with a piercing gaze, he asked how they would prefer to meet their end. To be continued. Pressure loomed heavily, and the presence of His Majesty and Hashwalth was palpable. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 felt an instinctual warning that any movement could lead to their demise. Candace acknowledged the underestimated strength of their opponent, recognizing him as a true monster. Robert lamented their miscalculation in facing such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, the Soul Reapers struggled to maintain their composure. Soifan questioned just how strong Izuku truly was, while Retsu noted that Izuku had been holding back significantly. Ariel found herself intrigued by Izuku, sensing that he was not yet revealing his full power. Zaraki expressed his eagerness to engage Izuku in battle, fully aware that he would likely lose but eager for the thrill of the fight. In the shadows, Izuku's allies observed the unfolding chaos. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 remarked that their liege was beginning to take things seriously, while Igris agreed that playtime was over. 𝗵𝘃𝗀 anticipated a massacre. Zangetsu communicated with Izuku, urging him to assert his 𝗵𝗄. Izuku, determined, prepared to instill true despair and fear. As the tension escalated, Izuku swiftly moved behind Giselle, expressing his disdain for the way Giselle presented himself. In a shocking display of power, Izuku incapacitated Giselle with brutal efficiency, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Izuku, with BLD on his mask, turned his attention to the remaining 𝗬𝗏ridders, declaring that they were next. Zaraki felt a chill but smiled, eager to push himself against Izuku, valuing the experience of the fight above all else. Ranjaku and Yoruichi were left in disbelief at the brutality they had just witnessed. The 𝗬𝗏ridders were paralyzed by shock, struggling to comprehend the extent of Izuku's strength. 𝗬𝗲𝗍 attempted to rally his comrades, urging them not to lose hope and to fight for their majesty. As they prepared for battle, their hands trembled, betraying their fear. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, Igris, and 𝗵𝘃𝗀 bowed before Izuku, seeking his guidance. Izuku, however, chose to confront the threat himself, instructing his allies to protect the Soul Reapers from the impending destruction. In a different location, Mikima sneezed, sensing that someone was speaking about her, and felt a strange sense of pride for Izuku. Back in Wandenreich, Izuku expressed his anger at the false hope 𝗬𝗲𝗍 had instilled in his comrades. He resolved to demonstrate the futility of their efforts. In a flash, he appeared before Robert, swiftly incapacitating him with a powerful attack that created a massive explosion. The 𝗬𝗏ridders searched for Izuku amidst the smoke, but he was already on the move again. Izuku seized 𝗬𝗲𝗍, who was overwhelmed by fear and desperation. As Izuku slammed him to the ground, a massive crater formed, and 𝗬𝗲𝗍 coughed up BLD. Izuku declared that 𝗬𝗲𝗍 was the source of false hope and intended to use him as an example. With a crushing blow, he stepped on 𝗬𝗲𝗍's face, instilling true fear in him for the first time. 𝗬𝗲𝗍's mind raced with panic as he pleaded for help, but Izuku assured him that no one was coming to save him. Charging a powerful attack, Izuku unleashed a devastating blast that obliterated 𝗬𝗲𝗍, resulting in another massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Izuku discarded 𝗬𝗲𝗍's charred remains and continued his assault, swiftly eliminating the remaining 𝗬𝗏ridders. He moved with lethal precision, leaving destruction in his wake. The only ones left standing were Candace, Meninas, and 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲, who were paralyzed by fear at the sight of Izuku's overwhelming power. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲, terrified, begged for mercy, while Candace's pride crumbled under the weight of their impending doom. Meninas realized that their battle was lost, acknowledging Izuku's unmatched strength. Izuku looked at the group with a harsh, cold gaze as his sword began to shimmer with energy. He declared that the king they spoke of would not save them. He was too busy to concern himself with their fates. In fact, Izuku believed they were no longer of any use to him, and he would soon prove it. He smirked, removing his mask slightly to relish the fear and despair in their eyes, inhaling deeply as he savored the scent of fear. As he replaced his mask, he advanced toward the remaining 𝗬𝗏ridders, each step causing the ground to crack under the pressure he exuded. The girls around him were sweating and breathing heavily, filled with anxiety. 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲 urged herself to breathe, while Candace worried that they might provoke him by merely breathing. Izuku prepared to swing his sword to end their lives, but his instincts kicked in as he sensed a disturbance coming from the direction of the royal palace. He realized that 𝗬𝗧 was finally resorting to a powerful move, likely due to the pressure from Squad 0. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗧 was engaged in battle with 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗲, commanding the power of his abilities. He invoked a series of complex phrases, raising an object that would absorb the hearts of his enemies. Izuku observed the remaining 𝗬𝗏ridders and noted that 𝗬𝗧 intended to absorb the powers of the fallen 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗖, even if they were dead. He knew he had to protect the Soul Reapers, as 𝗬𝗧's strength surpassed that of his previous form, and this technique could drain their spiritual energy as well. As blue pillars of energy shot down toward 𝗲𝗵𝗃 at incredible speeds, Izuku drew Zangetsu from his inventory, now in its Soul King form. He felt confident, determined to limit the amount of energy 𝗬𝗧 could absorb. Using his ability, he manipulated reality so that every Soul Reaper in 𝗲𝗵𝗃 was replaced by the number of hollows in 𝗧𝗄𝗵𝗲. As the Soul Reapers found themselves in 𝗧𝗄𝗵𝗲, they were bewildered by the sudden change. Izuku reassured them that it was his doing and explained his reality manipulation ability, which left everyone in shock. They marveled at his power, and 𝗲𝗏 commented on how overpowered he was. Izuku sensed the rising spiritual pressures of Senjumaru and 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲, realizing they had activated their Bankai. He understood that 𝗬𝗧 and the royal guards were too strong for them to handle alone. He instructed his shadows at the royal palace to confront the royal guards while he took on 𝗬𝗧 himself. With determination, Izuku prepared to head to the royal palace, noting that his shirt had been destroyed in the earlier conflict. He snapped his fingers, changing his clothes and feeling satisfied with his new appearance. He then teleported everyone back to 𝗲𝗵𝗃, where they witnessed the royal guards, except for Yuryu and Hashwolf, falling from the sky. As Izuku attempted to use shadow exchange to reach the royal palace, he discovered a barrier blocking his path. Undeterred, he decided to charge forward in a more traditional manner. He gathered mana and spiritual energy, calling upon 𝗧𝗪𝗏 to enhance his speed and physical capabilities. With newfound power, he launched himself toward the royal palace, determined to confront 𝗬𝗧. In Izuku's world, 2 months had passed since he left, but his clone had successfully protected Earth in his absence. The girls were enjoying their time together, discussing their lives in Dream City, which had undergone significant changes in preparation for Izuku's return. Yasaka asked about a figure known as Lord Shadow, the founder and king of Dream City, only to learn that it was their husband, Izuku. The revelation left them in shock, as they recalled his incredible feats, including defeating the Imperial Beast and the League of Apocalypse. They expressed a longing to see him again, reminiscing about how handsome he had become. Arlecchino produced a photo of Izuku, and the girls were left blushing, captivated by his appearance. Kena watched the girls blush, marveling at how someone could be so handsome. She chuckled at their reactions, imagining how they would react when they saw him in person. She giggled, thinking they would surely melt, but a hint of worry crossed her mind. Mikima approached Kena, sensing her concern. She acknowledged Kena's worries about how Izuku would react upon learning what 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and Union Academy had done to 𝗧𝗪𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Kena feared that Izuku would be overwhelmed by anger, but she felt relieved that 𝗧𝗪𝗏 had managed to escape and found refuge near their barrier with 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Otherwise, they might never have discovered her whereabouts. Mikima agreed, noting that Izuku would be furious when he learned the truth. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the war at the royal palace, where 𝗬𝗧 was making his way to the Soul King's throne room. Hashwolf informed him that their royal guards had been dispatched to 𝗲𝗵𝗃 due to the shadow creatures. 𝗬𝗧 dismissed the concern, confident that his Sternritters would handle the Soul Reapers. Yuryu echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that their focus should remain on achieving their goals. Back at the royal palace, Izuku arrived and activated his stealth abilities, concealing his presence and aura. He landed in front of the Zero Squad, checking on their well-being. They rushed to embrace him, relieved to see him safe. Izuku returned their hugs, expressing his gladness that they were okay. He then called for 𝗵𝗃, instructing him to come out and heal them. 𝗵𝗃 complied, stepping forward to assist while Izuku inquired about 𝗬𝗧's whereabouts. 𝗬𝗧𝗵 informed him that 𝗬𝗧 was already on his way to the chamber of the Soul King. Izuku stood resolutely before 𝗬𝗧 and his strongest Sternritters, Yuryu and Hashwolf. He assured them that he would protect the Soul King, confident that even if 𝗬𝗧 were to absorb the Soul King, he would not be able to merge the 3 worlds because he was there. He instructed 𝗬𝗲 to protect the others and help them recover their lost energy before leaping into the air, surpassing his own spiritual and shadow energy. 𝗬𝗧 arrived at the chamber, gazing at the Soul King, who was encased in a red crystal and in a weakened state. Yuryu questioned why the Soul King's body was in such a condition, to which 𝗬𝗧𝗃 explained that his father had scattered the Soul King's body parts among different people. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 declared his intention to kill the Soul King and absorb his power to become the new Soul King and merge the three worlds. Suddenly, a palpable bloodlust and spiritual pressure filled the air, causing all three to widen their eyes in shock. A sword fell before them, thrown by Izuku. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 recognized the sword and was taken aback. Izuku appeared before them, gripping his zangetsu and glaring at 𝗬𝗧𝗃, Yuryu, and 𝗬𝗪. He warned 𝗬𝗧𝗃 that this was as far as he would go, indicating that it was time to begin the finale of the 1,000-year BLD war. The scene resumed with Izuku confronting 𝗬𝗧𝗃, questioning whether he believed he had enough power to stop him from absorbing the Soul King. Izuku expressed his confidence, dismissing 𝗬𝗧𝗃's might. He prepared to give 𝗬𝗧𝗃 the battle of a lifetime. 𝗬𝗪𝗏 attempted to interject, but Izuku silenced him, asserting that the adults were speaking. He then turned his cold gaze to Yuryu, reminding him of his betrayal and the consequences of his choices. Izuku revealed that he had considered killing Yuryu but was persuaded by 𝗬𝗏𝗏 to spare him. He presented Yuryu with a choice: side with the Soul Society and him or perish alongside 𝗬𝗧𝗃. He urged Yuryu to think of 𝗬𝗏𝗏, who loved him and did not want to see him die. In this timeline, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 had chosen Yuryu, while Ichigo regarded her as a sister. Yuryu ultimately declared his loyalty to 𝗬𝗧𝗃, prompting Izuku to reflect on Yuryu's determination to avenge his mother. Belian and Igris communicated with Izuku through telepathy. Igris asked if Izuku intended to kill Yuryu since he had refused his offer. Izuku decided against it, not wanting to cause 𝗬𝗏𝗏 sadness. Instead, he instructed Igris to handle Yuryu and knock some sense into him. Igris bowed and accepted the task, while Belian also prepared to confront 𝗬𝗪𝗏. Izuku acted a barrier around the crystal encasing the Soul King. Igris seized Yuryu's face and dragged him out of the chamber, stating they needed to take the matter elsewhere. Belian confronted 𝗬𝗪𝗏, swinging his sword with such force that 𝗬𝗪𝗏 was sent flying from the chamber. Izuku turned his attention to 𝗬𝗧𝗃, summoning Zangetsu and pointing it at him, surrounded by an aura of death. He challenged 𝗬𝗧𝗃 to fight him, demanding to see the power bestowed upon him by his father. 𝗬𝗧𝗃 activated his abilities and invited Izuku to come at him. The two rushed at each other, their fists and swords clashing with tremendous force, creating a massive crater in the ground and an explosion of power. Meanwhile, in Union Academy, Park Dojin observed the training of the students, noting their growth in strength. Bakugo affirmed their progress, while Park Dojin reflected on the consumption of stardust powder among the students. He felt uneasy about the Shadow Monarch's lack of action, finding it suspicious that he had not yet made a move despite being warned by Goddess Bella. Izumi approached Park Dojin with a question about his strength. He chuckled, stating he was strong enough to take on the entire Union Academy. He revealed that he was helping them because he wanted to take down Izuku-san Kurosaki, knowing that Izumi sought revenge for her father. Grateful, Izumi smiled and thanked him before departing. Park Dojin walked out of the training grounds and headed to the headmaster's office. Inside, the headmasters were in discussion. Nizu expressed his concern about the lack of action from a certain individual, to which 𝗧𝗃 agreed, noting that the monster hadn't made a move in 2 months. 𝗲𝗃 shared his feeling that something was being planned. Park Dojin entered the room, echoing 𝗲𝗃's sentiment that they needed to be prepared for an impending attack. 𝗧𝗃 inquired about the whereabouts of 𝗲𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, but Park Dojin admitted that he had no updates, although his people were searching diligently. 𝗧𝗃 lamented his failures as a husband and father, but Nizu reassured him that 𝗲𝗏𝗏 would likely forgive him. 𝗧𝗃 hoped for that as well and mentioned that they would soon learn more about what had happened to 𝗲𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 when Izuku returned. As Park Dojin was about to leave, he overheard Momo and 𝗎𝗫 discussing their suspicions about his sudden willingness to help them grow stronger. Momo expressed her concern that trusting him might lead them to their demise against Izuku, while 𝗎𝗫 doubted their chances of winning even if they became stronger. Park Dojin felt a surge of irritation at their doubts, realizing he needed to eliminate their suspicions to keep his plans intact. He used his mind control ability to ease their concerns before walking away, thinking of them as mere pawns in his larger game against the Shadow Monarch. Outside the apostles' base, Park Dojin observed other apostles and followers engaged in a fierce battle against a beast. He commanded them to stop, and they all knelt before him. He reflected on the current state of the war, likening it to a chess game where the Shadow Monarch was ahead. As he contemplated his next moves, a golden aura surrounded him, and he felt an intense longing to win at any cost. He vowed to destroy Izuku-san Kurosaki and to make Goddess Bella and the others proud by defeating the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, the rulers were strategizing their next steps. One ruler mentioned acquiring new vessels and creating an item to combat the Shadow Monarch. Another ruler expressed doubt about its effectiveness, but Michael assured them that they could seal him in the prison realm if necessary. He was confident that his perfect creation would ultimately defeat the Shadow Monarch. A mysterious figure in a tube began to twitch, and Michael smirked, anticipating their victory. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku's enemies were not only planning to seal him but also creating monsters to kill him and training to grow stronger for battle. They were unaware that they would be facing not just the Monarch of Shadows but also a relentless hunter. When Izuku returned to his world and timeline, he would begin his hunt. Back in the midst of battle, Izuku faced off against 𝗬𝗧. He was determined to return home with his girls and start his revenge arc, beginning with Union Academy and his past. As they clashed, Izuku noted that 𝗬𝗧 was countering his attacks but remained confident that he could outpace him. He unleashed a powerful attack, causing a massive explosion, while 𝗬𝗧 attempted to retaliate. Izuku realized that 𝗬𝗧 was not using his full power, which gave him an advantage. As they crashed to the ground, Izuku confronted 𝗬𝗧 about the damage they were causing. 𝗬𝗧 dismissed his concerns, but Izuku dramatically raised his hand, drawing attention to their surroundings. He challenged 𝗬𝗧 to show him the full extent of his abilities, eager to make him experience true despair and fear. As 𝗬𝗧 launched a barrage of attacks, Izuku prepared to counter with his own powerful strike, ready to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Izuku unleashed his powerful attack, the 𝗬𝗪𝗔𝗪, which clashed against 𝗬𝗧. The force sent 𝗬𝗧 hurtling through the air, crashing into one of the royal palace buildings. As the effects of the attack lingered behind Izuku in a cross shape, he looked down at 𝗬𝗧 with a confident smirk. He declared that it was over, taunting 𝗬𝗧 about his defeat. 𝗬𝗧, however, remained unfazed, questioning if Izuku thought he had fought with all his might. Izuku, sensing the shift in 𝗬𝗧's demeanor, anticipated that he was finally ready to reveal his true power. 𝗬𝗧 proclaimed it was time to show Izuku the might of the Almighty. With a smirk, he launched a barrage of rapier arrows at Izuku, who swiftly switched to his scythe, effortlessly destroying the projectiles. As he charged toward 𝗬𝗧, Izuku felt a shift in the atmosphere. 𝗬𝗧 attempted to peer into Izuku's future but was met with an unsettling void, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Izuku seized the moment, launching a slash that 𝗬𝗧 narrowly dodged, but not without losing a hand in the process. Izuku, with a smirk, remarked on 𝗬𝗧's failed attempt to foresee his future. 𝗬𝗧, bewildered, insisted that it was impossible for his eyes to fail him. Izuku, now in a state of metavision, explained that he was manipulating what 𝗬𝗧 could see. He revealed that this skill countered the Almighty, leaving 𝗬𝗧 stunned. Izuku recounted how 𝗬𝗧 had killed Ichigo in this timeline, fearing what he would become. He emphasized that this was a terrible matchup for 𝗬𝗧, who was now feeling an unfamiliar sensation, fear. 𝗬𝗧 struggled to comprehend this feeling, insisting that a king like him should not experience fear. Izuku reminded him of the pain he had caused, vowing to make 𝗬𝗧 feel a fraction of the suffering he had inflicted on others. As 𝗬𝗧 grappled with his emotions, Izuku's resolve only grew stronger. He declared that he would avenge those 𝗬𝗧 had wronged, revealing that he would use a form that had once terrified 𝗬𝗧. Izuku began to release his spiritual pressure and darkness energy, his eyes glowing with intensity. He proclaimed that the time for games was over, and as he transformed, he felt the overwhelming pressure of his power. As the energy surged, those in Wandenreich sensed Izuku's presence, some dropping to their knees in awe. They recognized that he was about to unleash his true potential against 𝗬𝗧. With a horn on his head and a fierce glare, Izuku prepared to unleash his horns of salvation. He vanished from sight, leaving 𝗬𝗧 in shock at his speed. Izuku raised his sword and launched an attack, which 𝗬𝗧 struggled to block, resulting in a torrent of BLD. Izuku executed the 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Tensho technique, a grand attack that left 𝗬𝗧 reeling. Despite his attempts to counter, 𝗬𝗧 found himself overwhelmed by Izuku's speed and strength. As Izuku pressed the attack, he noted that 𝗧𝗪𝗍 had amplified his power significantly. 𝗬𝗧 attempted to create distance, but Izuku was relentless, grabbing 𝗬𝗧's arm and sending him crashing into a wall. He then appeared before 𝗬𝗧, seizing his face and hurling him into the air. 𝗬𝗧, desperate, tried to use the Almighty to foresee Izuku's next move, but darkness clouded his vision. Izuku charged his energy, preparing for the final blow. He declared that he would end 𝗬𝗧 with his next attack. 𝗬𝗧, feeling fear and despair for the first time, refused to surrender, asserting that he would not be defeated by someone like Izuku. Izuku, unwavering, prepared to deliver the decisive strike, determined to end 𝗬𝗧's reign of terror once and for all. Izuku stood resolute, channeling his energy as he prepared to confront 𝗬𝗧. With a powerful surge, he unleashed a devastating attack that sent 𝗬𝗧 spiraling into oblivion, his form disintegrating into dust. 𝗬𝗧, reflecting on his defeat, acknowledged the end of his reign. Izuku, however, was not ready to let him go so easily. He declared that 𝗬𝗧's work was not yet finished. As 𝗬𝗧's final words were interrupted, Izuku invoked his shadow magic, activating a skill that consumed 𝗬𝗧 entirely. With this act, Izuku absorbed the Quincy King's power and knowledge, his body enveloped in a protective aura as he clenched his fists tightly. The war that had raged for a millennium was finally over. Izuku released a triumphant roar, his voice echoing across the battlefield, a sound of victory that resonated with all who had fought alongside him. With a smirk, he gazed at the sun shining brightly above, a symbol of hope and a new beginning. Zangetsu, his spirit companion, encouraged him to begin the next chapter of their journey, while 𝗧𝗪𝗍 reminded him that it was time to move on to the next challenge. Izuku contemplated the destruction left in 𝗬𝗧's wake and expressed his longing to restore everything that had been lost. He longed to reunite with his friends and loved ones, eager to spend time with them before embarking on his next quest for revenge. As he looked ahead, a sense of foreboding washed over him, as if a storm was brewing on the horizon. With determination, he sheathed his sword and prepared to set his sights on the next target. The scene shifted to Izuku, who smiled warmly as he reunited with his allies. They embraced him, grateful for his protection and leadership. He reassured them that they could finally rest, having emerged victorious from the war. Ygritte and Belian returned, bringing with them the remnants of their battles. Izuku acknowledged their efforts, recognizing the loyalty and strength they had shown. He then utilized his shadow magic once more, absorbing the powers of their fallen foes to enhance his own abilities. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inquired about Izuku's next steps, to which Izuku replied that he intended to return home after restoring what had been destroyed. His friends expressed their eagerness to accompany him, excited to meet the others he cared for. With a determined spirit, Izuku summoned his sword and invoked a reality-altering spell, restoring the battlefield to its former glory. However, he suddenly found himself in a dark void, sensing a powerful presence nearby. As he turned, he was greeted by the Soul King, 𝗳𝗏𝗍, who expressed gratitude for Izuku's actions in changing the fate of their timeline. Izuku acknowledged that his motivations were rooted in love for his family and friends, not merely for the Soul King's sake. 𝗳𝗏𝗍 recognized Izuku's immense power and offered him a blessing before sending him back. As Izuku prepared to leave, he exchanged words with an alternate version of Ichigo, who thanked him for his efforts and wished him well. With a final nod to the Soul King, Izuku accepted the blessing, feeling his strength surge as he prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Izuku smiled as he disappeared from the void of the Soul King, leaving behind a gift that symbolized his blessings to the Shadow Monarch. Following his departure, a celebration erupted among his friends, and Izuku enjoyed the festivities with his girls, sharing laughter and joy. After the party, they decided to join Izuku in his timeline, and the scene shifted to him waiting at the portal, bag in hand. He looked at his girls and asked if they were ready to go. They responded enthusiastically, affirming their readiness. Izuku then turned to the other captains and remaining squad members, expressing his gratitude for the honor of fighting alongside them. Toshiro echoed the sentiment, wishing him safe travels and hoping for a visit in the future. Izuku assured him he would return, promising to bring everyone along for a reunion. He affectionately ruffled Toshiro's hair, who now viewed Izuku as an older brother. As they exchanged farewells, Izuku and Kenpachi shared a smirk, dapping each other up. Izuku playfully challenged Kenpachi to use his Bankai in their next fight, while Kenpachi expressed his eagerness to see Izuku's true form. Izuku placed some of his shadows on the captains and the remaining Soul Society members, inviting them to visit his timeline whenever they wished. Kenpachi, ever the fighter, declared he would come by when he was bored, ready for another match. With a final wave, Izuku opened the portal, and his girls stepped through. He looked back at everyone, smiling as he followed them into the portal. The scene shifted to Dream City, where Shin was relaxing with a book when he suddenly sensed a familiar spiritual pressure. His eyes widened in recognition, and he rushed downstairs to his family. Kana noticed his urgency and asked if something was wrong. Shin explained that he felt a familiar presence, prompting the girls to rush outside as well. They gathered to witness a portal opening, from which Senjimaru, Ariel, Retsu, and the other girls emerged. Senjimaru commented on Izuku's timeline, while Mikima questioned their identities. Ariel reassured her that there was no need for concern, as they were with Izuku, who approached them with his bag. The girls greeted him excitedly, jumping on him and causing him to chuckle. He expressed how much he missed them, and they reciprocated, noting that he had finally returned with more girls for his charm. Izuku, known as the Riz Monarch, playfully acknowledged their comments about his charm. As they shared affectionate kisses, Izuku noticed 𝗵𝗃 and Shin rushing toward him. He welcomed them with open arms, hugging them tightly and kissing their foreheads. 𝗵𝗃 joyfully exclaimed that he was finally back, and Izuku felt relieved knowing that no boys had approached his princess during his absence. He complimented Shin on his growth, ruffling his hair with pride. Izuku then turned to Office and Yasaka, who both kissed him, expressing their love. He introduced himself formally, bowing slightly to Office, who was pleasantly surprised by his respectful gesture. Yasaka introduced herself as well, and Izuku kissed her hand, causing her to blush. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 soon joined them, and Izuku greeted them warmly. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 hugged him tightly, and Izuku noted the changes that had occurred while he was away. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 remarked on how much he had changed since their last meeting. When Izuku inquired about her presence, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 hesitated at the mention of 𝗧𝗪𝗍, prompting concern from 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who warned against speaking his name. Mikima suggested they head inside to explain everything, assuring Izuku that his people missed their ruler. He agreed but insisted on hearing the full story afterward. As they entered, the people of Dream City celebrated Izuku's return, showcasing the improvements they had made during his absence. Izuku sat with everyone, eager to learn what had transpired while he was away. He asked the girls to share the details, promising not to lose his composure. Tia reassured him they would explain everything, while Zani insisted on his promise to remain calm. Izuku sighed and agreed, encouraging 𝗧𝗪𝗍 to share her story. With a warm smile, he made 𝗧𝗪𝗍 feel safe, calming her nerves as he assured her no one would harm her. 𝗧𝗪𝗍 took a deep breath and began to explain that she and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had fled the ګرېمري estate due to 𝗧𝗪𝗍's drastic change after Izuku's return and his declaration of war. Izuku listened intently, his expression shifting to one of concern as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. Izuku felt a heavy weight in his heart as 𝗧𝗪𝗍 shared her painful experiences. She explained how he had started to ignore her and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, neglecting their family time in favor of pursuing power. 𝗧𝗪𝗍's voice trembled as she recounted the nights he returned home inebriated, unleashing his frustrations on them. Tears welled in 𝗧𝗪𝗍's eyes as she revealed the depths of her suffering, recalling a time when 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was nearly harmed. Izuku listened intently, his expression shifting to one of deep concern. He felt a surge of protectiveness for both 𝗧𝗪𝗍 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, vowing to take responsibility for their well-being. As 𝗧𝗪𝗍 wept, Izuku embraced her tightly, offering comfort and support. He promised that she would never have to endure such pain again, encouraging her to release her emotions. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 cried for hours, finally finding solace in Izuku's presence as she drifted into sleep on his chest. He smiled gently, kissing her forehead, and then turned his attention to his other companions. Izuku moved to 𝗧𝗵𝗃's room, carefully tucking her into bed and promising her that he would ensure her tormentor faced justice. Outside, he encountered 𝗵𝗃𝗧, who was worried about his mother. Kneeling down, Izuku ruffled the boy's hair and reassured him that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was merely resting. With a determined look, Izuku told 𝗵𝗃𝗧 to call him Dad from now on, and with a touch, he altered the boy's DNA, making him his son. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 was astonished by his new appearance and embraced Izuku, tears of joy in his eyes. Izuku encouraged him to share the good news with his siblings before preparing to confront the threat that loomed over them. As Izuku prepared for battle, Kena awaited him, confirming that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was asleep. Izuku affirmed his intent to confront Union Academy, declaring that the time for vengeance had come. Kena kissed him, wishing him safety as he vanished in a flash of movement. Meanwhile, at Union Academy, Park Dojin addressed the students, praising their growth. However, a sudden, oppressive aura swept over them, causing panic. The students fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from Izuku, who had arrived with a fierce determination. Izuku declared his return, reminding them that despite their training, they were still far from his level. Shadows emerged from 𝗬𝗧𝗓 and Kota, signaling his command. Park Dojin recognized Izuku as a formidable opponent, realizing he had not yet reached his full potential. Izuku announced his intention to declare war on Union Academy, giving them a deadline to prepare. He dismissed their pleas for reconciliation, expressing his disdain for their past betrayals. With a fierce resolve, he promised to make those who had wronged him suffer for their actions, particularly targeting 𝗧𝗪𝗃, whom he held responsible for much of his pain. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗪𝗃's eyes widened in realization as she confronted Izuku. He expressed his anger, stating that she was not his wife or son after everything he had put them through. Izuku then appeared in front of 𝗧𝗪𝗃, gripping him by the neck. He revealed his intense longing for revenge, admitting that he wanted to end 𝗧𝗪𝗃's life but was restraining himself. Izuku's true intention was to make 𝗧𝗪𝗃 suffer and plead for mercy, rather than granting him an easy end. Izuku broke both of 𝗧𝗪𝗃's arms, who screamed in pain. Izuku then threw him to the ground and turned his gaze towards Union, who began to slowly fade away. He declared that the next time they met would be on the battlefield, where he would ensure their demise. He warned them to enjoy their final moments, as they would soon be hunted down by the Monarch of Shadows, the Soul King. Death had finally come for them, and their days were numbered. As the scene shifted, all the remaining girls joined Izuku's 𝗧𝗪𝗃. He spent a lot of time with them on Wednesday and Thursday, getting to know them better as they fell for him. Izuku stood on the rooftop, gazing at the stars, contemplating the events to come. He knew that tomorrow would mark the end of everything as he prepared for his long-awaited revenge. Kena approached the rooftop, noticing her husband lost in thought. She called out to him, reminding him that dinner was ready and acknowledging that he was likely thinking about the war with Union Academy and possibly the entire world. Izuku confirmed her thoughts, revealing that he had even prepared a chamber for the conflict, where much would be at stake. Kena then asked about 𝗬𝗧𝗓 and Kota, whom he had brought to Dream City but had not spoken to. She wondered if he would give them a second chance and take them back as his children. Izuku admitted he was unsure and would make his final decision after the war and his revenge against Union Academy, which he knew had sought help from other cities and countries. Turning to Kena with a smile, he suggested they head inside for dinner, as he was starving. They entered the house and found the dining table set with his 𝗧𝗪𝗃, including Shin, Evangel, and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗃, along with 𝗬𝗧𝗓 and Kota, who were silent and apprehensive. Izuku took a seat beside Kena, impressed by the delicious food prepared by the girls. As they began to eat, Izuku noticed 𝗬𝗓𝗓 and Kota were not touching their food. When he asked why, they expressed their feelings of worthlessness and guilt over their past actions. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗃 interjected, explaining that Izuku did not hate them, he was simply disappointed. Shin added that if Izuku truly hated them, he would have left them behind at Union Academy, but instead, he had brought them to safety. 𝗵𝗃 reassured them that their father still cared, despite their previous actions. Izuku echoed their sentiments, clarifying that he did not hate them but was disappointed. He encouraged them to eat and promised that after dinner, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 would show them to their rooms for some rest. With tears in their eyes, Eri and Kota nodded and began to eat. The atmosphere lightened as they all played family games together, bringing smiles to Eri and Kota's faces. Later that night, as Izuku prepared for bed, 𝗬𝗲 emerged from his shadow in a chibi form, reporting that everything was ready for the next day. Izuku felt a sense of determination as he instructed 𝗬𝗲 to ensure the soldiers trained hard for the upcoming war. After 𝗬𝗲 returned to the shadows, Izuku climbed into bed with his 𝗬𝗏, falling asleep. The next day, Izuku woke up to find his face buried in Yasaka's soft chest. He chuckled, wishing he could stay there all day but knowing he had important tasks ahead. Rising slowly, he made his way to the training room, ready to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. He pushed himself through an intense training session, completing thousands of exercises before heading outside for a long run. After finishing, he sat down, covered in sweat, feeling accomplished and ready for the day ahead. It was the day Izuku had been waiting for, the day he would finally seek his revenge. He declared that one would stand and one would fall today. Determined, he decided not to waste any more time and prepared himself for what lay ahead. After taking a shower and getting ready, he headed downstairs to make breakfast for his family, who were still asleep. Ygritte informed him that all the soldiers were ready and awaited his command. Izuku acknowledged this and prepared to summon them soon. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed 𝗵𝗃𝗲 coming downstairs, rubbing her eyes. She greeted him with surprise, and he smiled warmly at her, leaning in to share a kiss. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 asked if he was already leaving, and he confirmed that today was the day he would confront Union and seek revenge. He reassured her that he would ensure the one responsible for their suffering would face consequences. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 expressed her gratitude for everything he had done for her and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, noting how happy 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had become because of him. Izuku smiled back, kissing her forehead and affirming that it was his duty as her husband and 𝗵𝗃𝗲's father to care for them. He reflected on the failure of the one who had wronged them, vowing not to repeat that mistake. He promised to fulfill his role to the best of his ability, driven by love for his family. After sharing another kiss, Izuku prepared to leave, reminding 𝗵𝗃𝗲 to tell everyone he had made breakfast. She agreed and he departed, leaving her with a smile. As Izuku made his way to 𝗳𝗏, he felt a surge of anticipation for the confrontation ahead. He thought about the chaos that awaited him, relishing the thought of the fear and despair he would unleash on those who had wronged him. He landed on a building, contemplating the first step of his plan, to tarnish their reputation before the battle began. He accessed his phone, locating a folder filled with memories of the abuse and neglect he had suffered in his childhood. With a few taps, he shared this folder with the world, revealing the truth of his past and the betrayal he had faced. As people across the globe viewed the folder, shock rippled through them. They had not expected such revelations about the heroes and Union Academy. Going live, Izuku addressed the audience, sharing his painful experiences and the betrayal he had endured after giving his former friends a second chance. He pointed out the hypocrisy of those they looked up to as heroes, calling them pathetic. He issued a warning to any cities or countries that supported Union Academy, urging them to reconsider their stance or face the consequences of his wrath. After cutting the live stream, the scene shifted to Union Academy, where Nizu was in communication with 𝗧𝗪𝗍, who was stationed on the battlefield. Nizu inquired about the preparations, and 𝗧𝗪𝗍 confirmed that all citizens had been evacuated to safety, with a formidable force ready to confront Izuku. Tension filled the air as they awaited Izuku's arrival. Mirko's instincts kicked in, and she noticed Izuku standing atop a building, his calm yet deadly aura palpable. He observed them like a predator watching its prey, and the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. Izuku expressed his disdain for the forces gathered against him, declaring himself the Shadow Monarch, the Soul King, and the God of Death. He demanded respect, feeling insulted by the numbers arrayed before him. As he summoned 𝗵𝗃𝗲 from his shadow, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 knelt before him, ready to carry out his orders. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 addressed the assembled forces, questioning their resolve and whether they were willing to fight for those who had wronged them. He unleashed his bloodlust, causing some to falter under the pressure. He warned them that this was no joke, it was war, and those who wished to survive should leave. He granted them 3 minutes to make their decision. As Belian departed, Izuku reiterated his warning, giving those not aligned with Union a chance to escape. He made it clear that the downfall of Union was inevitable, and those who remained would face the consequences of their choices. While Izuku remained composed, the sheer force of his aura knocked out some of the opposing forces, leaving others barely standing under the intense pressure and bloodlust he emitted. Ironwood ordered the people who were knocked out to be moved, instructing those who didn't want to fight to assist with the relocation. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 noted that despite the decrease in their numbers due to Izuku's overwhelming presence, they still had a decent force. Aizawa remarked that he never thought Izuku would actually come to fight, acknowledging that he was not fond of the situation. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 admitted her reluctance but felt responsible for the current chaos, believing that if they had believed in Izuku back then, things might have turned out differently. She expressed her determination to fight, even if it meant risking her life. Aizawa agreed, recognizing that they had played a part in shaping Izuku into the cold figure he had become, driven by revenge. Izuku amplified his voice with mana so that everyone could hear him, declaring that the 3 minutes were up and that everyone present would meet a grim fate. He acknowledged the impressive number of people gathered to oppose him, admitting he had underestimated the Union's forces and those from other countries. Summoning his death scythe, a dark aura enveloped him, and he stated that the situation had become simpler for him since those not part of the Union had ignored his warnings. He spread his mana throughout the city, creating a massive barrier that left everyone in shock and disbelief. As he released his bloodlust, the pressure intensified, causing chills to run down the spines of those present. Izuku proclaimed that every single person there needed to perish, taking a stance as the mana around him surged violently and his eyes glowed ominously. He prepared to unleash a powerful attack. 𝗲𝗵𝗃𝗲 shouted for everyone to take cover as Izuku launched a full-powered attack with his scythe, not holding back. As the attack exploded, it decimated a significant portion of their forces, leaving the Union in stunned silence. Momo questioned if this was the power of a god, while Izumi expressed disbelief that anyone should possess such strength. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 wondered if they even stood a chance against such a monster, and Inko noted that had they not dodged the attack, they would have been wiped out. 𝗧𝗪𝗍 observed that half of their forces had been eliminated. Izuku, far from finished, charged more mana and spiritual energy into his scythe, preparing for another strike. He declared that his next attack would be aimed at them, and as it flew toward the remaining forces, it cut through buildings, causing widespread destruction. In Izuku's mind, Zangetsu and 𝗬𝗓𝗓 watched the chaos unfold, with Zangetsu enjoying the spectacle like a movie. He remarked on Izuku's intense demeanor, while 𝗬𝗓𝗓 noted that he was no longer holding back. Yawatch commented that it would soon turn into a chaotic scene. Zangetsu expressed his excitement at seeing Izuku finally unleash his full potential. Izuku raised his hand, looking at the fallen bodies on the ground, and commanded them to rise and serve him. His gaze was cold, and his expression unreadable as he summoned the shadows of the deceased to become his soldiers. The remaining forces of the Union recoiled in fear as the newly formed shadow soldiers emerged. Izuku leaped down, surveying the remaining forces with a chilling gaze, summoning more of his shadow soldiers to stand behind him, putting the Union at a significant disadvantage. He commanded his soldiers to prepare for action, instructing them that the opposing forces needed to be taught a lesson. He expressed his anger at their foolishness for believing they could defeat him and vowed to instill true despair and fear in them. He ordered his shadows to spare the Union, as they were his prey, and commanded them to show their true power. "Let loose my soldiers," Igris commanded, urging the Shadow Army forward. The Shadow Army charged at the remaining forces of Union, leaving Izuku to confront them. Izuku smirked, questioning whether they truly believed this would be an easy battle. The members of Union Academy remained silent, taken aback by his confidence. Izuku continued, taunting them about their chances of victory with their current strategy. He sensed their hesitation and pressed on, asking if they were too stunned to respond. Katsumi attempted to speak but was cut off by Izuku's fierce glare. He asserted his 𝗵𝗲, making it clear that he did not wish to hear anything from her. He reminded her that she had not been granted permission to speak and that she seemed to have forgotten her place. If she wanted to address him, she would need to show proper respect. With a surge of power, Izuku unleashed his bloodlust and spiritual pressure, causing everyone from Union Academy to fall to their knees in 𝗬𝗵𝗲. He declared that he was the hunter now and warned them to prepare themselves, for they were about to be preyed upon by the Monarch of Shadows. He added that they should feel honored, as their demise would not be as pitiful as they might expect. To be continued.